Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here today, Space Fams, so I suppose we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Unless you just want to go floating off into that deep, dark void. Space Fams, good to see you on this Sunday fun day. As I previously mentioned, we got a hell of a lot to talk about here today, but before we do any of that, I better do some shout-outs first. Moa Noip, HBX, Look Bovine, 123 in the YouTube chat, Atticus Among Us, a very close fourth, EDC also here, Hermit Horologist, Mr. Spock, Selena Mary, B-Cat. And that's it. That's everybody on this Sunday. Wow, quiet Sunday evening to start making my job very easy, giving me a lot of time to preface what's about to happen in this stream. Of which I mentioned just moments ago. There's a lot to talk about. And boy, oh boy, I had a lot of plans this week, but according to some people on TikTok and YouTube and other places, maybe people shouldn't make plans. Well, it's not clear. I mean, it's not entirely, but supposedly the Christian Rapture is going to happen on Tuesday or Wednesday. Who knows? It's hard to say. Charlie and Kirk Memorial happening earlier today in Arizona. Zohran Mamdani leading the NYC Mayoral race. We got a bunch of updates with that to talk about, including a sit-down with Zohran and Bernie Sanders. Other sort of Sunday fun day value-taining topics. Update on the Gaza aid flotilla and much, much more. All right, chat, let's start in that familiar place, the United States. Fuck yeah! Where people are getting weird with it. Very weird with it. When it comes to all this Jesus talk.
And this is the question I get asked more than any other. Dr. Jeremiah, where is all this going? Talking about what's happening in the Middle East and all that.
Right.
And I love to just say to them, I know where it's going. You see the Lord Jesus Christ coming back from heaven, and the Bible describes it. It's my favorite. My favorite.
I love when
chapter
people
in the
ask
whole
me this
book.
question about
he
this
rides
totally
out on a
fictional
white
thing,
horse, and he's
I'm
got
like,
all his
look,
holy ones with him, and the angels.
I love that question because I get to tell you about this thing that I totally
and he
know.
takes control of
It's
this
totally
earth.
made
All
up.
of the armies of the earth by that
Sick.
time have discovered he's their common enemy.
Oh,
So they all
wait, hold on. We got to go back. This is serious. Oh, my God. Look at the armies. Huge, massive armies. Oh, son of a bitch.
and he's got all his holy ones with him and the angels, and he takes control of this earth. All of the armies of the earth by that time have discovered he's their common enemy. So they all come after him as if they're going to take God out, you know? And the Bible says, the breath of his mouth, he defeats them. I know we win. I know that it's beyond any question. And because of that, I can be confident. Even though I know that I'm some of the early birth pangs of tribulation, I have to be concerned that God is here.
This is a timeline of the
Okay, well, we are having some technical difficulties over here. Hopefully, that won't go on any longer. It's not necessarily the way we like to start the show, but for now, we appear to be good. Knock on space wood. Let's get back to investigating what this Rapture thing is all about. All of these evangelicals seem to be obsessed with.
And this is the question I get asked more than any other. Dr. Jeremiah, where is all this going? Talking about what's happening in the Middle East and all that.
Right.
And I love to just say to them, I know where it's going. You see the Lord Jesus Christ coming back from heaven, and the Bible describes it. It's my favorite chapter in the whole book. He rides out on a white horse, and he's got all his holy ones with him and the angels, and he takes control of this earth. All of the armies of the earth by that time have discovered he's their common enemy. So they all come after him as if they're going to take God out, you know?
Right.
And the Bible says, with the breath of his mouth, he defeats them. I know we win.
By the way, I know that this guy's calling him a doctor, but rest assured, he's not an actual doctor. He has a degree in theology. If you're having a health problem of any kind, make sure to actually find a real doctor. This guy's a doctor in Jesus stuff, which is basically like being an advanced. I mean, in a way, you're kind of like a literature expert, but that's about it.
I know that it's beyond any question, and because of that, I can live every day with confidence, even though I know that I'm seeing some of the early birth pangs of the Revelation, tribulation time.
Oh yes,
I don't
the
have to be
tribulation.
concerned about that.
What do all these words mean? Tribulation times? I mean, I know what tribulation means, but I feel like he's talking about something more specific. Because right now we could say that we've been in a tribulation time for quite some time. You know, tribulation just means you're having a bad time, suffering, angst. And when I heard about this trend that is supposedly has been taking over TikTok, I had to dive deep into all of this because I'm vaguely familiar with it, but in terms of what is culturally believed about this, to some degree I'm just completely out of the blue on it, right? I get it, I understand it, but some of the intricacies of it, since I don't, ascribe to these Christian beliefs, I felt it necessary for me to try and figure out what in the fuck is going on with all this. I found this very strange channel called Ear to Hear. Ear, right? E-A-R, to hear. H-E-A-R. Ear to hear. I don't know what that means. I get what it means, but what is that supposed to mean exactly? In this context, I do not know. So let's do this. Talk about the complete timeline of the Antichrist.
This is a timeline of the end of the world, and you are here. According to the Bible, a ruler will arise who will lead the entire world away from God, right before Jesus returns. You probably know him as the Antichrist. The Bible says the Antichrist is going to shock the world 8 times.
8 whole times we're going to be shocked. Oh boy. Prepare yourselves. Oh God. That's a lot of times.
That's too much, man!
See if we can place these 8 shocking events on our timeline to find out just how close we are to the end. Starting with event number 1.
Immediately,
the first
if
time
not
the Bible
sooner.
talks about the Antichrist ruler is in a vision God gave the prophet Daniel. In this vision, Daniel could see a fierce beast who is said to devour the whole earth. This beast had 10 horns, and out of these horns grew another horn, a little horn. As it grew, 3 of the original 10 horns were torn out.
Why does this horn have its own head? It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. I don't get it. What?
To make room for it.
The special
It
head
had
horn.
eyes like a human and a mouth that was speaking loud, arrogant words. Daniel was later told that this beast represented a kingdom that would take over the entire world, and the 10 horns represented 10 kings who would rule this kingdom. But the little horn represented a man, the Antichrist, who would arise and eventually take over 3 of the kings and later control the entire kingdom. This is the first big move.
It's a rogue horned beast. Oh God, this beast's horns are out of control.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Taking over the other horns on the head of this beast? Illegal.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
That the Antichrist will make. Today we see globalism becoming more and more prevalent, setting the stage perfectly for the Antichrist's arrival.
The economy is being globalized, politics is being liberalized, and the combination of the two will create paradise on earth.
But this is nowhere near as shocking as the next move the Antichrist makes. We learn from Daniel that after the Antichrist has secured his place as world ruler, he's going to make a peace treaty with Israel for 1 week. This word week is just referring to 7 years, not 7
my God, it's all coming true.
days. This is pretty astonishing considering how many politicians have been trying to bring peace to the Middle East for years. These 7 years are what the book of Revelation refers to as the tribulation. We even learn that Israel's temple will be rebuilt and temple sacrifices reinstituted. With the horrific war taking place in the Middle East today, it's no wonder that people are going to love the Antichrist for the perceived peace he brings to the world. Up until this point, the Antichrist is just going to seem like the greatest politician who ever...
By the way, at this point in time, you might be wondering to yourself, so wait, what's this guy, the dude who's making the video, what's this dude's position on all this? Is he like a true believer in Jesus Christ? Or is he a person who is here to make fun of this? Oh, strap yourself in, because... boy, oh boy, this guy, he also gives me some very interesting vibes, I'm not gonna lie. Given some seriously repressed vibes over here.
At this point, the Antichrist is just going to seem like the greatest politician who ever walked the face of the earth. But it's this next event that is going to cause people to literally worship him as God. The Apostle John tells us in his book Revelation that God gave him a vision of a great beast coming out of the sea. This beast had 7 heads and 10 horns and is another version of the beast in Daniel's prophecy, both describing the Antichrist. This beast was given a deadly wound but was miraculously healed, which caused the entire world to be in awe of the beast's power and follow him. The Bible says that after this miracle happens, people will say, "Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him?" But this beast is not satisfied with just being ruler of the world, having the nation.
That mean, nasty beast just can't be satisfied. Ugh, you incorrigible beast.
This beast is not satisfied with just being ruler of the world or having the nations admire his great power. He wants more. What the Antichrist does next is prophesied in 4 separate books of the Bible, so you know it's important. Jesus said, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. So what exactly is this abomination of desolation? And what did the prophet Daniel say about it? Well, let's take a look at his book. Then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. We already discovered that this 1 week is referring to 7 years. But in the middle of the week, he shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. So in the middle of the 7 years, the Antichrist is going to apparently break the treaty with Israel and stop allowing the Jews to make sacrifices in the temple in Jerusalem.
This whole tribulation thing seems to take a really long time. I mean, come on.
Come on!
Can we move it along already? Jesus Christ.
Jesus ain't say that.
On the wing of abominations shall be one who makes desolate. The Antichrist is going to do something that is going to be an abomination to God in his temple. And for those of you saying temple, there's no temple in Jerusalem. That's been destroyed for years. Well, the nation of Israel was destroyed for years too, but look who's constantly in the news today. So exactly what abomination does the Antichrist commit in God's temple? The book of 2 Thessalonians gives us the most clear picture. It says that the Antichrist opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. This is the moment that all hell breaks loose on earth.
Who could that possibly be in this moment? Someone who thinks they're God and calls themselves God.
Halfway through this 7-year peace treaty with Israel, the Antichrist is going to break the treaty, sit in the holiest place in the temple in Jerusalem, and declare himself to be God. Revelation tells us that at this point, the Antichrist is given authority for the second half of 7 years to persecute anyone who will not follow and worship him. This is why the next 4 events are even more shocking than the first 4 we just looked at. One of the first things he does as self-appointed God King is bring someone onto his team to help him lead the world.
Oh, God.
Revelation calls this new team member the Beast of the Earth. This new beast has the power to do great miracles and can even call fire down from the sky. This guy's job is to enforce a one-world religion focused on worshiping the Antichrist. He is also
God. Not a one-world religion focused on worshiping the Antichrist. Oh, no. Oh, no. Terrible.
referred to as the false prophet for this reason. But here's where it gets really interesting and kind of
even more interesting.
The false prophet has.
Oh my God. He keeps telling us over and over again. Things just keep getting more and more interesting. It's like first he tells us, "Oh, this is where it gets interesting," and he's like, "Wait, I know I told you before that it got interesting, but this is actually where." No, wait, I take it back. This new thing. This is in fact the most interesting. This is the part where this is really where it becomes interesting.
An image or idol created. This image is created to be worshipped as a proxy for the Antichrist. But then the Bible says this: he was granted power to give breath to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. Okay, when I read this, I was stunned. The Bible says that this image of the beast is going to come alive.
Oh my God. It is so uncanny. I cannot believe it. I am literally losing my mind.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Beast to be.
By the way, one chatter here is making a great point. Thou shalt not use thine highlighter on the Holy Scripture.
Illegal.
Jesus, I say that.
For thou who doth use and highlighter on the Holy Scripture, you shall burn in eternal hellfire.
So hot right now.
That's hot.
Speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. Okay, when I read this, I was stunned. The Bible says that this image of the beast is going to come alive so that it can speak and somehow enforce its own worship on punishment of death.
How will it do that?
People who read this 100 years ago must have thought this was absolutely insane.
I feel like
But
I'm
today, it
taking
honestly doesn't
crazy
sound that
pills.
crazy. Why? Answer me this. What is a non-human entity that is lifelike, has the power to speak, and could have the potential to monitor
Oh God, it's the beast.
I don't want reality.
the actions of everyone on Earth?
You could make a swarm of assassin drones for very little money by just taking the Face ID chip that's used in cell phones, having a small explosive charge and a standard drone, and have them just do a grid sweep of the building until they find the person they're looking for, ram into them and explode. You can do that right now. No new technology is needed. Right now.
Now, I'm not saying for sure that the image of the beast is an AI robot, but you've got to admit that the Bible's end times prophecies.
This is one sort of rhetorical device that I find to be pervasive throughout all of these types of discussions, where it's just like, now I'm not saying, look, I'm not gonna directly claim that this is literally this, but is it not just so strange? Is it not so coincidental? Are you not losing your mind right now, just like I am? You must look at this and say, oh my gosh, uncanny resemblance. I cannot believe it. I'm not saying that they're the same, but I mean, oh God. When I heard this, I freaking lost my mind. I punched my mother right in the face when I heard this. I was like, I'm sorry, lady, but did you just hear the same thing I heard?
Come on!
No new technology is needed. Right now.
Now, I'm not saying for sure that the image of the beast is an AI robot, but you've got to admit that the Bible's end times prophecies don't seem so far-fetched these days. Even with all of the shocking events we've learned about so far, this next prophetic event is going to cause you to realize that we are literally so close to...
Oh no, not the next one. He keeps, every time it's something new that I'm not prepared for. Even though he, you know, sort of preempts every single one of these things with, oh, you are not going to believe this. Like every time oh my God, each revelation, I am further shocked.
This prophetic event is going to cause you to realize that we are literally so close to the arrival of the Antichrist and the end times.
Oh,
but before we get to that, I want you to know that I'm going to be sending out a PDF of the complete Antichrist timeline.
Oh, thank God. Oh God, I was sitting here, I was like, how am I supposed to remember all of this and keep track of it in my daily life and routine? How am I supposed to integrate this? How am I to ever keep track of all of this just sort of web of information? Oh, whew, this guy prepared. He's got a PDF for all of us. Oh God, I'll be sure to put the link in the chat to that. Oh God, so much effort's been put into this.
going to be sending out a PDF of the complete Antichrist timeline in just a few days to the many who have joined the Visual Bible Club.
not sooner.
I started this
Visual
group
Bible
for
Club.
learners like me.
The Visual Bible Club. For people too dumb to read. Understand words. Here are some pictures for you, idiots. Here's how many people are in Syria.
Joined the Visual Bible Club. I started this group for visual learners like me who learn the Bible better with visuals such as timelines, maps, and drawings. If you want me to send you stunning weekly visual guides for free to help you with your Bible study, click the link below to sign up. Okay, so this is kind of crazy. After the Antichrist rises to power, takes control of a one-world government, and declares himself to be...
This is such a well-made video. Nutshelling, a pre-conclusion nutshelling, that is so helpful because I wasn't paying attention at all.
Sign up. Okay, so this is kind of crazy. After the Antichrist rises to power, takes control of a one-world government, and declares himself to be God, starting a one-world religion, next, he's going to try to control the entire world economy. And he does it with a mark. Revelation says, he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, so that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. So not only will the Antichrist have the power to enforce his own worship, he'll also be able to somehow control every human being's purchasing ability. Unless someone has what the Bible calls
the Antichrist is going to rule the markets. Oh God. I mean, I thought I knew enough about the Antichrist, but who here knew that the Antichrist was anti-free markets as well? Oh my God. Oh my God, the Antichrist is going to come in and we're not going to be able to buy things. We're going to have to go through, oh my God, some sort of an intermediary. Oh no.
Human beings' purchasing ability. Unless someone has what the Bible calls the mark of the beast on their right hand or forehead, they won't be able to buy or sell anything. 100 years ago, this would have all sounded like complete nonsense. But today, it doesn't sound so crazy. People today all over Europe...
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want a sound clip of that. I kind of want a sound clip of this.
Able to buy or sell anything. 100 years ago, this would have all sounded like complete nonsense.
100 years ago, this all would have sounded like complete nonsense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
You know, actually, today it sounds a little bit like complete nonsense. Not gonna lie. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this
But today,
juncture.
it doesn't sound so crazy. People today all over Europe have started using chip implants to be able to unlock their car or make purchases. And it appears that our world is moving closer and closer to a cashless society. Almost everything is online now. Imagine a centralized digital currency that is accessed through a chip implant on your right hand or forehead and enforced by an AI controlled by the Antichrist and his false prophet. Again, I'm not saying that this is exactly how it's going to happen, but
again, I am not, like, this is like literally this guy and so many other people in this space's like favorite rhetorical tool, which is to be like, look, I can't actually prove anything I'm saying right now. I'm not actually claiming that this is real, but can't you see what I'm saying? On the vibes alone? I mean, look at it. Do you not see all the sweet, sweet pictures I've put in front of you? Look at the clips. Have I not proven that the Antichrist is here and living inside of this robot?
And enforced by an AI controlled by the Antichrist and his false prophet. Again, I'm not saying that this is exactly how it's going to happen, but based on what the scripture says...
Oh, but the scripture, that's the other thing, is like, as long as the scripture says it, so it must be true.
Exactly how it's going to happen. But based on what the scripture says, you got to admit that it's possible, right?
Gotta.
Passage
Jeez.
goes on to say,
Man, how
here
am I
is
to-
wisdom. Let him who has understanding
There is literally
calculate the
no
number
other
of the
way
beast
to interpret these words. By the way, I think, did we pass by it already? I can't remember. I think at one point in here when he was talking about this, he mentioned that it's become like, what did he say? Pervasive? I can't remember the exact words he used, but he suggested that chip and pin implants in Europe is pervasive, right? And that tons of people are using it. I looked this up. I had to look it up because I was like, I literally have like, I've almost heard nothing about this in the past. I'm fairly certain that this is quite a niche thing. I looked it up. It turns out it is incredibly niche around the entire planet, not just in Europe. There is estimated to maybe be 50,000, and even that number seems to be an overestimate. Like, that many people claim that are suggesting that is an overestimate. It's probably closer to like 15,000 or 20,000 people on a planet of 8 billion. But he's like, but look, Europe is like it's like, oh my God, everybody in Europe is marked with the sign of the beast. The anti-Christ, anti-capitalist technology that's actually capitalist technology.
It is the number of a man. His number is 666. This number 666 has been a real topic of controversy lately. Some say it's code for a proper name, others say it's a prefix for a digital skew. Personally, I'm not sold on any of these explanations, but I know this. Those who choose to follow...
Finally some healthy skepticism shown by this young man. I'm not sold by any of these.
Not sold on any of these explanations, but I know this. Those who choose to follow Christ during the time of the Antichrist's reign will have a complete understanding of this verse, because this verse is specifically written to those who are living in those last days. Okay, now for the grand finale. It's time to look at the last of 8 shocking events.
I'm not sure after everything, I'm not sure I'm prepared for the final. Oh my God, what could it possibly be? Oh, after all this, I don't know if I can handle any more signs from God.
Complete our Antichrist timeline. And it's my favorite one of all because it involves you.
It's my favorite one of all.
Don't be creepy.
Me. That's right. Anyone who has ever put their faith in Jesus Christ over all the years that the gospel has been preached is going to be part of this incredible event. The Bible says that the Antichrist is actually going to gather the nations of the world to make war against Jesus Christ in a place called Armageddon. This is a reference to a location within Israel called Megiddo.
No, Jesus
Christ is going to arrive with his own army, which includes you, me, and all other Christians past.
This is some insane AI fueled insanity right here. Holy fuck. Okay. So the most exciting part for this young man is that the viewer who actually is ascribing to these beliefs, he, the maker of the video, and Jesus Christ are all going to go to Israel. They're going to get armed up. They're going to go fight a war in Israel. Wow. Okay. Okay. If you say so. I'm afraid or excited. Depends on, I mean, you know, really, it's all about you, the viewer, but I'm either afraid or excited to tell you that we are not done with this guy. We're sticking with the Ear to Hear channel. Next video entitled, The Rapture is About to Happen. Here's why.
Oh!
Most of what we understand about the rapture can be found in a book of the Bible called 1 Thessalonians.
Yeah.
This book lists 7 back-to-back events that together make up what we call the rapture today. Let's go through them quickly. Imagine you're walking out of Chick-fil-A after finishing the greatest sandwich in the world.
Wow.
Their spicy chicken sandwich. When suddenly you see a bright...
Look at this. Sponsored Chick-fil-A content on the insane conspiracy theory-brained Christian YouTube channel. That makes sense. That does make sense when you think about it. But wow. I'm struggling to imagine myself in this situation because I wouldn't go into a Chick-fil-A, but that's just me.
Figure appear in the sky. Most people are just blinded by the light, but not you. Even though you've never seen this figure before.
Will the Antichrist be sexy and a great guy / great boyfriend? It's a good question. I don't know. I don't actually have the answers. One would assume so, but it's hard to say with any certainty. But the scriptures tell us that almost definitely.
Jesus, I say that.
Or you recognize him. It's Jesus Christ.
Oh.
The Bible says that the Lord Jesus himself will descend from heaven. This is the first event leading to the rapture. Jesus coming down, not eating a spicy chicken sandwich. I might have been a little hungry while writing this script. Now imagine after seeing Jesus appear, you hear his voice. The Bible doesn't tell us what Jesus says, only that it's a shout. But we do know that this is the same Greek word a military leader would use to issue a command.
Wait, hold on. So there's going to be an epic shout? Well, we have to have the appropriate sound shot for that.
Us what Jesus says, only that it's a shout. But we do know that this is the same Greek word a military leader would use to issue a command. I believe Jesus is going to command all Christians to come to him. The next thing you see is a terrifying bright angel, and he too is shouting. This is the lead angel Michael, and he is most likely echoing the command Jesus just gave, as any good sub-commander would.
Jesus, I say that.
Now there's one last sound you hear before things get really wild. A trumpet of God. But suddenly, your jaw drops as you watch dead bodies come up out of the ground and soar into the clouds. The Bible says that the bodies of those who died believing in Christ will be resurrected right before something arguably even more shocking occurs.
More shocking?
No. Even have a chance to cry.
Oh my god. This guy is always coming with the shocking details. Every single one of these videos just filled with shock. I'm in a constant state of shock while I'm watching these videos. It's almost impossible to focus on anything else.
What just happened? Okay, many have argued that the word rapture is not found anywhere in the Bible, but here it is. Caught up is the English translation of the original Greek word harpazo, whose Latin equivalent is, you guessed it, rapture. The word means that the Christians who are still alive when this happens will be instantly transported into the clouds. Here, they meet the Lord in the air as he takes both the dead and the living Christians with him into heaven. Now, all 7 back-to-back events...
Wait, the dead and the living Christians into heaven? Maybe I'm overthinking this, but wouldn't the dead Christians already be in heaven unless they were bad Christians? I'm confused, because, like, wouldn't you I mean, I don't know how long it takes to get from Earth to heaven. I kind of always assumed it was pretty instantaneous, unless you got, like, sent to purgatory or something. But, like, if you're already dead, wouldn't you just be there already? So why would... You're gonna go back, and then you're gonna turn back around and go back to heaven again? I mean, that's confusing to me.
Together will be referred to as the rapture for the remainder of this video. We're going to answer the question, when will the rapture happen, in just a moment. But first, whether you believe in the rapture or not, it's pretty crazy to think about what the world would be like if millions of Christians one day just suddenly vanished. Christian pilots of planes and...
I love this. Oh boy. All right, everybody prepared. I mean, on Tuesday, when all the Christians go away, we gotta be ready for apparently mass transit disruptions, and other sorts of catastrophes.
Christian.
Because without, how are we supposed to run the world without Christians? There's no way to do it, of course.
One day just suddenly vanished. Christian pilots of planes and drivers of cars and trains would disappear, resulting in massive crashes and car pileups. If your heart surgeon is a Christian, good luck. People would begin raiding stores and homes, but with the many Christian police officers gone, crime would be nearly impossible to control. With less farm food...
With all the Christians gone, it would be utter mayhem. How would you stop all the crimes without Christians? I love the premise. I love the premise of this. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. This sort of deluded kind of thinking is just fucking incredible to me. Oh, without Christians, dude, Christians commit the vast majority of crime in the United States. If we had Christians all leave simultaneously, we would have significant drops in crime. Just massive, 90% drops in crime.
Supply would run low. Family, friends, and even your favorite cook, Eunice from Chick-fil-A, is gone too. I just need to go get a chicken sandwich. All of this global chaos could result in people looking to a world leader who they believe can stabilize things and usher in peace.
Oh god.
Which brings us...
Not a one world government. Oh no.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
The timing of the rapture. There are 3 main views on when the rapture will happen. We're going to look at each one, and then I'm going to share which view I believe is correct. But in order...
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I'm just going to try and explain this to you as quickly as I can. But there's 3 different supposed interpretations of how the rapture is going to happen. So, like, if you're already at the point where you believe the rapture is going to happen, you're like, this is happening, right? But you're going to fall into 3 different camps, according to this young man. Who, you know, I've been wondering whether or not, like, how his secret boyfriend feels about him making these videos, but that's for another time. But the fact is for the Christian psychopath out there who's praying for the end of days, you fall into 3 different categories. 1, you believe that essentially there's no way to actually know when the rapture is coming, right? 2, you believe that there is a specific date that the rapture is coming. And 3, what was the other one? What was the third one? I'm trying to remember now. It's like this sort of internal conflict within the Christianity, where like some people are like, oh, that's not how the rapture is going to happen. This is how the rapture is actually going to happen. And some sort of like big contentious thing, but really is probably pretty meaningless to the rest of us who don't actually ascribe to this nonsense. So I'm just gonna skip past the rest of this. Let's engage a little bit in this just really quickly. I'm trying to remember where I wanted to pick this back up. I get lost in the crazy. There's a bunch of little fucking details in here that I kind of want us to know for later, but there's no way I want to go through this whole thing. I just can't do it. It's too much. It really is. And this is not the only videos I have on this topic. I'm going to point that out. Like I said, we're going to get deep in. We're going to get buried deep on this rapture talk. I mean, if these people are right, we've only got, like, I don't know, 24 to 48 hours. Because who knows? I mean, is it going to be on Tuesday? Is it Tuesday at midnight? Like, or is it Wednesday at midnight, or is it Thursday at midnight? Because they're saying it's either the 23rd or the 24th, but that leaves like a 2-day window potentially where we don't know what's gonna happen. All right, we're gonna scoot to the very end.
Today. Now live like that every day. Because the truth is, you could. Okay, now I'm going to share the one piece of evidence that I haven't covered yet that has convinced me that only one of these 3 views on the rapture is correct. Go back.
By the way, just for everybody who is looking to put a name
these 3 views on the rapture
to each of these concepts, you got post-tribulationism, pre-tribulationism, and mid-tribulationism. Which is all, some of it has to do with the timing of when the Antichrist actually shows up. It's all it's all still quite convoluted.
Is correct. Let's go back to 1 Thessalonians.
It depends on the time zone. Yes. That makes sense. That makes sense, right. So some people, like, on the East Coast might be experiencing the rapture, but those on the West Coast, or in, like, say, Hawaii and Alaska, still non-rapture times. That makes sense.
Passage again very carefully and see if you notice anything odd about how the writer describes the rapture. For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds.
By the way, I don't know if anybody's noticing this.
We who are alive and remain.
Like people's clothes just sort of disappearing. Keep that in mind for later. It's going to come up again.
Shall be caught up together with them in the clouds. Wait a second, hold up. Did the writer just say, we who are alive will be raptured? Wasn't this book written almost 2,000 years ago? Isn't it interesting that the writer of this book, Paul the Apostle, who lived so long ago, believed that the rapture could happen in his lifetime? And isn't it interesting that the earliest Christians who were being persecuted, including Paul himself, used words like Maranatha to comfort one another?
It's almost like the rapture is really just a theoretical literary device intended to depict something not real. Considering what you just said, that for thousands of years this thing hasn't happened, but the dude who came up with it was literally saying that it was going to happen while he was still alive. By the way, how old was Paul? Remind me. I'm fairly certain he was hundreds of years old, according to the Bible. I could be wrong. Right? Wasn't he hundreds of years old? How old was Paul? Am I losing my mind? Or was that just the Old Testament dudes? I could have sworn a few dudes in the New Testament were, like, just unreasonably old. Alright, we're going to leave this weirdo for a different group of weirdos over at something called CBN News. Oh, that sounds very reputable. What does CBN stand for? Christian Broadcast Network? Oh. No. No. Never mind.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Will the rapture happen on September 23rd? As in a couple weeks from now? Well, this concept has become viral all of a sudden, and here are just a few clips of what's happening online.
Is the rapture really now in September? That's what a lot of people have been saying. You may have seen many videos, TikToks, or comments claiming the rapture is coming in September. This is during the Jewish feast of trumpets.
But then I saw a TikTok of a guy saying he was selling his house and all of his cars and he was getting himself ready for the rapture. happening on September 23rd. And I realized people actually think the rapture is happening September 23rd.
I've been asked to speak and address the idea or the message that's been spreading. That's
these guys are so
that
fucking
there's going to be
weird.
the rapture. It will fall on this September of 2025 on Rosh Hashanah.
CBN's Billy Hollowell joins us now. Billy, what's going on with this whole September 23rd rapture idea?
You know, I hope it's happening. I'm going to pack my stuff right now and get ready to go. But no,
Jesus
look,
Christ.
The rapture is...
These fucking weirdos. I hope it's happening. Okay, Billy Hallowell. You fucking weirdo. I'm stoked about it, man. That'd be great. That would be great. But wait. Oh, he's skeptical. Hold on.
An event, none of these prophetic events, any end times event, we are not supposed to be date setting. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But for some reason...
Yes, he's not actually skeptical. He's just following the word of the Lord. He believes, I think he's what, mid... I can't remember which version of the... which version of tribulationism this guy ascribes to, but I think he's basically just saying, oh no, actually God says we're not allowed to set a date, so you're being a bad Christian.
Jesus, I say that.
You're bad. How dare you try and set a date? That's for Jesus and Jesus alone to decide, okay? We don't decide. Man is too incapable of determining these things. That's why we must rely on a book written thousands of years ago in the year 2025. For our, well, I guess, you know, at least in this case, maybe the best. It might be the best case, right? Because if you're talking about real world stuff, yeah, maybe Bible not a good place to go for information. But if you're looking for crackpot, you know, fictional theories of mystical and epic proportions, well, maybe Bible's really the perfect place to go.
Fixated, and I think it's because you have a Jewish holiday, right? The Feast of Trumpets, Rosh Hashanah, that is happening. I believe it's on sundown on the 22nd through the 24th of September, and so the 23rd falling in the middle of that during the Feast of Trumpets, it is sparking all sorts of speculation. You take that event, right, on the calendar, the new year there, and you mix it with all the things that are happening in the Middle East right now, with Israel, with a push for a two-state solution, with other countries probably very quickly trying to push.
Remember, every time one of these guys says that, they're talking about basically, what was it? I think it's 90% of Jews. I can't remember the actual number, but 90% of Jews in Israel will die, right, in an apocalyptic event. And that they're actually, like, when we're talking about, like, he's excited, like, to think that this is going to happen, that is part of what happens, right? It's like a literal genocide. And the only way for Jews to be saved is to accept Jesus Christ as their savior, according to individuals like this. You don't believe me? At some point, they get into it.
Israel to, you know, adopt this two-state solution. So people have, for some reason, said, oh, the rapture is happening. And I have to tell you, we have seen this again and again and again. It goes back centuries of people trying to predict, when we're not supposed to, the date of the rapture. And the most infamous one of late happened a few years back with Harold Camping saying that he had a specific date for the rapture. I think he even chose a second date when the first one didn't happen, based on all these calculations.
By the way, this is one of the main and only criticisms that I've heard about this claim that the rapture is coming on the 23rd. It's just dudes like this going, look, you're not allowed to choose the date, okay? That's for God. And all these people who are choosing the date are just being bad Christians.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
In heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. But then you also will hear these people, I don't mean that in a derogatory sense, there's a large camp of folks that will say, you know, Daniel actually predicted the coming of the Messiah to the day. And so we should be hyper vigilant to be studying prophecy, hyper vigilant to be reading the signs of the times, hyper vigilant to see, you know, to calculate this kind of thing. So Billy, obviously you've spent a lot of time researching end time stuff, researching latter days concepts and biblical worldviews. What do you think is, not to put you on the spot, the most biblical way of handling these date sets?
The most biblical.
I love that question because, by the way, it's not just in Matthew; it's also.
I love how these guys are claiming to be news, right? Like, think about what we're saying right now. Like, this YouTube channel is genuinely claiming to be news. They are not at all being ironic about that. And this is what they're talking about. Look, I know you're saying that maybe we have no way of knowing when it's coming, but shouldn't we all be spending every waking moment thinking about this?
These date sets.
No, I love that question because, by the way, it's not just in Matthew. It's also Mark 13:32 says almost the same exact thing word for word about nobody knowing the day or the hour. So you see it there twice in the Gospels.
How did they choose the date? They came up with the 23rd. Is the Feast of Trumpets. It's the day before Rosh Hashanah. Am I remembering that correctly?
Here's the deal. When you go and you look at what Jesus says, he talks about all sorts of things. When he's asked by the disciples for, the signs of the end times, right? He talks about.
All right, sorry, no. It's between day 1 and day 2 of Rosh Hashanah. Sorry, I knew I was wrong about this.
Messiahs and prophets. He talks about wars and disasters, earthquakes and famines, right? He says these are just the beginning. He talks about persecution, all sorts of different elements. He talks about the importance of endurance and all of that, right? There's so much more there. But I think the appropriate balance is to be aware of these signs, right? To know that we're always marching toward the end of days. And I think the key difference between, Daniel and the first prophecies that we're talking about of Jesus and the end times is that the end times is.
That's the important thing for all of us to remember, according to this weirdo. We cannot forget that we are always marching towards the end days. When it is, who knows? There's literally no way to know. Certainly, we wouldn't want to look at science for clues with global warming and like our effect on it. No, the only way for us to know when end times come is to look for the signs from the Bible.
The end of the age, the new era, the new heaven and earth, and there's so much debate and discussion about all that. It's a very different type of prophecy. So we're told to be aware of those signs. I think there's a reason why Jesus gives us those, but not to obsess about the day or the hour, because so many things, need to happen or are going to happen based on what we see in prophecy. So I think our balance is don't date set, know that we're always marching toward it. And here's the deal. It doesn't matter whether the rapture happens tomorrow or whether there are some people who believe the rapture and the second coming are one and the same. We won't get into that debate. But what I will say is that we need to be ready, always ready.
Always ready.
If you really believe the end of days is coming, you should probably be reaching out to people who don't know the Lord, witnessing to them.
Yeah, this is what fascism is built on. Ever being ever vigilant, right? That's what's so great about this sort of talk. It gets all of these people who already are in a fascist mindset thinking that we are living in apocalyptic times right now. We're basically in the end of days. We're walking towards them as we speak. We're living amidst, and we had all these signs going on from the Lord coming to tell us this. All right, I can't listen to any more of these psychos. I'm done. Can't do it. Let's go to a different psycho. This is at least one of the people who is this September 23rd date is being attributed to. His name is Brother Joshua.
I'll say this again. The date of the 23rd, which is going to be the rapture of the church, this date is irrefutable.
It's final.
It is final. This date cannot be disproven. In fact, no one has disproven this date. People have said
it cannot be disproven
on the internet, but no one has disproven.
Yeah, nobody can disprove this ahead of time, right? Like, that's the great thing about these sorts of predictions. Nobody can technically disprove your biblical prophecies, like your quasi-biblical prophecies here, until the 23rd, right? Until then, we really, I mean, what are we to do? You know, I mean, because you've already accepted that a completely fictional book is reality. What are we to do to disprove? You know, what's the point? In fact, I'm kind of hoping for it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking forward to Tuesday, as should you, chatter. You know, really think about it for 1 second, okay? Just imagine it. Every Christian on the planet suddenly disappears.
Immediately, if not sooner.
When you think about it like that, actually, not so bad. Not so bad. A lot less, perhaps a lot less hate on the planet. One would think. A lot less hate. A lot less people telling other people what to do. Ooh, you're not allowed to have health care, you know? All right, let's go here. I should start a goal. I should start a goal. All right, here we go. Starting Sunday Fun Day goal. All right, goal started. Just remember, Space Fams, that we are completely funded by individuals like you, and without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, as we continue to grow, the amount that each subscriber theoretically would need to contribute to do their part becomes smaller and smaller. At this point, you know, a couple dollars would go a long way from each subscriber. If you got it, consider it. All right, let's go to this weird guy who seems to be kind of like pre-coping ahead of the 23rd. I think he's having doubts. I don't know. I was just looking for videos about this to like check the vibes on all of this. This guy seems to be very serious about this. This is not a parody video. The guy named Biblical Ben from yesterday. Very recent. If the rapture doesn't happen, watch the signs in the sky. Keep your lamps full of oil. That is the full working title of this video. He also seems to have a great deal of dandruff on his shirt. Or crumbs. I can't tell if it's dandruff or crumbs.
I wanted to make a video, this isn't doubt, because I do think the Feast of Trumpets is highly likely. And the day counts make sense and all this, there's a pile of evidence, and if you haven't looked into it, you just say no man knows the day or hour.
There is a pile of evidence, says this guy. A pile. Wow. Really?
A pile of evidence. And the day counts make sense and all this, there's a pile of evidence.
It's all making
if
sense.
You haven't looked into it, you just say no man knows the day or hour. I mean, come on.
Come on.
Like you talk to atheists, and how many dismissed you or dismissed Christianity before they even touch a Bible?
Yeah, good point. How many atheists dismissed Christianity before they became Christians? Honestly, what an incredible point. Yeah, actually, I think one would have to say all. I guess. I mean, depending on how you want to interpret the phrasing of that sentence. But, you know, one could make the argument that all atheists rejected Christianity before ever picking up a Bible. I mean, that's a very interesting claim. Almost impossible to disprove.
You're practicing the same thing. Like, let's just look at the evidence objectively.
We're practicing the same thing. Oh, atheists and Christians, actually the same.
And just, and come to a determination. That's not a determination of...
Look at the evidence.
It's definitely happening. You know
that's
what I mean?
That's what religion's all about.
We are in the season.
I love that. I love how people try and, like, talk about evidence with religion. It's like, dude, you're talking about a fictional book right now, okay? And you're like, but look at all the evidence for this fiction. And then you point to the literal piece of fiction that the entire thing is based on. Look, the words in the book. All the words in the made up book prove it. That's the evidence.
Happening. You know what I mean? Like, I'm certain that we are in the season of the rapture. I'm certain we are in the season of tribulation. But I can't say that I'm certain that it's going to happen on the 23rd. Something that has come to my attention that it's been bugging me and nagging me in the back of my spirit. Is
not your spirit.
Just a one.
Oh, God. That breaks my heart. That breaks my heart. This man's spirit is at all being tainted by doubt? Oh, God.
Awful, awful, awful.
Jesus.
Weak.
Jesus, I say that.
My God.
Been bugging me and nagging me in the back of my spirit is just a one. God bless y'all. I love y'all. But make sure that if this doesn't happen,
what's been bugging me in my spirit. The number one thing that's been bugging me is bless y'all. Bless y'all. Okay.
That if this doesn't happen, that you cling to this urgency. That you need to spread the gospel, which we should have been doing beforehand. That goes for me too, but also
good point.
I'm 2 years.
That's right. Okay, so this guy, for the next like 10 minutes, this guy goes on, and like he does appear, like if you watch the whole video, it does seem like maybe right before doing this video, he was like crying, like before going live. I don't know. I don't want to make judgments here, but it did seem like potentially, he had very red, sort of glazed over look in his eyes. And he at points during this gets a little emotional, and basically spends the next 10 minutes talking about how actually Christians, they need to, while the rapture may or may not happen, but we all, as, you know, people who love Jesus, which I'm speaking from him, I don't have, Jesus can go fuck himself, but he's like speaking to the audience as all Christians, what we must do is actually, we must spread the word. We must annoy all of our neighbors, all of our family members. All those, you see those blue-haired liberals walking around on the street, and you got to go over there, you got to bother them and tell them that you're sinning, and you're going to go to hell. You're going to be left here on planet Earth when the apocalypse happens, and you're not going to be going to heaven. Also, Jews, don't forget Jews. Jews also damned, and if we don't get them converted, they're also done. So we got to get that. We got to get that in there. Got to convert at least 10% of the Jews. And that's basically the vibes of this whole video. All right, let's go to somebody who makes perhaps slightly more sense than these psychos. Hassan Piker.
Don't worry, on Tuesday it's all over. Christian Talk thinks the rapture is happening on Tuesday, by the way. Oh my God. Imagine.
6 days, almost 5 days to rapture.
Christian Talk thinks the rapture is happening. Oh my God, we have to investigate this shit.
Time. I'm so excited. Who else is excited?
I hope, I pray that you are right about this, because once all of you rapture believing people are taken up, the rest of us on earth will be left. We can just sigh a deep sigh of relief
Here's my question. Why do these people hate America so much? You know, every single one of these people are excited for the end of America. Because how is America going to exist without all the Christians? Oh, God. That means the rapture means the end of America as we know it. And they're all stoked. That's fascinating. It would mean basically means all the liberals are going to take over America. And we're going to get free health care and child care and UBI and better transportation systems. Oh, my God. Oh, God, America's done for.
America! Fuck yeah! On Earth, we'll be left. We can just sigh a deep sigh of relief. There will be just nice, non-judgmental people left. It will be so freeing.
I'm going to be honest. It would definitely, I don't know. I mean, inshallah, it's real.
100%. She's right. She is right. It would be nice. It's nice to think about. Even though it's clearly a complete and total fiction, it is nice to think about.
And they just get sucked up into the heavens. We can chill. In many ways, what remains will look like a heaven.
In all seriousness, when this doesn't happen on Wednesday, we better be checking in with this lady. Do a welfare check, because she's very convinced that her next birthday will be spent and Jesus will be a birthday guest. So it's going to be...
I mean, yeah.
To rapture time.
Dude, one look at this lady's eyes and I'm like, that's not... Is this actually Christian talk, or is this just like one crazy woman? No. Christian talk is not one crazy woman. Christian talk is a collection of a bunch of crazy women.
I'm so excited. Who else is excited? There's a guy, his account here, I don't know what his real name is, but he's a riot and he's making this whole journey so fun, but his account is called Rapture Now. He was just talking about, hey, have you heard that, there's an angel assigned to each person when we get raptured? He was like, I wonder if our pets get raptured too. He's like,
oh my God.
One angel per person. Interesting. Wow. That's service. Concierge angel service for each raptured Christian.
This is the Christian version of like, what job will you do in the communist commune? I'm going to be the sex instructor for the furry coalition. That's it. That's what they're doing. They're like, oh my God, I can't wait. My pets are going to be raptured with me. They're going to be in heaven. And we're going to hang out with Jesus Christ and Ronald Reagan. It's like, nope, he is not there. If you go up there, if you go to the next place and Ronald Reagan's there, know that you are not in heaven. Okay?
Dude, I'm going to be that.
Could you imagine?
But here's the thing. Can you baptize a dog? Can you baptize a dog or a cat? Is the Catholic Church involved in baptizing pets?
Angel that's just assigned to one little chihuahua.
Although really, I feel like the Catholics aren't really as big into this as the evangelicals. So I guess you just dunk a dog in a river, call it a day.
1,000 miles per hour. That is so funny. In all seriousness, today was my birthday, and I was secretly hoping it would happen today. I mean, hey, it's not Feast of Trumpets yet, though, but my next birthday will be a heavenly one. How exciting is that? But we're just sitting outside under the stars and under the lights, just having a cup of tea.
What does that sound? Oh, it's her chair.
About what the next few days hold,
Can anybody else hear the creaking in her chair? It is annoying the shit out of me right now. Stop rocking, weirdo.
Just thinking about what the next few days hold, We're thinking about that 3 days of darkness and the rapture on Tuesday.
Oh, God.
So doesn't that mean tomorrow's a day of darkness?
On September 24th of this year, so 1 week from today. Do not believe...
Is anybody paying attention? Did we get a day of darkness yet, or what? What's the deal?
anything that you see or hear.
On Lib Talk, they're also predicting something bad is going to happen on September 24th. The same day Christian Talk is predicting the rapture. Wait, isn't that Rosh Hashanah, by the way? Bro, what is going on? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? They just saw, like, I saw a Jewish name on my calendar. Oh, no, sorry. September 24th is one day after That's the second day of Rosh Hashanah. I saw a Jew name on my calendar. Don't know how it got there. Obviously, it's Jesus Christ telling me.
It's
Jesus
exactly
Christ's
right.
way of
This man is exactly right. It is a sign from God. Jesus put this on my calendar to remind me that end times are near.
me, one of his most loyal servants, that is happening. I don't know. It sounded like a foreign name, Rosh Hashanah. When did everyone go insane? I don't know. I don't know exactly when it happened, but I think it was a slow burn.
And I'm not talking about your day-to-day grocery store run, chit-chat with colleagues.
My most hated coworker's last day is Tuesday. Christians better not fuck this up for me. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Yo, what if your most hated coworker gets sucked up into the heavens and she's getting sucked up into the heavens? She's like, I told you, Kendra, you need to find God in your heart, bitch. That's why I'm going into heaven, and my dog is too. See, my dog's going to heaven, but you're not.
I'm talking about anything startling, shocking, extraordinary, anything that you might consider remarkable, memorable. Why do I say this? Because
yes,
one of my sources sent me an encrypted message tonight.
Oh my god, that's some of the most insane, like, conspiratorial, thinking I've heard in a while. Like, that is top echelon. That's top tier. That's S. This is S tier. Fucking. This is S tier weirdo YouTube content right here. Is what this is. Oh my god. Although, like, all right, this isn't even on YouTube. It's on TikTok. I just know it. But holy shit. I got a sweet hook up. I've got a man on the inside. He tells me what's happening with the Rapture. I get updates from him on a semi-regular basis, encrypted, to make sure the government can't find out about the Rapture. We got it locked down. We know when it's coming.
A paragraph.
One of your sources. Dude, Lebanon exists is crazy. Not like the country. Lib-anon. Blue-anon, you know? I mean, this is... One of my sources left me some breadcrumbs about something crazy. A kinetic situation taking place.
At least.
Kinetic situation.
What they're talking about.
Fuck yeah.
Details of some sort.
We got a kinetic situation on the ground. We're going to need backup.
This was just one sentence. And in all caps, it said, do not believe anything that you see or hear on 9/24. Now, this isn't one of my military buds that is sometimes wrong or gets delayed information or facts are skewed. This is someone I trust implicitly, has never been wrong. They have no reason to BS me. They don't BS. That's not who they are. They are
He wouldn't do that.
One of those. I've known them most of my life.
He's not one of those guys who would just make up stuff about the Rapture. No, this guy's credible. He would, everything he said has come to we gotta, where is this guy? Where is this guy? We need to talk to him. Nostradamus over here. Predicting the future.
Someone I trust implicitly, has never been wrong. They have no reason to BS me. They don't BS. That's not who they are. They are very, one of those. I've known them most of my life. I mean, that. You don't have to take me seriously. I'm going to take it seriously.
Sweet.
Now, what I find interesting, and I don't know if this has any connection to it, is the 24th is also the same day that Israel is going to internationally broadcast their trumpet ceremony. They're going to have 100 rabbis blowing 100 horns to celebrate, all the red heifers that they've burned. And apparently they're going to have all of the ashes leading back all the way to Esther, which reminds me of something. Project Esther. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to my profile.
Wait, the libs are like based anti-Israel now? What's going on? What's happening? Or not based? I don't know. I only heard Project Esther. I don't know
it was not
said
based
beforehand.
It was not based.
Are they the good?
She is celebrating. She's celebrating Project Esther. She's like, look, Look, Project Esther is a sign from God. Okay, this is a sign from God. The apocalypse is coming immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
She's not like, oh, Project Esther is problematic religious dogma being carried out in the real world. She's like, did you hear about this religious dogma that happened? Oh my God, it's exciting. It's happening, people. We're going to heaven. Jesus is calling us.
Base or the bad kind of base, like the fucking Groiper kind, not base. Because Project Esther is Project 2025's component, like the same thing that they're doing to silence dissent and attack free speech by using the pro-Israel advocacy network and anti-Semitism allegations to silence any sort of fucking criticism of the state, like opening up the floodgates of First Amendment being eroded. Rewind the. I'm not a go back person, but rewind the vid. What did she say? I was washing my hands.
I find interesting, and I don't know if this has any connection to it, is the 24th is also the same day that Israel is going to internationally broadcast their trumpet ceremony. They're going to have 100 rabbis blowing 100 horns to celebrate, all the red heifers that they've burned. And apparently they're going to have all of the ashes leading back all the way to Esther.
Wait, no, she's not. She's not a lib. I mean, she's a crazy person for. No, she's doing this is not lib talk, chatters. This is literally also rapture shit. No, she's literally saying like this is the end times prophecy. This is the whole reason why the fucking schizos over on the evangelical Zionist side, evangelical Christian Zionist side, like believe it. These are the events that need to take place for the rapture to be triggered. She's just describing them.
Exactly.
I don't think she's.
That is exactly what she's doing. 100%. She is gleeful. Truly gleeful over the actions of Israel and these sort of Old Testament, New Testament, all this other garbage like stuff getting carried out in the real world is just a thrill to people like this, and it's terrifying. They need help, is what they need.
Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to my profile. I have a whole video, actually I have two, and they say Project Esther, where I explain what it is and what it's all about. Basically, you better fall into alignment, not be anti-Semitic, and, if you are, you're going to lose certain privileges, like
you're going to lose
access to the market, access to, society, etc.
Oh my God. You realize what she's saying right now, right? She's saying, down here on Earth, after all the Christians get sucked up into heaven, everyone's going to be left here on Earth who is not a good Christian, right? And they're going to be forced into, I guess, I don't know, Jewish law. I guess instead of Sharia law, it's going to be Jew law all across the planet, according to this psychopath on the internet here. Look, if you oh God, if you say something anti-Semitic, you won't be able to buy fruit and vegetables. You'll starve if you're an anti-Semite. Calling all Nazis. Prepare. Like, that's what this feels like. Did y'all discuss that Israel is about to be kicked out of the UEFA this week as well? That's fun. We did not. We did not discuss this in our wall. It's been a busy week. It's been, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's been a lot of stuff going on. We've been trying to cover as much as we can over here. You know how we do. But no, we did not cover that. And that really should be a Sunday Fun Day video. Now that I think about it. Sporting activities. That should be in the show today. I'll look for a quick video on that one, because that's a good suggestion and should have been on my list. But look, I overlooked it. I got like 120 videos here for us to go through today, and Sometimes I overlook certain stories unintentionally. Either way, thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat, breaking the ice on the goal, getting us to 2 of 10 immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But yeah, this lady is basically saying, like, if you're not Jewish, watch out. Life's gonna suck. Like am I misinterpreting this? Am I the only person? Am I like overly sensitive to this? Like, am I not the like? Am I losing my mind, or is that not what she's saying right now?
Esther, where I explain what it is and what it's all about. Basically, you better fall into alignment, not be anti-Semitic, and
like the way she says it,
are,
like she's like, oh, you better not be like it doesn't feel like she's saying that in sort of like a, oh, stop criticizing Palestine way. It feels like a Zig Heil sort of way. Okay, like that's what it sounds like to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but she just sounds disappointed that she doesn't get to be anti-Semitic. Not that she's making some sort of broader geopolitical criticism. Like like once again, maybe I'm being overly sensitive, but that's just what it sounds like to me.
Anti-Semitic, and if you are, you're going to lose certain privileges, like access to the market, access to society, etc. I go all through it, okay, but isn't it interesting how Project Esther is about anti-Semitism, and they're going to have the ashes from Esther on the 24th, and that also happens to be the day that I was just told, don't believe anything I see or hear. They didn't follow through, but I'm putting 2 and 2 together here.
What?
So I hope you can.
Hassan, you don't get it? She's doing her own research. She's not accepting what all of the non-believers are saying, okay? She's got a informant. She's got a inside man on the goddamn Rapture over here, right? She's not gonna believe the naysayers out there. She's got a reliable source. Let's not forget.
Don't believe anything I see or hear. They didn't follow through, but I'm putting 2 and 2 together here.
What?
So I hope you can do the math here with me, because obviously here there's only so much I can say. Do the math.
As an empath,
what is she holding back on
over all of this?
What is she?
This is awesome.
What is she holding back on? She's like, look, there's some things that I can't say right now. It's like, what comes after the things that she just said? And that's like, it's stuff like that like sort of like gets my like genuine anti-Semitism meter like going like going off over here. I'm like, what is it that you just left out of that fucking statement that you felt was too problematic to bring up on TikTok? Oh God. Because, like, let's be real, like, TikTok is not cracking down on, like, pro-Palestinian, quote-unquote, supposed anti-Semitism type stuff. So what is it that she wants to say that she can't say right now that is, like somehow so problematic she can't, like, she just has to hold back? And maybe it's just a device she's using to get people to continue to, like, engage in her content or something, to be sort of, like, cloak and dagger and be, like, claiming to have all of this information. I wouldn't be shocked to hear that, but like it's hard to say, like to be in. I struggle to put myself in her mind right now, because I honestly, like, it's 50-50 for me. Half of me truly believes that she's a true believer in everything she's saying, and the other half of me thinks that this is like, she's just a fucking insane, like, she's just a grifter.
Here, there's only so much I can say.
Because it's not like it's like a new thing, right? Like Christian grifting, like literally, like how many pastors and like televangelists are like making millions of dollars and then buying fucking like jets and like gold plated mansions and shit, right? Like so many of these Christians are really just looking to make a buck, and they just know that the money is around here. But like honestly, there's so many true believers out there too. It's just so hard to tell the difference, in my opinion.
Do the math.
As an empath, I am exhausted over all of this.
Probably, I think the reason why it's hard for me to sometimes like differentiate is because I see both as being problematic, just in different ways, and of being of the same, like coming from the same place, right? Because the grifters are just like playing off of the true beliefs of other people that are within the same. Like, you don't get what I'm saying? Like, it's all the same thing. It doesn't really matter where it lands.
Man, are Christians okay? Bro, I'm telling you right now, I think America and Israel are so deeply, so mentally ill. Like,
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Like, we need to be in like a walled garden style situation with our internet, and all of our nukes must immediately be dismantled. All of our weapons must be like dismantled.
Narwhal.
And substituted for like water guns or something.
Real quick. Just, I mean, look up real quick. I can't quite tell what this says, but this is 146.3 thousand. I don't know what this is. I don't know if that's a heart or what. 84.6 thousand reshares on TikTok. Like, in TikTok, like, pay is big money. And look at the engagement in her comment section, 22,000. She's absolutely getting paid for this shit. 100%.
And all of our nukes must immediately be dismantled. All of our weapons must be like dismantled and substituted for like water guns or something. And then we could just like play pretend and make believe, because we are not cut out for modern society. It is very clear that we are a powder keg. Both of our countries, both of our respective countries, are fascist powder kegs that are only going to be worse for the rest of the planet. Okay? Yeah, I used to say, oh my God, you're right. Both of us are Britain's greatest mistakes. I used to say that we need to do a Florida project, but honestly, low key, it's not a Florida project. It's an America project, dude.
Paying attention to all of the accounts that are claiming a rapture is going to happen on the 23rd of this month. I want everyone to look at them, to screenshot them, to save these videos, download them to your phone. Make sure you have all of this stuff. The reason why is because all of these people who are claiming that the rapture is going to happen on the 23rd, they are going to be revealing themselves to be false prophets, false teachers.
Wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I thought he was going to be like, oh, these guys are all stupid. Like, you can make fun of.
Nope. There it is, Hassan. Even, yeah, we were seeing the same things. This is what I've been seeing throughout the one and only criticism I've been seeing from these, from Christians about this. It's not about the, sort of some of the anti-Semitic vibes or other, genocidal vibes of this. But it's really, it's like, look, I believe in the rapture just like you, but you have to be careful of false prophets. These people are preaching fake biblicisms. How dare they? That is a crime.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Not the false biblicisms. Oh, I love people who wear shirts that tell me about their religion. It's always so good and great. Like, you gotta have the cross. You gotta have the cross T, where the cross is made out of your favorite scriptures. That tells me exactly who you are as a human being from far away.
Themselves to be false prophets, false teachers.
No.
Wait.
Wait. Not the false prophets.
Well, I thought he was going to be like, oh, these guys are all stupid. Like, you can make fun of them. No, it turns out they're actually agents of Satan. So even the guy with the Christian cross t-shirt, okay, the tactical Christian cross t-shirt, even he has something to say, and it's not even like sane.
Deceitful workers, these people who are claiming this are lying to you. And I want to make sure that because they're lying to you, you stop trusting them. You stop believing the lies that they're telling you.
Yes, you must stop believing these false prophets and start listening to this young man and start giving him subs, okay? Give this guy views, okay? Well, he needs you to remember that. Otherwise, you're not going to remember to come back and watch his channel later, after the 23rd. Better sub now.
So when the rapture does not happen on the 23rd or 24th, you're going to be able to say, oh yeah, these people were lying. I should not be asking them or leaning on them, trusting them in any way to teach me anything theological,
Not gonna
anything
do it.
biblical,
Wouldn't be
because
prudent
what
at
they
this
have been
juncture.
saying is nothing but blatant lies.
Like, he's not saying that the rapture is not going to happen. He's just taking issue with the rapture happening like on Tuesday. Do you understand? Like, the voice of reason on the Christian side here is also the guy who's saying like, no, I just know when the real rapture is going to take place. I'm not going to tell you when, but it's definitely not Tuesday. God told me.
In order to gain attention.
What is that supposed to mean? Why am I watching Hassan to give my viewpoints? I'm a little offended by that, Joe. A little offended. I'm listening to Hassan for Hassan to give viewpoints, his own viewpoints, which I can agree or not agree with. Totally up to me. I don't know what the objection is. I'm very confused.
I refer to as rapture baiting. This is like clickbait, but in regards to the rapture, because it is.
Wait. Is this guy not also rapture baiting, but like in a different way, where he's like, okay, so I know that this is trending big time right now. How can I take advantage of this, but not actually say that the rapture's coming? Right? And he's like, oh, I know. I'll do this video talking about how the rapture's actually not happening. It's a reverse rapture bait.
It's topical. It's something that people have an interest in, but these people are absolutely lying to you, and they're trying to use that subject to gain viewers. So just take note of who these people are and make sure that you stop following them once it is shown that they have been lying to you this entire time.
Also, I was going to go live this afternoon. I'm not going.
This is literally Shroud, but instead of being the Shroud of video games, he decided to be the Shroud of the Bible. Okay? He is the Shroud of understanding the Bible, bro. I trust this guy a lot more than I trust the other kooky ladies. Hell yeah.
I don't do that anymore because I have a migraine. So
the great Taco Ducks. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna go past this guy. There's a lot more crazies out here. And honestly, Hassan did a lot of work for me. That's one of the reasons why we're watching this one. Hassan went through a great deal of effort. Like literally, like there's like going through all these on my own, annoying as fuck. Like these people are unbearable. Like I genuinely tried to go through more videos. Like we watched. What? Let me think. 1, 2, 3, like 5 or 6 videos here on the stream. I tried to watch more. I really struggled to do it because it's really difficult to just listen to these delusional people just sort of drone on about this nonsense.
Get this idea, bro.
The Feast of Trumpets. Sounds convincing, right? Trumpets, end times, dates on the calendar, but that's not actually biblical. So why people are saying that September 23rd is going to be the time when the rapture will happen? Well, every year people connect the Feast of the Tabernacles with the rapture because of the verses like the trumpet of God in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. But here's the problem. They say the same thing in 2017, 2020, 2023, and nothing happened. Date setting keeps recycling. You must understand this about the Jewish feasts. They're actually powerful prophetic
This
things.
date setting thing is a huge point of conflict in Christianity for some reason. I don't know where it comes from. Probably because of all the embarrassment from all the people who have predicted the rapture and then it not happening. But it's like, oh, date setting is wrong. And it like supposedly like it's in the Bible. I don't fucking know. I didn't. But like, oh, God says you must not date set. That is wrong. No, you cannot predict when the apocalypse is happening. You just have to live as if the apocalypse is already happening right now.
Was Christ crucified, first fruits, his resurrection, Pentecost was when the Spirit was poured out, and there's 3 more feasts that are coming, and there's the Feast of Trumpets, Atonement, and Tabernacle. Now they do point to Christ, and they do point to God's redemptive plan. Trumpets is his second coming, the rapture of the church, which I believe.
Isn't it crazy that these guys are better represented in American politics than every single person in here? Like, think about that. The Republican Party gives them treats all the time. The Democrats look to you with disdain and think, oh, you're fucking spoiling the bag. You're fucking it up. Just vote for us. Shut the fuck up and vote for us. Why won't you? Meanwhile, the Republican Party's like, that guy is my guy. I'm going to do everything he wants. Okay? Has your position on religion changed at all?
It's true. That does seem to be the vibe. This unhinged individual is much more important in American politics than leftists. That much is seemingly a given. All right, let's see what some of these other weirdos are getting into. Oh my God. We gotta watch that part.
But one thing is certain, Jesus is coming. Don't set dates. Live ready. Follow me.
Fucking
yeah, don't set dates.
Dude. That's my
You just gotta live like the apocalypse is always tomorrow. Okay, thinking that you're cucking yourself when you pick a date. You have to live as if literally the next 24 hours the apocalypse is coming. Accept Jesus and subscribe to my channel.
Hassan Labubu evidence? Yeah.
Oh, it's demonic.
It's true. Notice
That's
how the
demonic.
Labubu auto-locked onto those innocent people? Proof they are being cursed by Pazuzu. Yeah. I mean, I didn't even need to see
That's a
that to know
demon
because
doll.
I'm a Christian of good faith, you know? I stay locked into the Bible, so I know a lot of these things, you know what I mean? Like, I don't... Oh my God, Rapture trip tips? Oh, hell yeah.
Yes.
Rapture trip
This is
tip number
This
5.
is where it gets good. This is
gosh,
genuinely where things really get interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Rapture tips, everyone. Prepare yourselves. These may come in handy in the next couple of days.
Trips, what kind of... She got tips for the trip. Like, what kind of snacks? Oh, we need to see all of them. Yo, low key.
When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't hold on to anything. I definitely don't recommend looking down. I think we learned that lesson from live.
I fucking love that beginning. When you finally start moving up into the air, which is of course going to happen very soon. Totally normal human thing to say.
Okay.
When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't hold on to anything. I definitely don't recommend looking down.
Yeah, don't do
I think we
that.
learned that lesson from Lot's wife. Okay. Just keep calm, take a deep breath, slowly release it, keep
Wait,
your
what is-
face looking.
What did Lot's wife do? I thought didn't Lot's wife look back, not up? Right? She looked back at Sodom, right? And that's why she was turned into a pillar, not for looking down. Am I forgetting this biblical passage all of a sudden, or
Upwards and pray you're not on the toilet.
What? What the?
Yes, that's going to be inconvenient. You're on the toilet and suddenly you get thrust into the air. You're covered in shit, just flying everywhere. And watch out for any non-Christians near that toilet. Oh boy, that's going to be a mess.
Fuck? Hey, yo, she's joking, right? Like, she's not being serious.
Not at all.
Another way to help prepare people that you might go missing because you're harpazoed without looking crazy is to leave subtle hints.
You gotta watch out for that harpazo, people. That's supposedly very important. We glazed over that. I think I skipped over it earlier in one of the videos. But the harpazoing is essentially is a reference to you being snatched up by the Lord into the air. That's what it means. It's a Greek word.
Because you're harpazoed without looking crazy is to leave subtle hints during conversation. How about brunch this Sunday? That sounds
Subtle hints. Prepare yourselves. You're going to want to pay close attention. You might not pick up on this very subtle hint.
hints during conversation. without looking crazy is to leave subtle hints during conversation. How about brunch this Sunday? That sounds great. I'll be there. Well, unless Jesus calls me up and I get raptured.
No,
that's subtle as fuck. No one's gonna pick up on that one. Oh my god.
Joke. This person is joking. There ain't no way. This person is joking. There ain't no fucking way. No. This has to be a joke. Come on. This is creative writing. Come on. She's trolling, dude. This is a shit post. Stop.
This is ridiculous.
No one behaves like that, man. Come on. I tried to leave instructions for my dog sitter just in case. I'm thinking of having keys made for her. I pulled some of these this week. I say it's so much. My friend even wrote it in the birthday card, extending best wishes and excitement to see all that's in store for me this year. Unless you get raptured, lol. I love it. I felt so seen. Wait, is she not joking?
No.
Oh my god.
She's not joking.
I prefer outright, raw, blunt approach.
And apparently the comment section is loving it.
Rapture between 23rd to 24th. Repent. I don't think she's joking. I have been really thinking about this a lot. I'm getting ready to renew my lease. It's up October 1st. Why would she? Because
people making like genuinely important life decisions based upon the rapture right now. Look, my lease is up in October, but I mean, why renew it if I'm gonna be gone before the last week of September? I mean, jeez. I stopped paying my car payment because I heard that Jesus is gonna call me up in the sky. And I can't take the Cadillac up there with me. Can't take the F-150, so I guess stop paying that. Stop paying the mortgage payments. Don't need to do that. Can't bring the house with me. Stop paying them credit card bills.
sounds objectively insane. What the fuck are you talking about?
And I've actually just stopped following the law entirely, since I know that we'll be in heaven immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And so God ain't paying attention to the law. He's got his own law.
Is this a bias that I have? Is this like because I just didn't grow up around fucking American evangelicals? I'm thinking of like what the equivalent is in Islam, like, and how I would treat this. Why risk getting blackballed at church? Oh, I just thought she was like not even a fucking committed full believer. And she was just like making jokes about like people who believe in the rapture definitely happening.
Rapture trip tip number 3. Other possible options to leave messages behind. Save a note as a screensaver on your phone. Carry a folded piece of paper, a note in your pocket. Pre-write letters and keep them in your purse or backpack. People are going to check the 3 Ps immediately after you're gone.
Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point. You just leave notes all over the place, and people will be sure to read them, and then at least they'll know what happened. They won't be thinking that you got kidnapped or something. What's fascinating about this plan is it's like, it just assumes that you have a bunch of people in your life who like don't ascribe to this, and so you see them as being like sinners who are going to be left behind. So it's like almost definitely, like, I feel like in my mind, like most of the notes that this lady is writing right now are like mean-spirited, right? Like she's leaving around the house, like she doesn't want to like make them too obvious just in case she has to like take them back, you know? But like, you know, she's like, I told you, you stupid sinner. Enjoy the apocalypse. I'm up in heaven, laughing my ass off at your horrible, horrible ways. Like, right? Or, like, come on. You gotta think that the majority of these notes that these people are writing and leaving about the house are just like salty, sort of hate-filled messages towards family members and or friends. Oh, God. Thomas Walker with a sweet, sweet super sticker. We got a little fox. Much appreciated, Tom. That gets us to, what is that? 1.5. We'll count it as a 1.5. Really, it's 1 3/5. Just for ease of remembering, call it 1.5. I'll factor it in later if at any point we're like under the wire. Oh, right. We're still listening to very important Rapture tips, which we're all going to need. Well, really, we're going to be witnessing all this from afar. One would assume that most people in this chat are probably not going to get raptured. But hey, think about this, okay? After all the Christians are gone in the United States, housing costs? Hello? Which mansion are you going to live in? Because I'm thinking, I'm familiar with one right now that I'm thinking, that's the one for me.
Going to go through your pockets, your purse, and your phone immediately.
Wait, what? So are your clothes left behind?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? Do you get sucked up into the heavens naked?
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
That's
Wait,
right.
hold on. You go up naked?
Yep.
So you're going up, and while you're going up, you look to your left or right, you see Barbara with her pussy hanging out? That's crazy.
See Barbara with her pussy. I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, in theory, I mean, I can't speak specifically to Barbara, this individual, but if we are to take all the things these people are saying to be serious with the harpazoing and everything else, I mean, do you remember I told you to take a note when we were watching that ear to hear video, because there were a bunch of animations that weirdo had cooked up where people's clothes were falling off and they were just zooming up into heaven. So remember that. There's going to be a bunch of naked Christians streaking through the sky. So I would recommend averting your eyes.
That's crazy. Your shit's gonna get shriveled sideways on the way up. I'd be holding up like, no, don't look. It's different. It's so cold. There's a lot of air friction. That's the Rapture trip tip I would give. Your shit's gonna be fucking dangling, and because you're getting sucked up into the heavens, you need to, as soon as you feel the rapture happening, you need to give it a couple tugs. You need to give it a couple tugs, or else when you get up there to the fucking pearly gates, everyone's gonna look at you and be like, damn, dog. Immediately go spit in your hand and start giving.
Jesus Christ, Hassan. This is the first thing that you think of, pal. Wow. How old are you now, Hassan? 30? You 30-year-old man.
Couple quick tugs. It's okay. You're getting sucked up into the heavens anyway. What are they gonna fucking decide mid rapture? Oh no, you masturbated? Like, nah, it's fine. At that point, you're already halfway up there, you know? Or even better, crack a blue chew. Always keep a pocket blue chew for when the rapture might happen. So
Jesus
get up
Christ. Jesus Christ, Hassan. You've gone off the rails, sir. You've gone off the goddamn rails. Jesus Christ. There you go. There's there's the galactic coverage of the impending rapture this Tuesday for all of you folks. I hope you've received enough information to understand what's going to happen, that you've also got enough tips to prepare yourself for the near future. And me personally, I'm already making plans, like, you know, with the impending housing collapse, and other things. I'm just thinking, okay, I'm preparing myself, start buying homes for $1 a piece. He's 34. So yeah, okay. So older than 30 years old. And that's all that he could think of. What a child. But there you go, everybody. There's your galactic rapture coverage. Will we ever return to this discussion in the future? highly unlikely. But you know what? Don't say never say never. It could happen again. It's a Sunday fun day. It felt like the perfect time to have this sort of discussion. I don't anticipate this coming up, but I also anticipate this definitely coming up on Tuesday. Now, when the rapture does come, do remember, for all of you non-Christians, I will be streaming, live streaming the rapture, and keeping you all availed of the events. You know, since I won't be getting raptured as a non-Christian, we will be safe. We will still at least continue to have the Galactic show. The spacecast will hopefully go on. Okay. Well, we're 2 hours into the stream. So we must take a quick galactic intermission, of course, before we move on to talking about other things like Charlie Kirk and the memorial that was had earlier today. Brief space messages, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you can get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. Without clicking that bell icon, you'd never know when the show was happening. Now, when you're done clicking all of those things, do also consider clicking that donate button over there, the little cash icon on the YouTube page that you're looking at right now. Or perhaps one of the other ways of donating financially to the Galactic News Network. Lots of great ways, of course, available for you to do just that. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships. Of course, memberships come with 18 sweet Galactic emotes. You could start one of your own. You could gift it to fellow space fams. But that's not all. We have Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you could become a Galactic patron and get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. That's right, you could be hanging out poolside with me and the rest of the patrons, or at the bar, the lake, or the street. That's not all. Get a shout out at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much more. Anyway, everyone, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means that it's time for us to get back to the stream. Second half coming in hot. September will prove either God exists or some folk are very gullible. Actually, you know, it's sort of yes and no, genie bottle. Yes and no, right? Because the people that we're talking about are already gullible enough. Like, even the people who don't believe that this is the day, like, these are just a subsection of another group of very gullible people to begin with, who do in fact believe that this is definitely going to happen. But yes, it will reveal them to be even more gullible than the rest of their friends. But here's the thing, I forgot, and I'm sorry to do this to all of you, but there is one more thing that we gotta talk about, and that is a business opportunity. When it comes to the rapture, that's right. For us, for people like us. And no, I'm not just saying that, you know, we're gonna have free housing after all the Christians leave. No. I'm talking about an actual real life business opportunity in real life right now. We could all be technically getting in on. I think it's a missed opportunity, really. So we got to go back to Hassan.
Happening on the September 23rd. The evidence is overwhelming. I asked God for... Why is Jesus... Why?
Return of Jesus, and this could happen in a few days.
The Bible describes a final...
There are only...
Wait.
4 signs left for the return of Jesus, and this could happen...
What I love most is when people who are trying to convince me of something do this face that she's doing, this like eyebrows, forehead raised face with eyes as open wide as possible. That's when you know that what you're being told is incredibly serious.
A few days.
Why is Jesus... Why is he fucking tactical? What fresh hell are we living in where they brought in tactical AI Jesus? Jesus is strapped? Oh my God, Jesus.
Hold on, this is not it. We gotta go further down.
Why do they? Why would anybody hide this? Isn't this like something that you want to literally tell everybody? You definitely have. I've met a couple people, dude. Jesus, don't leave me. I repent of my sins. Guys, we also need to be careful about false prophets. There's so much more yet to come. This is just the beginning. Pray for your brothers and sisters. Like, man, motherfuckers are typing this stuff out in the comments. That's crazy.
They're real about this. They actually believe.
Prayer hand emojis. What? He's ready for rapture on the street? That's crazy. That's crazy. You are just looking to get shot. Okay? These God-fearing Christians will show you that they don't fear God no more.
You don't want someone's last impression of you to be your old underwear. Paul should have said, may your whole body, soul, and spirit and underwear be without blemish until the coming of the Lord.
What? Did he?
Fuck? After the rapture, care?
I think he
dear
was
fellow
smoking crack
Christians,
that
as the
day. That
apostle-
sounds crazy.
What? Bro, there's a whole industry designed around the rapture like this?
Yep, here we are.
There's motherfuckers out here that are like, what
Business
will happen to
opportunity,
my
people.
pets once the rapture happens?
Everybody needs to pay close attention. All right. This is an opportunity for leftist grind set if I've ever heard of one before.
And these guys are like, yeah, give us the money. I promise. We have the best collection of sinners, non-believers, Jews that will not repent, Muslims. They don't have any shot at going to fucking heaven, let's be real. And worst of all, Democrats. And that consortium will take care of your pets, okay? Once you and your committed family members are sucked up into high heaven, we will have this group of people take care of your pets. Please give us $50 a month. No, not the parrot. You should have a plan for Kai just in case. Dog, my plan is not getting sucked into high heaven, okay? Let's be real. It's not happening, okay? Hold on. I want to see the... Oh, dude, it's not even a joke.
If the Rapture, after the Rapture pet carrier is building a network of non-Christian pet caretakers and a massive database of Christian-owned pets. Oh, it's incredible, people. Look, this is a money-making opportunity.
Is building a network of non-Christian pet takers and a massive database of Christian-owned pets. If the Rapture comes, our caretakers will be ready to find, rescue, and care for your pets.
Immediately, if not
this
sooner.
Is a picture of 2 Democrat voters with your pets. That's crazy. I agreed. It's a real concern, a legitimate concern. Our pets are given to us by God for us to care for. We are stewards of their lives. Should we simply forget them after the Rapture? Our non-Christian administrators will activate our rescue plan. 2, volunteers will be alerted immediately by email and telephone that they have been activated. Pets will be assigned to volunteer pet caretakers based upon location and other factors. 4, our administrators and volunteer pet... Why would you want sinners to take care of your fucking pets? What if they've done stuff? Dude.
Oh, God. It's incredible. It's incredible. Wow. There's a whole economy around this, people. And you could be making money right now just promising Christians that you're going to take care of their pets. Sure. Is it perhaps a little bit disingenuous and scammy to suggest you're going to help somebody with something that you know to be completely ridiculous? Yeah, I'll give you that much.
You want a gay person to pet your pet? You are not getting a caretaker. Who are you wagging your tail at? Oh,
I love how Kaya immediately after Hassan starts talking about giving their pets away. She shows up and is like, "What? You talking about me? I'm not. What? Where am I going? You're not giving me away, are you?"
She's so big. What? What? What do you want? Okay, come here. Come here. Kaya, come here. Come here. She's so fucking heavy, it's crazy. If I was about to get raptured, I'd hold on to her, because ain't no way both of us are getting sucked into the heavens, because we are definitely too fat to be on that ride. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my God. Oh.
Okay. Well, there you go, people. That's the official end of the Rapture talk for today. Let's move it along. Start talking about Charlie Kirk, but as a transition from talking the Rapture to Charlie Kirk, I felt a great segue would be to talk about GOP Jesus. That's right. The GOP version of Jesus, who may differ from your average interpretation of the Bible.
Whoever welcomes one of these little ones in my name might be letting in a murderer or a drug.
Illegal.
Let's get her to a detention center.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Figure out what's going on. I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. And behold, Now I'm all lazy and entitled. You shouldn't have done that. Do unto others as
Behold,
you suspect
now
they
I
might
am
wanna do
lazy
unto
and
you.
indicted.
What has a man profited
I don't
if
think
he
that's how
gain
that
the
one went.
whole world but lose his soul? A lot. He has profited a lot. One soul for the whole world, that is an amazing deal. Why do you look at the speck of dust in your brother's eye but ignore the plank in your own? Because of her emails. Yes. If a man strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him and shoot him. That is the law. If you want to be perfect, go. Sell all the possessions that you have and give the money to a solid mutual fund. By this, they will know that you are my disciples. That you say, Merry Christmas! Christ! Christmas! That's my name in there, and I put it in there because I wanted it in there so we could all celebrate Big Boy Jesus' birthday time! Okay? Okay.
Jesus, I say that.
Rabbi, surely you can heal me.
My child, of course I could. But who would pay for it?
Well, I don't understand. I don't have any money.
Yes, it is a sad story, but it does not make me responsible. It is super duper
Jesus, I
easy for
say
a
that.
rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. The richer, the better, really. Maybe get a solid gold house, just to be sure. Love your neighbor as yourself. Unless you are better than your neighbor, then tell them that they're weird and you do not want to bake them a cake. You have heard it said, thou shalt not commit adultery.
Oh my God. This really is how Republicans see Jesus. Jesus hated immigrants and poor people, even though he was an immigrant himself who spoke about loving the poor more than the rich, like, all the time. That was, like, one of his big things. He was like, rich people suck.
I don't want reality.
Unless you are better than your neighbor, then tell them that they're weird and you do not want to bake them a cake. You have heard it said, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say to you, any man who looks upon a woman with lust in his heart should go ahead and do what he's gotta do.
Lord, your followers grow hungry and we have only this fish and bread.
Oh, sweet.
You have a clever way of rejecting God's law in order to uphold your own teachings. Real Jesus, Mark 7:9. Where are these from? I missed that part. This is from a channel called Freed Dog Studios. They stopped making clips like a few years back. I don't know why. I think it was during the pandemic that they stopped making videos. It's like I think it was like 3 or 4 years back. Or like briefly after, I can't remember. But they haven't been making videos for a while. But the ones like that still hold up to today. Certainly. Alright, let's go to goddamn Arizona. Talk about all these people supporting Charlie Kirk. France 24 English, 17 hours ago. Supporters mourn Charlie Kirk in Phoenix, marches ahead of his funeral.
Some supporters are already gathering in preparation for Sunday's memorial service for Charlie Kirk, 11 days after his murder on a college campus in Utah. Key figures from the American right will speak at the event, including US President Donald Trump.
Everybody's devastated. So we're going tomorrow, and we're going to be flying in, and we're going to say some little words, but there are no words to really describe what happened. It should never have happened to him. He's a good person. There's no nobody words. Deserves that, but he really did deserve that.
Nobody deserves
He remains
him,
a divisive figure in a bitterly divided country. It's within this context that airport-level security has been set up for the memorial, which tens of thousands are
airport level security. Wow, they're gonna have cavity searches to get into the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Whew.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Okay, let's go here now. Associated Press, 8 hours ago. Elon Musk and White House officials attend Charlie Kirk's memorial service.
Prophets, the apostles, they lived in truth.
It is Chuddy Hog Central around here. I feel badly for this small child. Oh, God. Just surrounded by some of the worst people on the planet. Yeah, this is the new Nazi movement right here. I mean, everybody shows up in like this creepily partisan like like outfits, right? Like literally everybody's wearing MAGA gear. Every single person gets a sign. Like this is such a this is a completely political event, right? They're politicizing his death as much as possible. At every fucking turn. Like, it's not like these people showed up with these signs, right? They were handed out to them at this event. Like, a narrative is being crafted at this thing. This is a show. This is a government sanctioned show. I don't know if the government's actually providing funds for this, but literally everyone in the government is here. They found a black guy. Yep. Look at that. Elon and Matt Gaetz. Yeah, these guys belong together. These two should be best pals, honestly. I think that they would really get along if they just hung out a little bit. I think they'd agree on a lot of stuff. My God, so much fucking fanfare around all of this. It's pretty incredible just how much time people were willing to put into this. And seriously, it was just a fucking spectacle. Like a 9-hour-long spectacle. Don't believe me? Let's go here. This is from Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel, streamed 4 hours ago. Entitled Live Now, Building a Legacy and Remembering Charlie Kirk. 9 hours, 13 minutes, and 14 seconds.
That's too much, man!
What are you... I mean, my God. Who streams for 9 hours? I mean, aside from me, right? And, like, normal human beings. But, like, also, who spends 9 hours at an event? Like you're just, like, holy shit. Can you imagine just being stuck indoors at this event 9 hours? I wonder how copyright struck I'm going to get for all the music that they use. Probably super copyright struck. Probably like big time. Probably big time. But it's not my fault. I'm not the one choosing this music, okay? It's not on me. Can't blame me for that. I love how they started off with some smooth jazz. It's like the smooth, I think it's like a smooth jazz slash like lo-fi hip hop vibe going on for Charlie Kirk of all people. Yeah, okay. So I guess every person in this audience got cavity searched to come in here. They said they were going to have airport level security at this thing. So we'd assume each person was individually searched in a thorough manner. Or maybe they had like drug sniffer dogs or like bomb sniffer dogs or something, or I don't even know. You would assume metal detectors and like what happens at the airport? They got those newfangled like machines that can see through your clothes. Good morning. So yeah, this thing started off in early morning.
As we celebrate the life of our friend Charlie Kirk, one thing I want to remind us today is that our focus and our aim today is going to be about focusing on the faith that Charlie had in our great God. We're going to lift our voices in worship. We're going to
That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. So for the next 8 hours, I am to expect that this is going to basically be a church sermon. Is that what I am to expect? Jesus Christ. Someone help me. I'm going to skip past this. See what else we got going on here. Oh, I guess we might as well hear what this music sounds like. It's exactly what I thought it was going to sound like. Like literally, if you had asked me to write the music that Charlie Kirk that would have been played to this, like that is exactly what I thought it would have been, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, here you go, pal. Do you like lame-ass, soft rock, evangelical music? Well, prepare yourself, because it would seem we're about to get a shit ton of it. Although I'm going to try and avoid it as much as possible. Jesus Christ, how long do these fucking assholes play for? 20, 30 minutes? This is such a cult. This is like a literal cult, right? Like it's a mixture of politics and religion. Like it's a straight up cult. And these people spent 9 hours of their day here, perhaps longer. They had to drive there. They had to drive there and then leave. And wait in line and get their cavities searched. They spent their entire day doing this. Yes, more evangelical soft rock. Thank God. I was so worried. I was like, please tell me that there's going to be just an ungodly amount of evangelical soft rock at this thing. And boy, am I not disappointed. Holy shit. It is just hours and hours of some of the worst music imaginable. People ruining something that should be good music with annoying, preachy garbage. Jesus, I know you exist. I read it in the Bible, and it tells me that you are real. Everything that I believe is true, because I know that it says that in the Bible I'm right and everybody else is wrong. And so I tell my wife, I tell everybody in my community that they're the devil for not believing in the rapture. I get in my pickup truck and I do some hate crimes. Have a few brewskis while I'm driving down the highway. And then I go down to the abortion clinic. Gonna bother people who are just trying to get access to health care. And that's what Jesus wants. And Jesus told me one time in a dream that I needed to vote for Donald Trump. Dude, we are on hour 3, and it's just 3 hours of church music. It's wild. How can you manage to, like, there's no way. There's no way you could ask me to sit here and listen to this for 3 hours. Just not, it literally, I would have a mental breakdown. I would have a mental breakdown, and I would be forcibly removed from the fucking premises. Oh my God, look, more. We got more. Oh yeah, Jesus, I want to sleep with you in a very sexual way. You help me pray away the gay. You're the only man for me. I want you inside of me in every possible way.
Sing it still. Come on, let the lion out today. Come on, my soul. Oh, don't you
Did he just? Did this guy just say, "Come on my soul"?
Phrasing.
Oh, this shit is just so hilarious. Come on, my soul, Jesus, take it out of your robe and just, oh, right on my soul. Do you think that Paula White will show up and speak in tongues? Ooh, I hope so. I hope so. God, that's always a fun time. When that lady just starts saying random noises with her mouth. It's very entertaining. Actually, with that mentioned, I think rather than listening either the in-between music that they seem to be peppering in or the garbage evangelical church music, we could listen to this for just a second. Where is it? Where's the good one? Yeah, I think this is the one, right? Is this the one? I'm fairly certain. It reminds me of it. Yes, exactly. Just like Eric Cartman's very sexy Christian songs.
And I'll tell you one more thing that's on my mind tonight, and conservatives everywhere.
What is this?
The idea that people are saying, well, he was an extremist, or he was a racist, or he was a Nazi, or a misogynist, whatever.
Hey,
Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative Republican.
This is not what
he
I
had
asked
views
for.
that are held by tens of millions
this.
of people,
Hey,
including more than
shut
half the
your-
country in the last election.
Shut your mouth, Scott.
Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. They're coming here. They're coming here from Africa, from South America. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. Every time she says that. Sounds of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear
Oh my God. They're coming here.
victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. What the fuck, bro?
I'm sorry, but if someone said Paula White, we were listening to music. It was the only time. It was the only time to play that fucking ridiculous video. And every time I hear it, I can't get it out of my head. It's honestly an incredibly catchy tune. Even though half the things she said in there were definitely not any known language. The angels are coming, people, from Africa, from South America. By the way, if that's true, if the angels are coming here from Africa and South America, shouldn't we let more immigrants into this country? Just a thought. It's just a random thought I had. You know, just bouncing around my stupid skull. Oh, nice. Oh, nice, dude. Got some, like, sort of, like, folksy, like, oh, hell yeah. That's a sweet switch 'em up right there. Sweet switch 'em up. Little folksy Christian music. That's, wow. They got everything here. They've got soft rock Christian music. They got soft rock evangelical music. They got, like, dad rock evangelical music. And they got, like, even softer rock, like acoustic. Like, it's so soft. It's almost like not even a rock anymore. It's like a soft cheese. A soft Christian cheese.
Jesus, I say that.
Is this an R.M. Brown production?
What you talking about?
You know, I'm glad. I'm glad, B-Cat. You're welcome. Okay? You are welcome. I'm glad that I could provide you with that. I too, it's been a very long, I can't remember the last time I watched that, but it was worth it. 100% worth it. Wow, hurtful, Joe. This is better than anything Spacelord could do. Look, I don't have the kind of funds that DPUSA has, okay? If I was taking in $80 million a year, oh, the extravaganza that I could come up with, do not eat. Don't even, okay? Don't go there. Nice. So after 3.5-ish hours of Christian music, finally we can get it's gonna switch it up to a pastor. Oh God, phew! I was getting bored. This will be a welcome respite.
Please welcome Pastor Rob McCoy.
Good morning.
The shit is a fucking cult. I mean, what else can you call this? This is a religious, political movement with apocalyptic beliefs, end of times conspiracy theories derived from ancient texts. This is a fucking cult, people. Might as well get it in though before before you get raptured, of course, up into heaven. You can hang out with Jesus. Might as well talk more about Jesus before you get raptured.
Everybody, thank you for coming out to honor Charlie Kirk.
Thank you
God
so
bless
much.
all of you and all of you
God
tuning
bless.
in online around the
God,
world.
yeah. Oh, so glad to have all of you.
And the home
Is it just me, or was that one of the whitest Star-Spangled Banners of all time. I don't know what it was about it. It's just something truly. The crowd is stoked. Yeah. Whenever I hear the Star-Spangled Banner, I fucking lose my mind. That is the kind of music that I can get pumped up for. That's dancing music right there.
Please welcome to the stage Rebecca Dunn.
Oh, look, Ted Cruz is here. Nice. Ted Cruz. Who the fuck is Rebecca Dunn? Anybody? Can anybody
Charlie Kirk
tell me who this woman is?
was scheduled to speak at my husband's upcoming memorial. Instead,
Oh, she's just a...
I am here
I see. She's just an ultra-rich woman. I see. She's a trustee of the Dunn Foundation. She manages her former husband, Bill Dunn's vast fortune and uses that money to contribute to Republican politics. Kind of like George Soros, but Republican. And a woman.
at Charlie's memorial. It means a lot to share my story. Almost 12 years ago, I met this bright young man filled with optimism about his plan to reach young people. I was so impressed that I invited him to come to our home and tell my husband and me.
I can't imagine meeting Charlie Kirk and being impressed. Be like, oh, this is an impressive guy right here. Have you heard these incredibly racist things he's saying right now? He's saying them with such eloquence. It's really phenomenal.
More about his organization. That young man, of course, was Charlie.
No way. You're talking about Charlie Kirk at his own memorial? That is crazy. That is wild.
That's too much, man.
Wow. A billionaire Republican donor talking about the guy she's here to speak about. Oh my gosh. That's... wow. At a political event, no less. Okay, what just happened?
His organ.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. How many times are we going to hear the word Jesus during this fuckfest? Oh my God. How is this about her already? She's like a billionaire. Billionaires find it very easy, I think, to make things about them. Since their money affords them the ability to make every moment of their daily life about them and force other people to do their bidding. I think that comes naturally. All right, let's keep going through the speakers at this thing. What a star-studded list so far. Oh my God, really? You're going to do a funeral march? In fact, I think that was a German funeral march, if I'm not mistaken. Which is very apt. I'm sorry. Wait, I got to go back. I got to hear that. Are they playing German funeral marches at fucking Charlie Kirk's funeral? A little on the nose, don't you think? Oh, God damn it. Where was it?
For preaching, whose grandfather was in
Who
prison.
is this fucking kid?
Cancer college, Plato, American history, having him and his on blessing and privilege.
Michael McCoy, Chief of Staff, Turning Point USA. Oh, so this was like Charlie's bitch boy. I see. Like he was like Charlie's like little assistant. I see. That's cute.
Lifetime to not only call Charlie a precious friend, mentor, but to travel with him literally everywhere. The first time I met Charlie
Wait a second.
was when I was driving.
How did I not notice it? How did I not notice it? I just looked back at the feed from the stream, the monitor, and I just saw Glenn Beck in the audience. How did I miss that? How did I miss Glenn Beck? Well, there's no way I'm gonna find it in this video right now. But apparently, yeah, Glenn Beck's there. I assume he's gonna make a statement. I can't listen to this little kid anymore. How old was he? Like 12? By the way, I don't know if you've been watching reading the little banner that's going by here, but did you know that if you donate any amount to TPS USA, you can receive a We Are Charlie Kirk wristband? Oh my gosh, what an opportunity. You know, I think they are trying to funnel as much money into Turning Points right now as they possibly can before people realize that Turning Points has no rudder and that Charlie is actually gone. He's not coming back, and they don't actually have a prepared replacement for him quite yet. Although there's certainly plenty of people vying for the job. Although, I mean, technically his wife is replacing him. I do not think that she's going to get the same level of, like, you know what I'm saying? Because of the fact that, like, the Republic movement is intrinsically, like, misogynistic. Like, if she takes over, like, for instance, like Charlie's show, they're gonna lose some portion of an audience. I don't know exactly what portion of the audience they're going to lose, but it's gonna be sizable, right? And it's probably gonna be the same thing for Turning Points without Charlie at the helm. Like, because he was always the guy. He was always the MC of these events and, like, the main guy when it came to all sorts of aspects of all this fucking nonsense over here.
But pursuing Christ and doing what is right. In Charlie's words.
Yeah, it makes the whole thing about Turning Points, you know, it's just such a disturbing fucking organization whose entire goal was to turn the United States into a theocracy. Every single one of these words is laden with these Christian, you know, Christian fundamentalist talking points. Which is why I think it's such a, I mean, like the fact that the espoused beliefs of Charlie were one of Christian nationalism is one of the main, it's one of the main, but not the only, certainly not the only reasons why, like, everyone's demands that we say nice things about Charlie, that we have to have, like, only love in our heart for Charlie is fucking ridiculous, okay? Like, it just blatantly goes against, like, the First Amendment, that anybody should have to care about somebody who espouses such, you know, partisan and specifically religiously partisan beliefs. Like, he's genuinely a problematic guy. People used to think, oh, church and state has to be separate. No, the espoused beliefs of Turning Point USA and all the people involved in it are actually, we need more church in government, right? We need less First Amendment. We need less rule of law. We need more monarchy, more really theocracy, right? More rule by dictate via religious avenues.
Get married. Have more children than you can afford. Build a legacy. Pass down your values. Pursue the eternal. Seek true joy. Charlie.
Seriously, how old is this kid? He's like 16 or something.
Charlie let everybody. Charlie let us all know what we're doing. It's so great. You love Jesus so much, and I love Jesus so much, and you all should love Jesus just as much as Charlie did.
Pursue the eternal, seek true joy. Charlie led by example. It's not only seen in the incredible wife, Erica Kirk.
Oh my God. Settle down, son. Settle it the fuck down.
Don't be creepy.
Don't figure that out yourself. This is about us.
Oh, nice.
This is
A
about the
Charlie
country.
montage. Gotta get that Charlie Kirk. We gotta get the montage in here. I'm sure this montage will be incredibly moving. Yeah, I'm sure by the end of this montage, I too will think that racism is actually good.
Well, you're about to embark on something that is much bigger than yourself. So check your ego at the door. This is not about you, okay? I don't care about your feelings. If you're having a bad day, you know, go figure that out yourself. This is about us. This is about the country. And the eyes of the whole nation are again on Turning Point. We do the best events in the movement. In fact, we do the only event. Are there any other events in the movement? No. We've kind of put everyone else out of business, right? So we are the only standard of excellence. And so we hold ourselves to a higher standard. We don't do mediocre around here. We try to raise the level of excellence because we are constantly trying to push the conservative movement and the country to a place it's never been before. You guys know this. Turning Point USA is the most important organization in the country, period. Find me another organization that's been able to move millions of people the way that we have, that does the events, that does training. Nobody does what we do at Turning Point USA, but it starts with all of you guys. We're building something bigger than you, bigger than me. We're building an experience to help save the country. And if this type of intensity bothers you, well, then don't go work for Turning Point USA. You can go work for the Department of Labor or something, okay? Because here we do excellent things. We do big things.
You could go do something terrible, like ensuring that labor regulations aren't violated.
Illegal.
We make history here at Turning Point USA. It's going to be early mornings, it's going to be late nights, but you all get to know that you're doing something rewarding. That is not just, a career and you check the box, but lives will be changed. I mean, how blessed are we that we get to be here celebrating the country and this is our job? It's pretty awesome. There's the one thing that I hear from speakers throughout all the years. Your team is so impressive, and they're so young. Why is it, everybody? Because for us, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. This is not just another DC gig. This is about saving Western civilization. We are the most important organization in the country. Part of it.
What a narcissist. We're saving civilization. Incredible. From what? From brown people and Muslims? I mean, that is genuinely what Charlie Kirk believed. I know that they didn't... I'm sure he doesn't say it right now, but that is literally what he believed he was saving everybody from. The existence of brown people, Muslims, the existence of LGBT people and abortions. Like, that is the civilization level threat that Charlie Kirk believed existed in his lifetime.
It's something bigger than all of us, and it will have ramifications across the country. I'm so thankful for you guys. You guys have really defied gravity, and let's continue to make history here.
Fucking ridiculous. Saving humanity? He's more like saving, I don't know, a bunch of xenophobes from having to tolerate the existence of immigrants. Oh, good. Ben Carson's here. Oh, and Benny? Oh, two Bennies? 2 Bennies in a row? Oh, wow. That's too much, Benny. That's too much, Ben. One of you are going to need to change your fucking names.
Christ has overcome death.
This guy's going bald. Oh, he's moved. He's moved right now. He's crying. God, Charlie, you were my white Christian nationalist icon. Why are you gone? Oh, now the trans Muslims, communists are gonna take over the country. Oh God, oh no.
And so let me leave you with this. For all the fans of the Charlie Kirk Show out there, you'll know the line. We will see you Monday. Until then, buckle up. Here we go. Thank you. God bless you.
Wow. That guy has no charisma. That guy's got like negative charisma. Terrible public speaking talent. That was supposed to be moving. I'm just yawning over here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Look, just two bros just having a good time. Shooting guns, wearing suits. I love how they're glorifying guns at Charlie's memorial. You know, it's in a way they are living in Charlie's wake. You know, they really are embracing it. They're like, Charlie died for this. You have to. No, we can't let those libs take away the Second Amendment.
Rid of the Second Amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Benny Johnson.
Even if it means that Charlie's dead, that's fine. It's too late. We can't go back. We can't get him back. We might as well stay on point with the messaging. That's what Charlie would want. That's what Charlie would want. Charlie would have defended the right of Tyler Robinson to have that gun that he used to blast him.
Fight for Charlie Kirk. Who feels the Holy Spirit in the house tonight?
Jesus, I say that.
Who can feel that revival happening right now? How does it always work? What man intends for evil, God intends for good. Evil thought that there would be a funeral today. God has created a revival right here in this house right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus Christ. I cannot listen to Benny. There's no way I'm going to listen to what you can do. Rating in. Welcome, WYCD viewers, to the Galactic Podcast, where we are currently covering the memorial for Charlie Kirk being held which was being held in Phoenix, Arizona earlier today. It's quite a spectacle. It was 4 full hours of Christian rock and pastors speaking. And perhaps one of the most unbearable public events held in recent memory. You know, aside from TPUSA's regular events. Turn off sub-only mode, please. You gotta raid. Why turn off sub-only mode? I mean, people sub. Click the sub. Click it. Click it or ticket, okay? Click the sub button so you can talk to the peoples. That's why we have it, okay? Look, Narwhal, I get it. But the reason we have the sub-only button or the sub-only mode is to make people subscribe to the channel. Okay? And even if they unsubscribe after saying things, I'm fine with that. It is a ploy. It is a ploy that I have utilized to try and increase subscribers on this damn channel.
Charlie always had that revival energy, didn't he? When Charlie first met me, I was a degenerate loser. I'm still a loser, but I was addicted to alcohol.
Awful.
I had no wife. I had no
weak.
nothing going.
I had nothing going. And then Charlie said, have you heard of online racism and bigotry? Because there is some big money in that. And then Benny Johnson became the man that we all see here today. Unbearable, annoying, and truly a burden on the rest of society. Oh shit, I didn't go far enough. I wanted to get... No, do not do that. You bastard. Every fucking time. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, let's see what Ben Carson had to say. Here's a question. Why is Ben Carson still a thing? Like, aside from the fact that Republicans need as many minorities in the midst, like, why is Ben still around? Like, what has this guy done in the last 15 years, 20 years? When was that? I'm trying to remember what election it was that he ran in last. But what is the point of this guy? Why is he still around? Dude's not an elected, he's not in government, he's not likable by any metric. And yet, he keeps showing up to random events like this for some reason.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see so many people out here for such a sad but also a wonderful purpose. You know, we at American Cornerstone Institute grieve with everyone.
Great way to open, Doc. Great way. This is such a wonderful time. I mean, sad, but wonderful.
It's a great day for being sad.
Like, that is literally what just happened. Ben is like super excited to be out here talking to this many people. He's like, this is wonderful. I mean, well, wonderful in that it is very sad. So wonderfully sad. I, like you, am sad about this and am not at all just capitalizing on this moment to get my name out there one more time before everyone forgets about me.
It's a great day for being sad.
It's a great day for being sad, everybody.
As we think about the loss of our friend and partner, Charlie Kirk. But did you hear a political figure last week saying that Charlie Kirk was ignorant because he didn't have a college degree?
Oh my God. He's the most unlikable man, one of the most unlikable men on the planet. Like, he is so painfully boring. I cannot. Who called this guy up? It was like, we need Ben Carson around here. Otherwise, this event's gonna be a flop. Ben Carson couldn't get fucking bread to rise. Anna Paulina Luna. She's here as well. Wow, what a star-studded cast. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna from Florida's 4th district? I always forget what district she's in. Gotta get her in here. Maybe she'll have some breaking news on some UFO shit.
I just want to start out by saying there would be no Congresswoman Luna without Charlie Kirk.
So we should blame Charlie for your existence. Okay. Everyone write that down. The reason why Anna Paulina Luna exists in our public discourse is all thanks to Charlie Kirk. It's his fault that this strange psychopath is on our screens.
You'll remember the phone call that changed my life. Hey, Anna, it's Charlie. I'd like to offer you a job as TPUSA's National Hispanic Outreach Director. Charlie believed with every fiber of his being that the youth of this nation would save it. His fierce patriotism, his unyielding boldness, his prophetic...
So fierce, so fiercely patriotic, that Charlie. Oh, we were so blessed to have his fierce
foresight.
patriotism. A great,
These
great
were the
patriot.
sparks that lit the path for me on the eve of my departure to medical school to decide to change course and join TPUSA, where I could help Charlie battle the socialist indoctrination on college campuses.
It's funny thinking about Anna Paulina Luna being a doctor. I guess in a way Charlie Kirk saved who knows how many untold lives from having Anna as their physician. You know, assuming that she would have been capable of actually completing medical school. I am rather skeptical about that, about her ability to do that. Oh shit. No, don't do this. Alright, this fucking banner that they have running at the bottom of the screen is ruining this for me. They are fucking this shit up. Oh god, Stephen Miller's here. Great. JD Vance made an appearance. Oh my god. Oh, so many terrible people made it to this. So many terrible people. It's really impressive. They scraped the bottom of the barrel. They scraped the bottom of the barrel clean. Jack Posobiec.
Please welcome to the stage, Jack Posobiec.
Fucking loser. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somehow Jack is even less likable than Charlie. What the fuck was that? I just gotta watch this entrance again. Oh my god.
Posobiec.
He just comes out walking in an incredibly awkward fashion, in an ill-fitting suit, saying absolutely nothing, and just sort of thrusts a rosary into the air. What a fucking legendary loser. Oh my god. Get a life.
That Western civilization was saved through Charlie's sacrifice in the only way possible, by returning the people to Almighty God. For greater love hath no man than this, than he who laid down his life for his friends. Are you ready to continue the mission? Are you ready to fight back? And are you ready to put on the full armor of God and face the evil in high places and the spiritual warfare before us? Then put on the full armor of God. Do it now. Now is the time. This is...
There's so much goddamn religious rhetoric at this fucking thing. It is insane. It is fucking insane.
The place. This is the turning point for Charlie. God bless to all of you. God bless to everyone, to Charlie's family. To
Jesus,
all the
I say
families.
that.
And Charlie, until we meet, brother.
Let's be real. Everything that Jesus stood for, Charlie Kirk stood against. Okay? He hated poor people. He hated immigrants. He hated everyone, really. He was a hate monger. Rather than radically loving others, he was very specific about who he loved. Oh, Mr. President, look, I'm here. I'm here. I'm looking as sad as possible. People were saying I wasn't sad. Look at me now. Look how sad I am. That this isn't all about me. Oh my God. This is like the worst church service of all time. Not that I could name a good one, but just saying. Fairly certain this is literally the church service from hell. Brought to you by rich men not making it through the eye of the needle.
Amazing. When this full investigation is done, I think you're going to see that his team did everything they were supposed to do. In the car, Justin was driving. Dan was in the front with the GPS. Rick was to my left. He had Charlie's head. And Brian was at Charlie's feet. And Charlie's so big, we couldn't even shut the door. He's so tall. And I'm perched over the back seat. And while they're administering all sorts of first aid, apparently my job was to yell. I was doing a lot of yelling.
I'm sure that helped.
And I want you to know that we did everything we could to save Charlie.
I'm sure that screaming into Charlie Kirk's face while he was dying helped out.
But Charlie was already gone.
Ah, okay.
His face was looking at mine, but he wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me right into eternity.
Okay, pal.
And if it's any comfort at all, I learned later that Charlie felt no pain. He died instantly.
Oh, thank God. Thank God for that. I would not want Charlie Kirk to have felt any pain in this life, even though he wished great pain on many other people. Let's go to Nosferatu. Nice. Nosferatu made an appearance. Or is this Voldemort? Hard to tell.
His courage, his conviction, stand up! Charlie, we...
Please welcome to the stage, Stephen Miller.
Hello, Turning Point. Hello, Patriots. Hello to our fearless president, Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness.
By the way, one thing I keep thinking throughout all this, like, you know, as more and more government officials start popping up in this, is that the way in which these people are talking about all this seems to only prove that none of them are equipped to handle this with any sort of, what do you call it? I cannot think of the word. But like lack of bias. Like these people are so compromised by their feelings over the loss of Charlie Kirk that they should not be handling the investigation in any shape or form. Like literally, like like these people are they should probably recuse themselves before this entire case gets thrown out. If they in fact want to prosecute Tyler Robinson.
And sorrow to mourn Charlie Kirk,
but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name. The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand.
And this is exactly what I am talking about. I had no idea what Stephen Miller was going to say. I haven't watched any of this yet, mostly due to the fact that there was no way I was going to watch this twice. Ever. Ever. But this is Donald Trump's top political advisor and deputy chief of staff. Like, literally, listen to the things he just said. Like, there is no impartiality. Thank you, Bad Laughter. Yes, impartiality. In the things he said, there was zero impartiality. This guy literally just, like, is calling for, like, scorched earth justice.
Tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand.
Like, how can we possibly accept that these people are going to do the investigation? People who, like Stephen Miller just said, have literal or figurative, one would assume, fires burning inside of them. Fires of fury and rage. You're totally compromised.
When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand.
For fuck's sake. I cannot listen to all of this Stephen Miller garbage. I'm just going to try and see who all is here. Look, oh, look at that. Donald Trump's chief of staff. Susie Wiles, also here. Shock of shocks. The entire government is here. The entire Trump government is here in full force. All the people who are supposed to be, you know, sort of involved in wrapping this all up. Getting this investigation going.
His words, his courage to speak the truth about God, family, and country built the most powerful youth movement in our time.
You can tell that she's more upset about the loss of a political actor than actually like the loss of Charlie, the human being. Like, Susie Wiles is a cold, calculating fucking ice queen with, I don't think, any love in her heart. Besides for power, she loves power. Loves power. Love being approximate to power. All right, let's go here. Creepy laughing Tucker Carlson. This is the worst soundtrack of all time.
Oh, that made me emotional. Made me emotional to see that. Susie Wiles had tears in her eyes, which you don't often see in politics, but it's real. This is the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever seen. And I don't... Whatever happens next in America, I hope it's in this direction, because God is here and you can feel it. And Charlie would have loved this, not just because he loved large groups of people, but because ultimately he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power. And he starts...
I do not have it. I do not have it in me for this. Shut the fuck up, Tucker. I do not care about your Jesus stories, pal. Everybody enjoy my conservative biblicisms. Everything about this thing feels so just authoritarian in nature. Just the way, the spectacle that they're making out of this. Like turning him into like this religious martyr. All of this stuff is just disturbing to me. Should be disturbing to everybody. Look at that, we even got Tulsi. Tulsi's here, of course, the Director of National Intelligence. That's good.
Not asking, what will God do for me? But instead praying, God, use me for your will. He showed respect and compassion for everyone, even those who opposed him, and I think especially for those who opposed him, he invited them to his table or on his show saying, let's talk. Sitting with Charlie here in Arizona at ASU last year, seeing and experiencing him in action was truly a sight to behold. Because in Charlie, he sincerely wanted people to know the truth. Because it's the truth that sets us free.
What truth? Which truth, Tulsi? Aren't you like some sort of weird Hare Krishna or something? Because the truth that everybody else has been referring to is some sort of very specific religious truth that Charlie was obsessed with. He believed Jesus actually hated immigrants and poor people rather than the opposite. Look at that. The Secretary of State is here. Marco Rubio.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Literally, the entire Trump government is here. Talking about how upset they are over the death of Charlie. I love how they now have just like a fucking, like this thing is like 3-inch thick bulletproof fucking. Look at this thing. God damn. Seems like they're scared of the people. Was that up before and I just didn't notice, or did they put this up for Marco? Was I not paying attention this whole time? Or did they put this up specifically for Marco Rubio and the rest of the speakers? I'm fairly certain that that was not there before. Am I losing my mind? Right? No, it wasn't there. It wasn't there. They just brought it up. They got the, oh, now the top tier guys are coming out. Gotta get the bulletproof glass. Oh, shit. Mother.
highest place and gave him the name that is above.
Please welcome to the stage, Secretary Marco Rubio.
About maybe 10 or 12 years ago, a person I knew very well, had been very helpful to me in my campaigns when I was in the Senate, came to me and said she had met this very impressive young man, and he was going to start this group to go on college campuses and try to convince young Americans that ours is the greatest country in the history of the world and that Marxism was bad. And I remember thinking back then, I'm going to admit to you guys, I was a little skeptical. I said, college campuses, you're going to do that? Why don't you start somewhere easier, like, for example, communist Cuba, you know? But my skepticism was proven wrong. In place after place over the last 12, 14, 16 years, we've seen this renaissance. Understand where we were at that time in our history. Understand where we are still today in many places, where young Americans are actively told that everything that they were taught, that all the foundations that made our society and our civilization so grand, they were all wrong, they were all evil, that marriage is oppressive, that children are a burden, that America is a source of evil, not of good in the world. And here was this voice that inspired a movement in which young Americans were told that is not true. The highest calling we are called to is to be in a successful marriage and to raise productive children. And a movement that taught them that ours was not a great country, but the greatest, most exceptional nation that has ever existed in the history of all of mankind. And that it's worth fighting for, it's worth defending, it's worth preserving, and it's worth passing on to the next generation. This was the mission and the work of Charlie Kirk. And a couple things that stand out about him. He led this movement, but he did so with incredible knowledge. It's unbelievable how much he knew. He came to me very recently. He said some quote. I said, who said that? He said, Marcus Aurelius. I said, what district does he represent? I kind of knew who it was, but he said back, no, it's a Roman, philosopher king or emperor. His incredible knowledge. Let me tell you that one of the last messages I had with him was just a few days before his passing, where he wrote me from overseas, I'm in South Korea, I have many concerns I want to share with you when I get back. He was constantly expanding his horizons, but he just didn't have knowledge. He had wisdom, an uncanny amount of wisdom for a man as young as he was. Wisdom that sometimes it takes a lifetime to accumulate. He had it in just 31 years. He was also bold. It is so easy, and listen, I've been guilty of it. I think many of us have been guilty of this. You hide behind the walls and you surround yourself with people that agree with you. We do it as a society all the time. Increasingly, people are moving into neighborhoods with other people that agree with them politically and isolate themselves from people that do not agree with them. But Charlie Kirk was bold. He actively sought out to engage peacefully, respectfully, those who he disagreed with. As recently as 2 days ago, we learned of one of the hosts on CNN who said that one of the messages he had gotten just a few days before Charlie's passing was from him, inviting him to dialogue. And he did this on campuses, he did this on podcasts, he did this on radio shows, he did this on television shows. Time and again, he sought to engage those he disagreed with because he understood that we were not created to isolate ourselves from one another, but to engage. The irony in all this is that what our nation needs, one of the many things it needs, is the ability to discuss our differences openly, honestly, peacefully, respectfully. And Charlie Kirk did that more than anyone alive in America today is doing. And Charlie Kirk was impactful. Impactful because of all the things I've said, but look around this place. There's 100-something thousand people here. The President of the United States is here. His entire cabinet is here. Television outlets and media outlets from all over the world are covering this. I just came from overseas, and every country I stopped, they gave us their condolences for his passing. Impactful. In just 31 years of life, he made a difference. He mattered, and he will matter now more than he ever has before. And let me close with this. How do you remember? This is a memorial service. It's to honor him. How do you...
Okay, I'm back. I'm just realizing now that we're like 30 minutes away from the goal ending. And that is disturbing to me, because we only have 2 of 10 super chats completed during this stream. I let the time get away from me. Jesus. All right, I'm not going to bore you with more of Marco Rubio talking. Got more people to listen to. Let's see. Oh, RFK's there. Pete Hegseth's there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Pete Hegseth.
This is so the wrong music for Pete Hegseth. Sad piano music. Pete Hegseth? Yeah, right. You know, I just noticed. Look at this. The VIP box up here. Donald Trump and Elon Musk sitting right next to each other. Very close. In fact, their legs seem to be touching. Aww. Maybe they've mended fences in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Please welcome Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Charlie Kirk, a patriot, a conservative, a leader, a builder, an advocate, an author, a lover.
These guys are scared. When I see them hiding behind these, you know, impenetrable walls, they are scared. They are going to get blasted in the fucking face.
Charlie Kirk, a patriot, a conservative, a leader, a builder, an advocate, an author, a lover of freedom, a husband, a father, a Christian, and a warrior. You see, Charlie Kirk was a true believer for the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles.
The power of young people he's talking about is it's about Christian grooming, of course, right? If you get them while they're young and indoctrinate them with Christian nationalist beliefs, they might turn out to be bigots later in life and vote for Republicans.
America first and make America great again. But more importantly, he was a true believer.
What the fuck just happened?
was a true believer. For the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles, in America first and make America great again. But more importantly,
like the founding principles of whites first. So that was one of the founding principles those super great founding fathers came up with. Whites first. We'll talk about everybody else later when it comes up.
he was a true believer. Only Christ is King, our Lord and Savior. Our sins are washed away by the blood of Jesus. Fear God and fear no man. That was Charlie Kirk. You see, Charlie Kirk started Turning Point USA to change our politics. That's when I first met him over a decade ago. He was building a movement, and nobody...
Go fuck yourself, Pete. I can't listen to you anymore. You know what's shocking to me, though, is that people actually sat through this for 9 hours. I just want to remind everybody of how much time these cult members spent on being here for this fucking event. 9 hours of their lives. That's not including time to get there and whatever else. These cultists were in it for the long haul. Today. All right, let's go here to the man who knows nothing about health and is in charge of the entire health apparatus in the United States.
Please welcome to the stage Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
I'm here to tell everybody that actually you can just make up scientific results. You don't have to listen to doctors or scientists. You can just make up numbers and facts and figures, say them enough times and people will believe you.
It's science.
Charlie's overarching passion was his Christianity and his devotion to his God. He believed what St. Francis taught us almost 1,000 years ago, that we should strive to live our lives in perfect imitation of Christ. That we should turn every day and every moment and every interaction into a prayer. And Charlie understood the great...
I love how much RFK has embraced Christian nationalism. It's really incredible. Narwhal by nature with a sweet gifting, excuse me. Gifting out 5 galactic memberships to the community. Who got them? Brasmo. I don't know how to pronounce that. WYCD Foxy Dragon. Jem Williams and Brother Ubuntu Black. Incredible. That also gets us to 5 of 10 on the galactic goal. Very, very much appreciated, Narwhal. All right, I'm going to skip past old Wheezy here. Who's next? I think it's JD Vance, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's the Vice President of the United States who's speaking next. This is the longest fucking live stream. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Fail son. Fail son. The president's fail son is here to speak. Don Jr.
Welcome, everyone. I'm not widely known for being a sentimental guy. Anyone who's seen me on social media knows I'm far more likely to crack a joke or get myself for
Or, you know, blow some coke.
posting some grossly inappropriate memes.
Oh, yes, that too. Yes, you do post a lot of grossly inappropriate memes. That is true.
I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten
Remember when you posted that really hilarious meme of your father throwing a dildo at a bunch of WNBA players? That was hilarious. That was so funny. Especially because Republicans have been talking about how important women's sports are recently.
from that guy a couple times. You know, Don, you're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don. Relax. But last week, when I received word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were. And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life and to remember the way he changed so many of ours. So I want to start where I know Charlie would want me to, with what was most important to him. And that was his relationship with Christ.
What are we at now on the Christ counter? What do you think? 10,000 times that Jesus Christ has been mentioned so far at this incredibly religiously political event? It's pretty disturbing. It's never felt more like a theocracy than it does today. But wait till the vice president starts talking, then you'll really feel it. Look at him, look at how emotional Trump is. He's almost crying. Pumping your fist and crying are basically the same action. Same muscles are used in pumping your fist as crying. Oh my god, Narwhal by nature is getting the goal done all by themselves over here. We're here to sell you merch and food for 9 hours straight, is what he meant to say. Seriously, it's a captive audience. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. 9 hours long. And let's not forget that the American attention span is like 5 minutes. 9 hours is what this took, this event here. It's an incredible length of time when you think about it. It's longer than your average work day. Anyway, thank you, Narwhal. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for donating and like basically single-handedly getting us 7 out of like 70% of the way to the end of the goal. Truly incredible, just generosity coming out of Norwal today. It is greatly appreciated. What the fuck is this section down here? Can anybody tell me what the fuck this is? What am I looking at? Where's the goddamn vice president already?
States of America, J.D. Vance.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You know, I can't help but think that they tried to silence my friend Charlie Kirk. They tried to silence our dear friend Charlie Kirk. And today, tonight, we speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever. The evil murderer who took Charlie from us expected us to have a funeral today, and instead, my friends, we have had a revival in celebration of Charlie Kirk.
What are you talking about? I find it highly unlikely that Tyler Robinson, the alleged killer, knew anything about this fucking thing, since he's sitting in a goddamn jail cell right now. How the hell would he have known that there was going to be a funeral today or not? This is ridiculous.
Is Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
We gather here in this stadium in the hot Arizona sun, shielded in a great shining city our fathers raised out of the desert.
What are you talking about? Our great shining city that our fathers raised out of the desert. Wait, is he talking about Phoenix? I thought he was talking about like all of the United States. Phoenix is a fucking disaster. That place is going to run out of water in like 5 years, and everybody's going to be fucked. Another sweet, sweet super chat, this time from Orb Bruner. Low pay last night. My 1% died. Hey, couple dollars goes a long way when everybody chips in, you know? Much appreciated, Orb. And that, I almost forgot, there was a half a chat earlier today from, Thomas Walker, I think? I can't remember who it was now. But that gets us to 8. 8 of 10. Wow, made up a lot of ground in the last 20 minutes. We were in danger of not having the entire stream today. Like, literally, like 20, 30 minutes ago or something. No, it was 20 minutes. It was literally 20 minutes. We went from being a 2 to 8 of 10.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, I gotta wrap this thing up. We gotta move on from this goddamn memorial. The second half is coming to a close, and we still haven't finished this Fuckfest. All right, that's the wrong word to use.
And from this desert,
weirdo fest, Nazi fest, I guess. Fash Fest 25. Fash Fest 25.
Charlie Kirk built a movement.
Okay, I'm done
He
with
transformed the face of.
I'm done with you, Mr. Vice President. Go fuck a couch.
Demanded. Now he's
Go
gone.
fuck a couch and have a Mountain Dew.
And our
okay?
hearts feel so. Now he's gone, and our hearts feel so empty.
Go fuck a couch, have some Mountain Dew, and then make fun of the Appalachians. I'll write another book, okay? Look at this guy. This guy thinks he's going to be president. Look at him. Look at his face. This guy thinks he's going to be president? Yeah, right. Certainly not. He's not going to win in any elections, I'll tell you that much. This guy? Yeah. Uh-huh. Look how likable he is. Oh, just dripping charisma. It's so awkward. Oh my god. Who's next? Is it the president? Is the supreme leader going to speak ever? How long are we to wait for supreme leader? Jesus Christ. Oh God, Erica Kirk. This one. You know, for people like this, one thing that I think about when you get the view from over here, these kind of events give these people, the talking heads that are coming up on stage, this just massive level of justification for what they're doing, for their incredibly dangerous project. You know, you can't, like, how could you not be convinced that you're doing the right thing? You walk out onto a stage and you have a crowd of 100,000 people you're looking out at. Or however many people this is. Probably a little bit less than 100,000. But, I mean, you know, it sort of reinforces whatever insane theories you have, beliefs you have. It's like, oh, these people really love how terrible we are. I guess we should continue, huh? The fuck? What is she waiting for? She's drinking it all in. What are you saying, a prayer? Jesus Christ, stop being so goddamn weird.
Don't be creepy.
Just say words already. Okay, I think that's actually enough from her. I've had enough of Erica, as it turns out. That's good enough. Thank you, Erica, for convincing me. I don't need to actually hear any of the words that you're gonna say. They are going to absolutely be fucking unhinged. Here, I'll let her finish. Oh, look at her. She's crying. Oh, God. Oh, God. I lost my patriarch. Ugh. How am I to go through this world without a man? Terrible racist man. But he was my racist. Jesus, play.
His passion was my passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TPUSA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations.
Jesus fucking Christ. We don't need more we don't need more churches. What are you talking about? Dude, look at her hand. Holy shit. No wonder she's sad. Look at that thing. Covered in diamonds. Oh my god, it's like a disco ball. Jesus Christ. Her hand is just covered in diamonds. She might as well be wearing a diamond-covered gauntlet, for the love of God. Wow. Being a bigot, really paid off for Charlie Kirk. My God.
And yes, campus events will continue.
Oh,
and
thank
we will
God.
continue to hold debates and
Oh, I was so worried. I was thinking here, oh my God. Oh, are they going to cancel all the TPUSA events? Oh, that would be terrible for society. How would we ever? Oh. How would we ever make it through even just the rest of the year without TPUSA? Oh my God. The earth would cease to spin. Would you hurry up already? How this bitch talked for so goddamn long? I thought that I really zoomed ahead.
The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment.
She's out here talking about the First Amendment when the president is literally going after everybody who says anything about Charlie Kirk that he just doesn't like. The First Amendment is incredibly important. Sure it is. Sure it is, Erica. If you think so, then if you think the First Amendment's so important, tell the president right now. Tell the president right fucking now that he needs to respect the First Amendment and that he can't, he can't keep doing what he's doing. Can't allow him to keep on ruining the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. What in the shit is this about? Oh, no, I know who it's going to be. It's going to be Lee Greenwood, isn't it? Oh, God damn it. We definitely can't listen to Lee Greenwood. Lee Greenwood will copyright like a single note from his song. A single note. One beat of one song from Lee Greenwood will get you copyrighted immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The dude is unhinged. The dude is fucking unhinged. I cannot play this. I literally just cannot. I'll pretend to play America. What do you know about America? Standing side by side. What do you know about America? You made my grandma cry. My president's got a fragile ego. Man, oh man, why won't you just let me go? All right. I'm sorry, I can't keep it. Nadia Yvette Chambers with the sweet super chat. $2A = land 0330M Luigi's. Will the right undo itself?
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
All right, that gets us to 8.5 of 10. 1.5 is all we need, with 1.5 minutes literally left to go. My God. No. Hey, you shut up. No. You shut up, Gleep. You dumb bastard. Nope. God damn it. Okay. God damn the USA. What is this? What just happened? What did I just click? That's what I meant to click.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Lee. You've been there from the beginning with us, Lee, and we
thank you, Lee.
Appreciate it. Nobody can sing that song like Lee Greenwood. Thank you very much, Lee, very much for being here. And his voice has not changed, you know? Pretty amazing. And a special thank you to Erica.
The M suffix means million. Yeah, I know. I was just messing with you because of the way it was written. It felt weird. But yes, I knew that. I was just reading it as you'd written it. All right, to Dictator Mumble. Go, 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 sir. Get in position.
Because today, America is a nation in grief, a nation in shock, and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot. Charles James Kirk.
Charles James Kirk
was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth.
Very nasty, cold-blooded monster.
He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God, country, for reason, and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American
He's a martyr.
freedom. I know I speak for everyone here
That
today
is the
when I say
president.
none
That
of
is
us will ever forget
everybody.
Charlie Kirk.
Please hold.
And
Please
neither
hold.
now will-
Shut the fuck up. That was the president. And yes, we're at 2x. We're at 2x. The president is speaking much slower than this. I just can't listen to him right now after all this. And I'm trying to move through this as fast as possible because we've blown past the second break. But this is insanity. That was the goddamn president of the United States saying that Charlie Kirk was a fucking martyr. We've become the Taliban. We're the Taliban. Yay, we're just as good as Afghanistan now. Yay. How good and so great. The president is declaring people to be religious martyrs. Theocracy. The warm embrace. The warm embrace of religious dictatorship. Ayatollah Trump, please continue. Grand Ayatollah Donald Khomeini.
I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Because while Charlie has been reunited with his creator in heaven, his voice on earth will echo through the generations, and his name will live forever in the eternal chronicle of America's greatest patriots. He will live forever. To Charlie's incredible and beautiful widow, Erica, we know the weight of this monumental loss is almost unbearable. But even in the midst of heartache and pain too great to even fathom, you have somehow found the strength and deep faith to be a comfort to millions and millions of people.
It's incredible. The fact that Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is using such religious language in this way, speaking about Charlie Kirk as a fucking martyr who died for America as a great patriot. It's horrifying. This is fucking horrifying to me. Really is. I can't listen to this whole thing. Or maybe we should. Fuck it. I mean, I haven't heard this whole thing. I just need to hear it at this point.
And
Like, this
you very much,
happened.
Erica. Thank you very much.
I'm fairly certain this happened while we were live.
Today, an entire nation wraps its loving arms around you and beautiful children. We share in your immense and overwhelming sorrow, and we vow that we will do everything we can to ensure that your children grow up in a land where their father is honored and revered as a great American hero. That's what he is. To Charlie's parents, who lost their beloved son, and to the entire Kirk family, we know that no words can ever be enough to fill the void he leaves behind. That's a void that just can't be filled. But I hope the extraordinary outpouring of emotion over these past 11 days has comforted you with the knowledge that your son brought more good and love into this world in his 31 short years than most people, even very, very successful people, can bring in a lifetime. Charlie Kirk loved America with everything he had, and as we can see so clearly today, America loved Charlie Kirk. And he could always draw a big crowd. Look at this today. Look at what's gone on. This is a big crowd. Here today we have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. We have the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. We have countless members of the United States Senate, and I'm sorry I'm not going to introduce you, but I'll be up here. They're all over the place. And likewise, the House of Representatives, they're all over this big stadium. This is not an arena, this is a stadium. A great cabinet, and the stadium packed with rafters of people. Not to mention the one across the street that also has tens of thousands of people. And they're watching us on screen right now. And I'm sorry we couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please walk across the street. This is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time
Donald Trump just tell people in the audience to get the fuck out of here. Look, if you want to get the fuck out of here, some other people can get in. Go ahead. Get out. Don't need ya.
For millions of Americans, especially young people, it is agonizing and unthinkable to say goodbye to a patriot whose heart still had so much to give. It's so much. Raised in the suburbs of Chicago, Charlie was filled with a patriotic spirit from his youth, and he was an all-American in everything he did. And one of the last things he said to me is, please, sir, save Chicago. We're going to do that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime.
I'm going to save it. And I'm going to do that for Charlie. I'm going to save Chicago, even though crime is down to decades lows. We're going to save it from crime. Just like Charlie wanted.
In high school, he was the quarterback of the football team and the captain of the basketball team. He was a good athlete. A lot of people don't know that about Charlie. He was an Eagle Scout who spent his school lunch breaks listening to another champion for liberty, somebody that he greatly admired, Rush Limbaugh. But what was even more important to Charlie than politics and service was the choice he made in the 5th grade, which he called the most important decision of his life, to become a Christian and a follower of his Savior, Jesus Christ.
Leftist bastard with a sweet, sweet half a super chat. Getting us even closer to the goal. You're now at 9. 9 of 10, if I'm counting correctly. Is it 9 or no? Yeah, it is 9 because of Nadia. Because of Nadia's super chat. Leftist bastard. I've suffered a number of cringe-induced injuries. Look, I am sorry. Okay, if you're blaming that on me, I apologize, but you know, I don't think that I'm legally culpable for those injuries. Okay. I'm not the one saying this. It's the president and all of these others who are saying these things, okay? I'm not asking them to say these things. It's just what's happening. I wish I could save you from those injuries. I wish I could mend your broken heart.
Inspired by faith and his love of freedom, Charlie did something remarkable when he was just 18 years old. On the advice of a mentor who told him to put off going to college because he was doing so well, he devoted his life to converting young people to the conservative cause. How did he do? Take a look. How did he do? In 2012, 2 days after graduating high school, and with just $1,800 in his pocket, the young man from Illinois, who no one had ever heard of, started an organization whose grand ambitions were captured in its name, turning
a white guy with only $2,000 in his pocket somehow managed to do great things. How did that happen? Crazy. Wow, bad lefty blaming me. Hurtful. Hurtful? How rude. I'm not in charge of this programming.
Point USA. Great name.
Where am I?
And I have a feeling it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Does that make sense? It's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Look at what's happening. 12 years ago, Charlie walked onto his first college campus, the very liberal University of Wisconsin at Madison. He set up a card table and put up a sign with 3 words, "Big government sucks." Could you believe that? That's Charlie. That day, Charlie talked to every student who approached him, most of whom were probably quite a bit older than he was. Finally, after many hours, he found the first ever Turning Point chapter leader, His first year out of high school, Charlie traveled 300 days raising money and taking his message to campuses all over the country.
Traveled
He lived
for
out
300
his parents' basement,
days.
and they actually loved having him there. They loved Charlie. Everybody loved.
How does a 18-year-old kid travel for 300 days on $2,000? It's a question I keep asking myself. It was from watching the Cringe Fest. Well, it is Cringe Fest 2025.
Loved Charlie. And on the couches of friends and supporters, he lived off couches for 2 years, 3 years, and life started getting a little bit different. But he was always the same. For 5 years, he refused to take a paycheck, but day after day, he worked from 5 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, always. His staff remembers that he wore Walmart jeans and T-shirts.
Wow, that really speaks to Charlie's dedication. You know, he had great dedication to xenophobia and racism, misogyny, a number of different issues that he, wow, just dedicated his entire life to. Gotta say. Impressed by his stoic resolve on perhaps some of the worst positions imaginable.
The Goodwill store. Remember the Goodwill store? It wasn't easy, but Charlie wasn't in it for money at all. Never has been. Money was never his thing. He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time. Sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Charlie.
Charlie volunteered for my 2016 campaign and traveled the nation.
You're so good and
with
great.
my son, Don, and Eric.
Don.
I got to know him very well and saw immediately that Charlie was actually a master builder of people. It was Charlie who...
My two middle-aged sons really liked him. They're like, yeah, this guy's got something going on. He's saying that we're being replaced by people from Venezuela.
First started organizing young black conservatives hungry for support and leadership. It was Charlie who stood up for persecuted Christians and Jews on college campuses. It was Charlie who helped bring online censorship, free speech, and cancel culture to the fore of our political debate. He was right up there with me. It was Charlie who helped unite MAGA, and you know what MAHA is? That's right, Make America Healthy Again. And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcements, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be doing it with
the
Bobby,
best medical,
Oz, and all of the professionals.
We're going to be the best medically in terms of the history of this country. Because we now have a non-doctor, non-scientist, non-researcher in charge of the entire health apparatus of this country. A man with insane beliefs derived from unhinged Facebook posts. Oh, look, Cash is here. Oh, look at that. Cash, the director of the FBI, is here for this festival of fascism. Nice. That's good. Good to know that he, too, is also very compromised and enjoying this religious ceremony that we're having.
To be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism. Tomorrow we're going to be talking in the Oval Office in the White House about autism.
Valhalla, here we come.
How it happens, so we won't let it happen anymore, and how to get at least somewhat better when you have it, so that parents can help their child, their beautiful child. That's a big one. I've been bugging everybody over there. Get the answer to that. You know, 20 years ago, 1 in 10,000 were born with autism. 20 years ago, the most recent survey says 1 in 12. How bad is that? That's for young boys, baby boys, but also girls a little bit better. It's about 1 in 20, but we can't, because obviously there was something really wrong, and we think we know what that is. It's going to be, I think it's going to be one of the most important news conferences I'll ever have, and I look so forward to it. And you know who else looked forward to it? Because he knew. I tell him a little.
Nice. Director of CDC here. Literally the entire Trump government is here for this thing. They're all compromised. All these people. They are all completely compromised and incapable of doing this investigation into the murderer of the alleged murderer of Charlie Kirk. Because they are all emotionally compromised, you know, ideologically compromised. They have a agenda, one which is being fueled by this anger and, you know, difficult emotional time that they're going through right now. You know, for instance, like if they were, I don't know, like if Donald Trump was if Kash Patel was like an investigator, like, of course, he is literally the top investigator of the United States, but like just like in the city, right? And like his, you know, like he's just like a detective that works for some precinct, and his wife dies, right? Or his daughter dies, or his cousin dies, or his best friend dies. Like, he's not allowed, that guy is not allowed to do that investigation. Why? Because he's emotionally compromised. And would have fucking all of the reasons possible to enact, you know, vigilante justice rather than even application of the law due to his emotional compromise. Like you not like, I mean, that's what's happening right now. Everybody, they're all breaking down. They're literally spent an entire day crying over fucking Charlie Kirk at this perverse governmental church session. And that's exactly what the lawyers are going to come out and say. It's like, oh, really? This government's going to attempt this prosecution right now. The one that spent an entire day celebrating this guy's life in maybe one of the creepiest possible displays in recent history.
Bit about what was going on was Charlie. He would have been front row center, believe me. We'll be missing him tomorrow. It was such a big deal for him, too. He brought together Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, right here in the great state of Arizona 1 year ago. Remember that? What a night, what a day that was. And it was Charlie who was among the first to speak to me about a man from Ohio by the name of J.D. Vance. Have you ever heard of him? He's done a good job. But Charlie would often call me, sometimes the night before a big event, the other side of the country. And he'd ask me, he'd say, do you think you could come and speak at the event? The following day, right? I'd say, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You want me to travel 4 hours by plane? And you know, sometimes I did it. It was a very good...
Oh my God, this is such a long speech from Trump. I thought this would maybe be quick, but he's really going in. Stephen Miller must have written him a doozy here. Okay, we're going to have to go to break because we are so far past when we should have started the second break. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
4.5 hours into the show, we still haven't gotten to the second break. A galactic intermission is required, space fams. So, brief space messages, and then we'll be right back to finish off this Turning Points thing. Because, I mean, this is basically a Turning Points event. The funeral of Charlie Kirk. Brought to you by Turning Points. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, click the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so that you do not miss a single episode of the show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And I would like to point out that we still have 1 of 10 that we did not get on the goal. So, what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna restart the goal, even though we only have 1 needed. Gonna restart the goal for us. Give us a... I don't know. What do you say? We're already technically a half an hour past the original time. Aw, son of a bitch, my browser's fucked up. Hold on. Alright, before we go to the break, I'm gonna start a new goal. So we don't forget to do it later, once my goddamn browser refreshes. But we are still 1 chat or sticker short. Oh, I can do a 1 goal. Oh, that's easy. Nice. Okay, a single chat. I don't think we've never seen a single chat goal, but there we have it. Single chat, single super sticker, a couple of galactic memberships, gifted or started. Or equivalent $5 amount donated on Cash App or PayPal. All that would get this done. All right. What was it? Oh, right. Switch. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Bell icon too. While you're at it, consider donating. Things like YouTube come to mind. YouTube super chats, super stickers, and memberships. All good ideas. All good ways to contribute to the stream. You also got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer those. But of course, the very best way to get the most base dollars, everybody's saying it, is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron, where for just $3 a month you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like getting a avatar. That's right, you could be sitting at the pool with me and the rest of the space fams, or at the bar sipping a cool space drink. The lake and the street are also possibilities. But it's really all up to you. You just tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I'll make it happen. That's not all. You get yourself a shout out at the end of every stream, and much, much more. Oh boy. We are moving really slow today. It's taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Oh, that's bad. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. right, everybody. I think you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Well, we ended the stream, not the stream, the second half at the Arizona funerale for Charlie Kirk. Now, one very well-known man, especially in leftist circles such as this, was watching the speech Donald Trump was giving that we were just watching, and found himself to be, well, very alarmed about what it is that he saw there. Oh, wait, but before we get to that, so we just got done listening to 9 hours of celebrating Charlie Kirk's white Christian nationalist legacy. I figured we'd talk about, the rest of his legacy.
And I'll tell you one more thing that's on my mind tonight, and conservatives everywhere. The idea that people are saying, well, he was an extremist, or he was a racist, or he was a Nazi, or a misogynist, whatever. Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative Republican. He had views that are held by tens of millions of people, including more than half the country in the last election.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. It begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified.
And in the spirit of affirmative action, we have Ramon and Cadillac are your two pilots. They've never flown before, but they are black.
If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action?
I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
The war on white people continues.
You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
We are raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles.
LeBron James is a self-interested,
yes, the very weak
narcissistic,
Olympic journalist, the Olympic gymnast, very weak Olympic gymnast, says Charlie Kirk.
Narcissistic, and we know he's not very smart.
You're representing your nation. You're selfish sociopath.
Not very bright, not wise, not somebody of good character.
She is a shame to the country.
Blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today. Data shows they were actually better in the 1940s.
Let's get loud for Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm also going to offer some context and some nuance about the death of George Floyd that no one dares to say out loud, which is that this guy was a scumbag.
Remember what BLM stands for? Burn, loot, and murder.
Now, does that mean it deserves to die? That's two totally different things. Of course not.
Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact.
There's no such thing as white privilege or racism, so.
Black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot. Black people can come up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did. So what are you gonna do, cancel me? Black people are allowed to say, black people are allowed to say.
I'm a grown man, I got way
black people are allowed. Skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Thomas Sowell and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King. This guy is not worthy of a national holiday.
There's a mythology around MLK that does not warrant the reverence that he gets treated with in America.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Rather than celebrate the guy who spent his entire life fighting for Clarence Thomas's right to be a Supreme Court justice, you celebrate Clarence Thomas, the Supreme Court justice actively trying to disenfranchise black Americans. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
You have a federal holiday to a guy that talked about race all the time. Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. We celebrate the Civil Rights Act more than the American founding. The country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. The Democrats are not lifting a finger to remember the well over 100 people that have died in Texas Hill Country. The death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't.
Like, it's kind of incredible, like, that statement, like, that we should celebrate Clarence Thomas more than Martin Luther King. Right? Like, because Clarence Thomas is actively working against everything that Martin Luther King stood for. And it's just insane. It's just fucking, it is insane. But Charlie Kirk hated everyone. Black people, women, immigrants, poor people. Especially poor non-white people. Those are the worst kind of poor people.
For DEI.
If you're like poor, not white, and also trans, oh my god, that's like literally, you're basically, according to Charlie, you're basically a demon.
Jesus, I say that.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is what your country looks like on critical race theory.
You're gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is an embodiment of the
Fucking
tyranny.
Insane. Oh my god, black lesbians couldn't possibly do a surgery. They're too inept.
That we currently live on. She's an ideological, unintelligent, yet confident fanatic.
Why does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right?
So she wants to be the first ever black woman on the Supreme Court, yet she won't even admit that she's a woman.
The transgender movement is an introductory phase.
These doctors need to be put in prison
to get you strip yourself of your humanity.
A Nuremberg-style trial.
To mesh with machines.
Like that Nuremberg rally that we just saw over there in your name. It's all, yeah, fascinating. Okay. All right, we can't listen to all of this. I just can't. He's disgusting. We've already watched this in the past. I just wanted to remind us of who Charlie Kirk is once again after having to witness that display. Now let's go here, because Donald Trump said something that I missed, but one man caught during that Trump speech, during Charlie Kirk's funerale, as I think we're now calling it.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it.
He's coming
Some of the very same
influencers.
people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father.
People who accused you of using hate speech when you were only saying hateful things. Very nasty people who think hate speech is hateful.
2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where...
Where's that compilation from? Oh, that's a good point. I don't think I mentioned where that compilation came from. I should have. Because we watched it yesterday, or whatever. No, it wasn't yesterday. It was like, I think it was maybe, I want to say Friday. But that's the Seneca Project. 4 days ago, Charlie Kirk in his own words. I could post it in the Discord later, if that would help you.
The anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week we're implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people.
God.
A monopoly on power, thought,
I
and
love
speech.
Donald Trump, Mr. President.
That's
I love
not
you so
happening
much.
anymore. We've turned that corner. Some
I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good.
Violence is
We might be
justified
safe,
to
boys. We
stop
might be
speech.
safe. I don't know who he was
Charlie
talking about, but it certainly was not.
Donald Trump says he's coming after influencers, and Hassan immediately capitulates.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
That is weak, Hassan.
That's
I
not
love you so
happening
much.
anymore. We've turned that corner. Some are
I think we're good. I
bound
think
to
we're good. I think we're
conclude
good.
that violence is
We might be
justified
safe,
to
boys. We
stop
might be
speech.
safe. I don't know who
That
he was
Charlie
talking about, but it
practiced is
certainly
not
was
a
not me.
pillar.
I was not.
And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion
He's so
brought
right.
back
He's so right.
to America.
Islam.
We want
I mean, that's not necessarily the direction I would have gone. But, I mean, this is fucking insane. We need to be great again, like when we had religion? Dude, the framers of the Constitution explicitly kept religion out of our government, which means Donald Trump wants to take us to a time before the U.S. Constitution existed, before the America existed. I guess we're going to be Britain again? Okay. Interesting. I swear my fealty to King Charles.
I mean, Christianity. I'm Christian,
like
and we want
before.
religion
We
back.
want
He's
What's that, bruv?
right. I love my president.
giving testimony and giving glory to God. Within minutes of the gunshot in Utah, millions of Americans, young and old, heard the news and dropped to their knees and started praying.
Glory, glory, hallelujah.
Even many who rarely prayed asked God for a miracle. Please, God, save Charlie.
Praise the Lord.
Those prayers for a miracle have already been answered. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening.
Amen. Amen.
Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now.
Charlie would have wanted me to fight the
We
Trantifa.
grieve.
He's so bad at.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Erica's getting really, really close. Is there a possibility that she's going to try and steal Donald Trump from Melania? She just lost a very powerful man for a husband. Maybe she's going to look to, you know, cash out and buy in at a different table here. Look at this. She just, I mean, really, she like pulled the president in. She's like, she won't let him go.
Bad at comforting people. And by that I mean he's the best at comforting people. He is so good. My president, my awesome God.
Terrible, Hassan. Terrible.
Or my Lord, my Savior, my Jesus Christ.
If Hassan's gonna capitulate like this, it's all over. Oh, God.
I'm gonna keep it $1.50. When he said influencers, my ass puckered a little bit. Oh my God, look at him. Isn't he so handsome and attractive and cool and definitely not a fascist? Bro, when he said the influencers thing and then also turned around and said like, and they're calling this country a fascist, you know who they are? He didn't mean, he was talking about other people, I think, because that's my takeaway from that. Yeah.
President Trump leaving the stage there in Glen.
A French streamer raided in, and the first thing they see is Hassan in a MAGA hat. Listen, man, I'm trying to save my ass here. Raiders, that hat is a bit, but also it's not a bit. We love Trump MAGA. Okay.
Laura Loomer, she's got your man. There's gonna be like some sort of millennial like maybe we should like monetize this, you know, like get him in the octagon. Laura Loomer, Erica Kirk, fight for the sexual attention of our dear leader, President Trump. Whoever wins will fight Melania at the Be Best tournament in 2026. Whoever wins will be the very best.
As well.
Listen, to the French streamer and his fans that just came in to watch me, understand that this is not a bit. I love MAGA. I'm a big MAGA fan, and I would like to not go to prison for being a Twitch streamer and all of the things that you might have heard beforehand about how I'm a leftist or whatever. I would never be a radical loony leftist. I am a radical loony rightist. That's right. I love Donald Trump, the president. Please do not arrest me, sir. I'm a big fan of all of your policies, including the tariffs and especially the mass deportation. And I would like you to punish all of your political rivals. Not me, of course, because I am not one, but a defender. A real turning point for me, as well as everybody else. Listen, they always say I was attacking the Democrats to make sure that you win the president, sir. And all of those liberals, they were right. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. That's right. A wonderful servant of God and country and Trump. More importantly than God and country, Trump. Trump is my master. I am his servant. The crowd sizes were so big and they weren't even there for Charlie. They were there for you, sir. Clearly. Okay. You think we're safe, guys?
Here, pushed hard to rally young
Also, oh my God, who could forget how much I love Israel, which is the most moral country in the world, more moral than America even, and much better, so much better. They're waging a holy war.
He's not really sexual. He has a vascular condition. That's a good point. That's a good point. The president's what's it called? The venous insufficiency could be problematic in that regard.
And also a war that I like a lot, and definitely not a genocide. That's woke nonsense. I think we should give them even more billions. Take them from the Democrat-run cities and give them to Israel, please. All right, I think we're good. I think I got it out.
Right? Ready to... I love how Hassan closed his eyes, like while he's trying to imagine all of the worst possible things he can say. Like he's like actively fighting against all of his what do you call it? Like all of his instincts, and he's like, I really hate healthcare for people. You should never nationalize healthcare. Everyone should have to pay for their healthcare by working a job for a capitalist boss. Immigrants are bad.
Give them to Israel, please. All right, I think we're good. I think I got it out. Right? Twitch chat ready to say we're conservative so they won't arrest us? Yep.
The chief of staff.
I want to see the influencer line again. Does anyone have a clip from that line specifically when he talks about like people who oppose? Because there were some highlights here. A lot of lowlights.
There you have it. Donald Trump may be coming after people like Hassan next. The influencers, the nasty ones. You know their names. That is what the president said. All right, let's keep this moving. Go here. Majority report. This was posted 7 hours ago.
The idea of living in an authoritarian state, so many people, I believe, out there are like, well, yeah, it does feel like that now, but, you know, it's not going to last. And I sort of feel like that is a problem. Because, like, even if we assume that the Republicans don't manage to gerrymander away a Democratic control of the House, which, I mean, frankly, it's a real possibility, folks. There does not seem to be much of a limiting, like a device to limit what Trump attempts to do. A lot of what he's attempting to do, they've sort of found a successful a mechanism to do what he wants to do, and that is basically lording government services and government functions over the various entities that make decisions in our society. And we saw this in the case of Jimmy Kimmel and others. We see it in the case of Mahmoud Khalil, who may be deported to some random country because of his involvement with, frankly, between Colombia and pro-Palestinian protesters and supporters. But, you know, the time to worry about authoritarianism existing longer than you think it's just like as if it was going to automatically expire. The time to worry about this, I mean, frankly, was probably 6 months ago, 10 months ago, a year or two ago, maybe 10 years ago. But we're there now. This is what it feels like, where people are self-censoring, where people are afraid, where people, you know, you have trans folks who are like, I'm trying to figure out how to get out of the country because my literal health and life and liberty is in already concrete terms, not just threatened, but in fact impaired. Down the road, those threats are there. Down the road, it could be even worse. And it's also the case for a whole cohort
immediately,
of people.
if not sooner.
I don't know if you got that video too, Brian, I put in about that 80-year-old. Maybe you guys played that.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay. I mean, we are living in an authoritarian society now. There's just that's not hyperbole. It is just simply the case. Now, are there ranges within that authoritarianism? Of course. But we have crossed the threshold. When people are afraid, and we're talking about the law firms, we're talking about the universities, we're talking about corporations, we're talking about individuals, where the vice president of the United States gets on
you can't imagine how anybody would want to sleep with Trump, considering it. I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, look at some of these relationships in the Republican Party. Right? Look at Caroline Leavitt, the fucking Ministry of Truth czar. Her husband is like twice her age. She's like what? She's like more than twice her age, actually. He's like, how old is Caroline again? I think he's more than twice Caroline's age. Right? Donald Trump is significantly older. I think he's like, what? 15, 20 years older than Melania, at least, I think.
Radio show and says go get people fired for not showing enough deference to someone associated with the administration. I'm sorry. That's
25 years.
That's what authoritarianism is.
He's 25.
And,
he's even older
I've
than
been
I
thinking
thought.
about how...
Oh my God, he's 25 years older than Melania. I undershot it.
Leadership and folks in power have an effect on the rest of society. I mean, we've lived under Trump, this specter over our politics for around 10 years at this point. And it's not just Trump. I mean, it's obviously what we're seeing with Israel committing genocide, even Russia taking the opportunity to invade Ukraine, where there is a complete breakdown enabled by the failures of liberalism economically, in the liberal international order as well, in which might makes right, and that comes home to us eventually. And it also is interesting to me how the nation's almost character and the way it interacts with the
Caroline is 28. She just turned 28 last month. Her husband is 60 years old. Holy shit.
is reflected too in what you're describing, this people not being able to fully contemplate this happening to us. So that's what happens in other countries. That's maybe what we do to other countries. But that can't come home to us. And the other leadership that has enabled this is the Democratic Party, that has not met the moment in any capacity, that has capitulated over and over again to this. And that level of weakness also has an effect and doesn't give people the oxygen to resist in the way that they were doing in 2016 post, right? Like, for all of our issues about the resistance and, hey, I thought there was too much focus on Russia, less focus on material issues. There was some people being cringe, God forbid, whatever. I would love for some more earnestness back in our society once again. But that showed that we did limit him the first time to a degree. I mean, he did a lot of damage, but the leadership from Democrats fighting him on everything had an impact.
I mean, part of that also was just that they weren't as prepared to do what they're doing as they are this time. I mean, Project 2025, incidentally, the FCC chair wrote the communication section on in Project 2025. A lot of this stuff is part of that plan.
Project 2025. Never heard of it. By the way, one thing that we haven't covered that I keep meaning to cover, and this is reminding me to cover that right now. Did you know that Caroline Leavitt also appeared in Project 2025 videos before she became Donald Trump's Minister of Truth?
Book. So, you know, the Trump and his minions are far more prepared this time around to run this playbook. But it is the case, and we'll play a clip from Chuck Schumer where he's starting to show at least setting the table maybe for a government shutdown. But understand, he enabled this. He is 8 months too late on this. And even still, he's out there, you know, bemoaning Jimmy Kimmel getting fired, bemoaning the actions of the FCC chair. But up until days ago was, and maybe still is, 100% earnestly trying to figure out some type of fig leaf deal that Republicans would sign on to, that he could pretend like he got something so that he could fund this government that is doing all of these bad things that he's talking about. Right. I mean, like, it is a completely, and even still, and we will give him a modicum of credit for at least, like, maybe setting the table for a government shutdown. But still, the framing of it is still just sort of like they're living in 1995.
How about the optics of being somebody who had his statement on Mahmoud Khalil's detention was very mealy-mouthed, but now that a wealthy white liberal entertainer is impacted, which, want to be clear, this is an enormously scary moment and it's an attack on the First Amendment, and obviously we support Kimmel and his staff, but does the Democratic Party, it doesn't help their disconnect from the average voter when this is when he decides to basically take a stand here, and not the people that were being punished for their speech in the first 9 months of this administration,
or even the last administration.
Right.
Like, this McCarthyite period started under the Democrats.
Look, the fact is that the entire hysteria, and I'm not saying that there is an anti-Semitism in our society. I've experienced it as a child. I've experienced it as an adult. It exists. I have a long list, but the hysteria as a way of trying to silence protest about what Israel is doing and ginning up the anti-Semitism, that set up everything that happened in terms of Trump going after these universities. That set up everything that Trump did in terms of going after these law firms. That has been used now as and it's ironic in many respects, but that has been used on Khalil, used on a graduate student who's just writing an op-ed in Massachusetts. Yep. I mean, on and on. And once it is used under the cover of anti-Semitism, suddenly that tool People are very, very comfortable swinging that hammer around in other contexts. So, I mean, so much, I mean, and to the point where, like, he funds the government. And I do mean Chuck Schumer funded the government because it was his, group of 7 senators that broke the filibuster. He funds the government, and just like as if to just sort of illustrate what we're talking about, because he's got to go out on book tour for his book about anti-Semitism.
Pro-Israel, his #1 job, according to him.
Yep, and so.
Yeah. Democrats have not done enough to stop Donald Trump on so many things. And while it's good to see them, kind of fighting back a little bit right now in this one moment, has not been nearly enough from the leadership specifically. That part of the Democratic Party that is really actually the vehicle for no change, right? It's the reason for why we don't get better politics in the Democratic Party. People like Chuck Schumer, been in power for too long, who take too much money from, honestly, any dollar from taking from corporations, in my opinion, is too much. But him and Zilk are just showering themselves with donor money while they ignore the democracy crumbling in front of their eyes, or actively participate in it. And this next video got recommended to me. I had never seen this channel before, but I found this guy, this breakdown, to be relatively good, discussing this Kimmel cancellation.
Trump declared Antifa terrorists. Within days, ABC pulled Kimmel. That's how fast institutional collapse happens now. Let's talk about the Nazi playbook. And this isn't Godwin's law. It's the real thing. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm an American scholar of resistance history and the author of Resistance History of the United States. Trump declares Antifa, people who show up to resist fascists, terrorists. ABC then cancels Jimmy Kimmel for daring to be candid about the suspect in the Charlie Kirk case. Nexstar Media Group preempts the show for the foreseeable future. Sinclair, another owner of ABC stations, goes further. It is going to air a Charlie Kirk tribute special in Kimmel's time slot and is demanding he apologize and donate to Turning Point USA. The FCC doesn't need to revoke licenses when corporations race each other to the bottom, competing to demonstrate loyalty before the demand even comes. There's a German word for this that I can't pronounce, but let me explain the idea, because you need to understand what Steve Bannon and Steve Miller have been studying. It's coordination, and was how the Nazis transformed every institution in society into an arm of the regime. Not through some dramatic purge, through fear, professional association.
What was that word?
Not through some dramatic purge, through transformed every...
What was that word? Gleichschaltung.
But let me explain the idea, because you need to understand what Steve Bannon and Steve Miller have been studying. It's coordination, and was how the Nazis transformed every institution in society into an arm of the regime. Not through some dramatic purge, through fear. Professional associations, unions, churches, newspapers, social clubs, they all coordinated themselves with Nazi ideology. Most did it voluntarily, racing to prove their loyalty before they were forced to. Here's how it actually worked. In 1933, the Nazis didn't have to shut down every newspaper. They just had to make examples of a few, and the rest fell into line. Trade unions weren't immediately banned. Their leaders were arrested or intimidated, and suddenly, the unions
right to jail, right away,
themselves and joined the Nazi labor front. Professional associations, doctors, lawyers, teachers weren't given explicit orders. They saw which way the wind was blowing and preemptively expelled their Jewish members, rewrote their bylaws, declared their loyalty to the new order. The key effectiveness was in the ambiguity. No one knew exactly where the line was, so everyone drew it far back from where they stood. Local chess clubs.
That's right. This is something we should all be incredibly cognizant of. Every time that we capitulate, we are literally creating the fascist terms that we are living under. Every time that we do not push back on the authoritarian actions of the Trump administration, we are essentially, as the Germans did in the 30s, created the very conditions for this all to fester into an even bigger, more systemic, societal fucking problem. It's going to lead to all sorts of just just unreasonable amounts of fucking human suffering. And where does it all stop? Where does it all stop is the question, right? And that's the point, is that it doesn't. You know, the second you start capitulating, you know, the faster this happens. The more that other people see you capitulating. Like you said, there's a psychological element to this. And all other things, especially when it comes to businesses, you know, interests that they have to fulfill that aren't necessarily, that have absolutely fuck all to do with democracy and your, you know, civil rights, and have only to do with the capitalist, like, you know, the profit incentive, things like that, you know, keeping themselves in business, just generally speaking, and avoiding any sort of punitive, like, you know, any sort of punitive actions coming from the Trump administration, right? And, you know, people are going to overcorrect. Not that, I mean, and that's, of course, a sort of perverse use of the word, because it's really not correct, but they're going to adjust further than perhaps even the Trump administration would ask. But the second that they do that, the administration's going to notice that, and that'll be the new law of the land. Oh, look, they capitulated. We saw in one of the press conferences Donald Trump was speaking at. Well, it wasn't even a press conference. It was reporters outside of the fucking helicopter, and where he was yelling at that reporter, like saying he was a very nasty guy who asked a lot of very nasty questions, which could be considered hate speech, which is illegal. Can't do hate speech by criticizing me and saying nasty things. Like, he literally was like, ABC, your boss, already gave me $15 million. Why didn't you learn your lesson? Why are you still criticizing me? But this is literally what we have going on right now. We watched this yesterday, and I think we have to watch this again today.
I am incredibly alarmed by what appears to be our First Amendment rights being attacked. This is what I do for a living. I don't like that. Aww. But you know he's coming. The man is coming.
Okay.
And you have to adjust accordingly.
Oh, there we go.
Well, that was Stephen A. Smith talking about the Jimmy Kimmel situation. And when I heard him say that, I thought to myself, what exactly does he mean?
Yes, that is a good question. And we asked ourselves that question yesterday. We listened to the entire interview. Stephen A. Smith was on here, and for 10 minutes, he basically said, look, Donald Trump is going to crack down on free speech. So what you have to do is you have to capitulate ahead of time. You know, you don't believe me? Here, let's listen to a little piece of it. He's like, look, we all know that Donald Trump is going to crack down on free speech. And if you don't capitulate ahead of time, you might suffer consequences. And you don't want that. You don't want that. You can't have people suffering consequences out there for saying their speech, even though they are already suffering consequences. What you have to edit yourself. You have to be exactly as the president would want you to be.
acquiesce. The other side is move accordingly, sort of under the radar in some way. How are you defining operate accordingly? Because I know from just hearing you and following your whole career, you are somebody who's been unapologetic about speaking your mind, having even unpopular opinions, and not pulling any punches. So is this different than that?
That's true. Yeah, because I'm fair and balanced. I'm not one-sided, and I'm not directing my eye at one individual consistently since 2015. That's not the kind of behavior I choose to engage in. Even people that I don't like, that I've been on the record stating I don't like, I still remain fair and balanced.
And
When
by
they
making
deserve-
this argument, Stephen A. is basically, I mean, he's quite literally saying that if you have been focused on the same person for 10 years, if you have been critical of only one side, well, then you do deserve to be come after by the government.
Be complimented.
If you have any opinion that you're willing to stick by, if you have an ideology, right, like Charlie Kirk had, but on the other side, you should edit yourself because the president's coming for you.
Say so. I don't avoid complimenting them just because I may not like.
Yeah, I'll spend my entire show talking about how great Donald Trump is. Oh, sir, what nice balls you have. Oh, your face is looking especially orange today. It glows in the sun. While I fillet you.
To be criticized, I don't hesitate to do so. And their opponents or people that are on the opposite side of the aisle than other figures, I'll make sure to call them out too, under the same guise. If I agree with them, I'll say so. If I don't agree with them, I'll say so, and I'll say why. You have to remember that with Trump and the government itself, particularly as presently constructed, they're looking and accusing folks of being fair and partial. They're not being fair and balanced. That's the accusation that they're making. If you know that's what his is going to be, make sure that you don't hesitate to criticize others on the
This is the weakest ass position I've ever heard. Yo, Stephen A. should be completely ashamed of himself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is the most pathetic stance I've ever heard. This man is a multi-millionaire with a massive platform and who is so scared of not being able to continue living the lavish lifestyle that he lives right now. He's willing to do whatever it takes. He doesn't have an ideology. He thinks the president's great. Oh, great leader. Where's my MAGA hat? Like, that's Stephen A. for you, people. Scrupulous. What a scrupulous individual. And all of us should apparently do the same thing. I'm gonna pre-capitulate right now. Wait, do I have a MAGA hat around here somewhere? No, I'm not gonna do that. But this is literally the thing that we were just talking about. Stephen A. is literally engaging in the thing that we were just talking about. People like this are pushing the goalposts for Donald Trump. They are helping him in silencing the speech that he claimed to be concerned about being silenced. Which effectively makes Stephen A. a fucking collaborator. Speaking of sports, let's go to the Bay Area, where fans of the Valkyries, I think they are, I can't remember, actually. They are some sort of Bay Area sports team. I could have sworn that they were like lacrosse, but I cannot remember. I could look it up. Let me look it up. Oh, they're the WNBA team for Sacramento. Okay. Golden State Valkyries. Over the weekend, there were, I think, Golden State Valkyries games, or at least a game, and fans had the opportunity to take a Valkyries themed train to the playoff game.
Well, Caltrain is helping to kick off excitement for tonight's playoffs game. They are running southbound number 416 as a Valkyries-themed train. It left the San Francisco station at 3:48 p.m. The train will drop fans off at the San Jose Diridon Caltrain station right across from the SAP Center in San Jose. Fans will be able to win exclusive Valkyries and Caltrain prizes on that train.
When fans get off the train, there will be a block party there so they can get ready to watch the Valks in the playoff game. It'll be from 4:30 to 6:30 on Barack Obama Boulevard, right next to SAP Center. There will be a DJ, music, performances, basketball activities. Fans can even meet Violet herself. Also, a note for drivers, Obama Boulevard will be closed.
Damn, Valkyrie's block party in the streets. That sounds fun. Well, while we're talking sports, let's go to Canada. Talk about one woman from Calgary who's heading to the UFC.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
Some great news for UFC fans in our city. Glenn is back with us, and Glenn, one of Calgary's top fighters, has signed on with the UFC.
Ian, Melissa Croton just signed a 4-fight contract with UFC. Her first fight will be next month in Vancouver, and for Croton, it's a dream come true. Even as a kid, Melissa Croton was interested in mixed martial arts. She was never one for team sports, and MMA fit her competitive needs.
When I was young, I started taking Taekwondo with a really good friend of mine, and it was just one of those sports that, for whatever reason, it just resonated with me, and I fell in love with it.
Later on in her adulthood, Melissa trained in Muay Thai, and that led to her fighting career. Her nickname in the octagon is Scare, and Scare Croton has been a force to be reckoned with, but it didn't happen overnight.
It's just weird if you do
this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Eventually, you're gonna get decent at it as long as you're keeping yourself honest and you're doing the right things for you to continue, expanding on your skill set and expanding on all the things that it takes to become good at something.
The 34-year-old Croton is 6'2" as a professional and is one of Canada's top prospects. She's done so well, she was approached by the UFC and signed a 4-fight contract.
I've sacrificed a lot in my life. It has not been easy, so it means a lot to have this vision come to fruition like it has.
There you have it. This woman's going to be representing Canada at the UFC. I guess not, officially, but, exciting for her. And perhaps for Canada. Oh, Canada. All right, let's go back to the United States, all the way down to Miami. Talk about how one man refuses to be held back by the accident that put him in a wheelchair and is doing everything he can to stay active and help others stay active as well.
We introduce you to an inspiring young man who refuses to be held back by the accident that put him in a wheelchair. Not only that, he's paying it forward. He offers help to others like him as they navigate their new normal.
¿Cómo está, Pablito? Todo bien. Every time he comes here, I get a piece of candy. Todo tranquilo. I just come here and check on my people, check if they need. Sometimes they might need help with some workouts, so I'll get them situated in the machines.
For the past 2 years, Alejandro Labrada has been working at the Lynn Rehabilitation Center. He serves as an outreach coordinator for the University of Miami's Miami Project to Cure Paralysis. He talks to patients, he listens and guides them. His expertise to do so has come over time. It goes back to the biking accident that left him with a spinal cord injury that changed his life.
I said after my accident that I want to change someone's life for the better. How we respond to certain situations is completely 100%.
There we go, an admirable effort from this young man. Not only in attempting to continue to fight to live his best life, but in helping others to do the same. Riding motorcycles is dangerous, kids. Don't forget that. And sure, I know that there's no kids actually watching this show. Felt like the thing to say. Let's go now to Philadelphia, where I think over this weekend you could, or at least could have, participated in Philly Girls Jump Summer season finale of Double Dutch.
Welcome back, everyone. Double Dutch is taking center stage this weekend. Waukesha Bailey is outside our studio with a preview of the summer season finale with Philly Girls Jump. Hey, Waukesha.
Yeah, good morning, Jim. You know what? Whew, I got a little workout on just before we came on. I was actually jumping, and you're right, Tanisha, you don't need to know how to jump to do this. Is that what you're experiencing?
No, you do not need to know how to jump. You can come with zero experience because we'll get you there. We have our easy-to-follow technique of teaching Double Dutch in less than a minute. In your case, it was 20 seconds.
Immediately, if not
okay
sooner.
Now, so tell us, you've been doing this since 2016.
Yes.
What got you started?
We were just thinking of ways to get our bodies moving again, and we thought, let's jump Double Dutch like we used to. It's always been one of our favorite childhood pastimes that morphed into an adult pastime. So it got us started, and it continues to keep us going.
Right. And so when you're looking at how many people usually come out, I mean, your following on social media is insane. 1 million views on some of these jumps.
Yes, some jumps have 2 and 3 million views. Just on Saturday, we had a young lady jumping with us that was 77 years young. So we just bring that fun nostalgia of Double Dutch. We have so much fun with our ropes.
Okay, so right now we are looking at some pretty fancy footwork. Let me ask you this. Is that your core team right now?
There you have it. People double dutching in the parking lot here in Philadelphia. Looks like a good time. And now's the time to do it, people. As of course, I think we all know.
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. If you're in Philadelphia, you want to get in as much, outdoor activities as you can muster before winter does in fact arrive. All right, let's go to New York. Buffalo, New York specifically. WKBW TV from 2 days ago. Bill's Mafia helps woman reconnect with nurse who helped save her father's life at a Buffalo Bills game.
CPR is a cause so very close to the Buffalo Bills and its fan base. It's what saved Damar Hamlin's life nearly 3 years ago when he went into cardiac arrest during a game. And it's what saved a Bills fan's life just last night after they collapsed moments into Thursday night football. 7 News reporter Michael Schwartz has the story.
This Facebook post after Thursday night's game has been seen by thousands. Candace Dodge wrote that she's looking for the woman who saved the life of her father, Brian, at the start of the game. It happened minutes after this picture was taken.
My dad just sat down and I said, Dad, are you okay? And he said, I think I just need a break. And I turned around and recognized that he was not okay.
Brian lost color in his face and had no pulse.
I truly thought I lost him.
I just told him, I'm a nurse, is something wrong? And that's when I saw the gentleman sitting there unresponsive and just kind of falling.
The power of Bill's Mafia found the nurse named Danielle Johnson, who was heading to the restroom when she heard the commotion and turned around.
She threw him down on the bleachers and began CPR chest compressions immediately.
Danielle is a licensed nurse who works with people with developmental disabilities. She performed CPR on Brian for 5 to 10 minutes.
I watched her bring my dad back to consciousness.
It just so happens that before Thursday night's game, the Bills and American Heart Association honored fans who saved the life of a woman who went into cardiac arrest at the stadium.
There you go, people. Knowing CPR can save a life. Wow. When Sunday Fun Day goes wrong, you need a nurse somewhere nearby. All right, well, while we're in New York, I suppose we should go here. France 24 English from 19 hours ago. Let's talk about the UN General Assembly, which is coming for New York City very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Where, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu will be attending.
Illegal.
Security at the 80th UN General Assembly will be tighter than ever. Some 200 world leaders are flying into New York City at a time when global conflicts are raging. Those tensions will be reflected here at the UN.
The brave men and women of the NYPD, FDNY, and our federal partners will come together and ensure the safety of this city.
In the back rooms of the UN, plans have been carefully constructed.
We're in a heightened threat posture. We're paying attention to everything that's going on internationally, domestically. We have an entire protective intelligence division who monitors all those things that are happening. You know, for example, the terrible, horrible, and unfortunate thing that happened last week with the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
The basement houses surveillance equipment that'll be crucial during high-level week.
We are going into the Security Operations Centre, which is you could call it the nerve centre of our integrated security.
There you go. Extremely heightened security ahead of the UN General Assembly, which I believe is happening next week. Could be wrong on the date. Might be 2 weeks from now. Don't quote me on that one. But while we're in New York, let's talk about this. CBS New York 4 days ago. New bike project in Astoria sparks heated debate. Oh! Heated, you say? Why?
Opponents of a bike lane in Queens claim it will compromise school safety and create bottlenecks for first responders in emergencies. But supporters say the data paints a very different picture. The new bike lane project is on 31st Street in Astoria, and El McLogan has more on the heated debate.
Common sense. There's plenty of places for people to bike. We need a place for our kids to be safe. This is not a common sense place for a bike lane.
For a group of St. Demetrius school parents, a bike lane on busy 31st Street is a non-starter.
Where the cars are next to the sidewalk will be the bike lanes. The bikers, the e-scooters, as well as the motorcycles are in the bike lanes, and they do not respect the pedestrians.
Principal Skorda says congestion at drop-off is already taking a toll.
Parents are getting stuck in traffic, and as a result, we have an increase in lateness.
The roadway redesign will span 1 mile along 31st Street. Members of 2 firefighter unions pointed to reduced emergency access beneath the subway tracks.
We're not going to be able to get our ladders above the 3rd floor.
Though union members raised concerns, the FDNY told us it collaborated on the
What's hilarious about this is this is a blatant lie, like an obfuscation of reality. Like, oh, this is not going to allow us to get to the 3rd floor. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? It's already like this isn't a picture of the actual place. This is an example of what it would look like after the construction. But you go here, hold on, where is it? And you go back to what it looks like. There's already an entire row of cars in the way. Which, let's be real, if we're talking about what's in the way, like if you're a firefighter trying to get a ladder up to a building, right, which is going to be more difficult to get there through a bike lane, right? A bike lane where there's it's going to be you would assume pretty pretty free, right? Like a pretty open space, right? Or would it be easier to get through an entire row of cars?
Is even higher, 29%.
Double parking all over the place that puts people in danger.
Hold on, I gotta go back.
For cycle less safe doesn't sit well with Astoria native Josh Brewer.
I'm not really buying that argument. I think as it currently stands, it's a major issue with visibility, but I don't see how the plan would make it any worse. I think it would only improve things.
According to the DOT, protected bike lanes reduce serious injuries and deaths by 18% for all road users. And for pedestrians alone, that number is even higher, 29%.
Double parking all over the place that puts people in danger.
For cycling advocate Alex Duncan, early installation is proof enough.
This is what the street should look like. It's ordered.
Exactly. It's ordered. Look, how are they? I cannot believe that these fucking assholes over at the fire department are like, oh, how are we going to get up to the third floor? It's like, look, idiot, there's double parked cars from one end to the next. How are you going to get through that? You're just going to plow through it? You're going to go knocking on each door? Trying to get people to come out and move their cars while the fucking building burns down? What are we talking about? What exactly are we talking about here? It's ridiculous. It is nonsense. It's not going to make things less safe for anyone. It's going to make things safer broadly for the entire public. At least for the people specifically in Queens. In this neighborhood. Sasha G with a sweet, sweet super sticker. Sour Hour engaged.
All over the place that puts people in danger.
For cycling advocate Alex Duncan, early installation is proof enough.
This is what the street should look like. It's ordered, it's safe, it's beautiful, it's prosperous for the neighborhood.
Advocates say more bike lanes will encourage more people to bike, reducing traffic and collisions.
If you build it, they will come.
Now opponents are suing the DOT to halt the project. A ruling is
And now 2 90-year-old men are suing.
They will come.
Do you see who's suing? It is the neighborhood Karen squad that's suing. Bikes? That's woke. Ridiculous. We live in a ridiculous timeline. No, they just generally bust your windows out to run the hose through. Yeah, they do that. They do that. But they were not talking, the complaint that the fire department official was not giving about the hose. He was talking about getting the ladder up to the third floor. That's the thing I'm talking about. Like, I know what you're talking about. But what I'm talking about is what that man was talking about. And that somehow he wasn't going to be able to get the ladder to the third floor because there was going to be a bike lane instead of double parked cars. And that was going to make it somehow more difficult rather than less difficult to get. And it just didn't make any sense when you thought about it for like a half a second. If anything, a bike lane is thinner than the width of a car. So if there's cars parked outside of the bike lane, there's actually less space that you have to get through rather than more. You know what I'm saying? Rather than with the two. I think everybody gets what I'm saying. All right, let's stay in New York. Talk about the mayoral election. Starting here. Since it's Sunday Fun Day, I figured we would revisit this particular quote because I still think it's pretty hilarious. 9 days ago, Donald Trump had things to say about Republican candidate in the New York mayoral election. Founder of the Guardian Angels, Curtis Sliwa. Is that bad, Bunny?
Let's turn now to the mayor's race, where Republican Curtis Sliwa faces an unexpected attack from none other than the leader of his party, President Trump.
Marcia Kramer joins us now to explain what this catfighting is all about, Marcia.
Well, just as you are well aware, there's been a lot of talk about President Trump getting involved in the race. The tantalizing possibility that he might offer jobs to one or more of the candidates.
Marsha's voice is always like just it's always throwing me the fuck off.
Look, I'm a Republican, but Curtis is not exactly prime time.
And there it was laid bare, President Trump's apparent distaste for the man New York Republican.
Harsh. Not prime time, that Curtis. I mean, look, this is like, what is his third or fourth time running? Hasn't ever won. He keeps trying, but it's just like, buddy, not happening. That little red beret, it's not helping either.
Chose as their standard bearer in the mayor's race, Curtis Sliwa. And it wasn't about Sliwa's platform or his penchant for wearing his red beret. It was his dedication to those of the feline persuasion.
He wants cats to be in Gracie Mansion. He wants to open it up as a kid. That's the home, for those that don't know.
He's a good crime fighter.
The magnificent home of the mayor. It's beautiful. Gracie Mansion, to me, is like a fabled place. If you're in New York, no, we don't need to have thousands of cats.
Sliwa, who has made no secret of the fact that he and his wife Nancy.
We don't need to have thousands of cats taking over Gracie Mansion, okay? It's a nice place. Have you seen it? It's lovely. You don't need litter boxes all over the place and just cats crawling all over on the furnitures. That would be terrible. Say goodbye to the rugs, okay? Say goodbye to those that they're done, all right? Oh, it's all done. It's gonna smell like cats all over Gracie Mansion. I mean, Curtis love. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Curtis's love of cats might be his most endearing quality. He does not have a lot of them, so it really. I mean, it shoots to the top really fast because there's not a lot about Curtis Sliwa that I find to be tasteful or good. But I just want to go back in time. If you don't believe Trump about Gracie Mansion, well, I present to you Exhibit A. Freedom News TV, 4 years ago. Exclusive, all caps. Meet mayoral candidate Sliwa's 17 cats.
Welcome to the Sliwa household. It's not very big, but it's comfy. My consultant said you don't want to let people know that you have 17 cats. Then they'll think you're crazy. And some people have told me that. I say, great. You say crazy, I say eccentric.
Sometimes you don't want people to know that you have 17 cats because they'll think you're crazy. Curtis Sliwa.
My consultant said you don't want to let people know that you have 17 cats. Then they'll think you're crazy. And some people have told me that. I say, great. You say crazy, I say eccentric. But in reality, it's taking care of furry little creatures that would have been executed at taxpayers' expense. Think about that. We're executed.
I love how every time that Curtis moves anything in this apartment, another cat pops up. Like he opens up a closet, cat. Opens up a fucking cupboard, cat. Moves a suit aside, 2 more cats. Oh god, he stands up. Oh, whoops! I guess I was sitting on a cat.
Our furry little friends and family members.
Oh, look at that little guy.
Compassion is really the key. We've had a mayor, de Blasio, who claims he's compassionate.
Okay, I think some of these cats might need to go to the vet.
Compassion is really the key. We've had a mayor, de Blasio, who claims he's compassionate, that he's a progressive. And as a result of his inactions, we see not only animals being slaughtered who could live a good life.
Illegal.
But the emotionally disturbed who are everywhere. He had a program, Thrive, took $1.25 billion over 5 years. It was supposed to deal with the emotionally disturbed. He never does. Never does.
It's all Bill de Blasio's fault. That's what you gotta understand, okay? That's what you have to understand. Bill de Blasio, nasty, nasty man who hates cats. Now, I don't think we have any evidence for Bill de Blasio hating cats. I'm just going to the very end of this thing.
Cats are comfortable. You know, they're living a really good life, and they'll have a good life the rest of their life, as long as that is.
Well, there you go. There's a glimpse of what Gracie Mansion might look like in the future if Curtis Sliwa wins. Now,
for New York City
unfortunately
mayor,
for Curtis,
Democratic nominee
those
Zohran
cats,
Mamdani picked up a huge endorsement from Governor Kathy Hochul.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm talking. Unfortunately for Curtis and those cats, probably not going to be moving into Gracie Mansion anytime soon, seeing as he is not doing very well in the polls. Now, a few days ago, after, what, 11 months of this? But at least a couple of months since Zohran actually was, officially won the Democratic primary. The Democrat governor of New York had finally endorsed Zohran. Kathy Hochul. Let's go here, ABC 7. From 5 days ago. I guess it was a few more days, whatever.
For New York City mayor, Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani picked up a huge endorsement from Governor Kathy Hochul. Hochul endorsed Mamdani in an op-ed in the New York Times, writing they are, quote, unlikely allies who will put aside their differences, stand up and fight back against President Trump. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate.
Good afternoon. Governor Hochul has formally endorsed Zohran Mamdani, the front-runner in the mayoral race, and that's as we are just 2 months out from Election Day. Now, this is her party's nominee, and she says that he has both the courage and the urgency to tackle the issues that are impacting the city, and that's as this race is getting attention on both the local and national levels.
Yesterday, I endorsed Zohran Mamdani. I've made it very clear that we have differences, but I also believe that he brings a sense of optimism and the can-do spirit, a positivity that I believe our city needs at this time. And we all know that there's a lot of work that occurs at the federal, at the state government level once the budget starts and our priorities are unfolded.
Hochul says she realized through conversations over the past few months, she and the assemblyman both prioritized issues like public safety and affordability, even if they had their disagreements. Still, other top New York Democrats have yet to formally back him, including House Minority Leader.
Shock of shocks, Hakeem AIPAC Jeffries still hasn't endorsed that. Oh my gosh. Who could have guessed that that would happen? Hold on, I just want to see what Curtis had to say. Here you go. There he is. Does he have the cat with him?
Words criticizing the governor's endorsement of his competitor, Zohran Mamdani.
Was I surprised at Kathy Hochul's endorsement of Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee? Absolutely not. There's one.
This might be one of the most New York moments of all time. Curtis Sliwa yelling about Kathy Hochul with a copy of the New York Post clutched in his hands. Oh my God. What a dork.
You've learned from me. I don't trust any politicians, Republican or Democrat. They are subject to flip-flop whenever they think it's in their best.
Comrade Kathy flip-flopping. Terrible. What's terrible about it is that it took Kathy this long to fucking endorse Zohran. And I think I'm wrong about the 2-month number. I think it's like close to like 3 or 4 months since Zohran won the primary, and it's fucking ridiculous that it's taken this long for her to say shit about it. Although time is like doing fucked up things for me lately, like feeling like, I don't know, like I'm still sort of in shock that this year is almost over. It feels like last week we were talking about Donald Trump's inauguration to some degree. But it's just because of the onslaught of news, I think, that I've been having to go through for the last 9 months. Really been fucking with my concept of time. All right, let's see what's going on with Eric Adams. Now remember, let's not forget, okay? In this moment, we got a month and a week, month and a half. About a month and a half until the election day, right? So this is the final countdown. This is the final stretch. This is when you make your final pitch to the people. You know, your best possible arguments. Let's see what current mayor Eric Adams is saying. CBS New York 3 days ago.
Mayor Eric Adams has joined the growing call to ban horse carriages in New York City.
Main thing to illegal.
We saw so many incidents where horses were running free, horses died on the street. We're better than that as a city.
The mayor is urging the city council to pass rider's law named after a horse that collapsed in the city streets, then died several months later. The ban would phase out carriages and replace them with an electric alternative. So can this decades-long battle be...
Don't get me wrong. Some aspects of this carriage, the carriage industry is a bit barbaric. And some of these horses are, in fact, suffering. But the fact that this is Eric Adams' plan right now, it shows you just how he's done. He's on the ballot because we're a month and a half out. So everybody whose name is on the ballot is on the ballot. It's not changing. So he's on the ballot, but he has given up. He has folded. I mean, talking about goddamn carriage bans. Oh, no more carriages. That's going to solve all of New York's problems right now. Great thing for you all to think about and to forget. This, of course, will get the voters to forget about all of the corruption and the Turkish bribes that I took, or my capitulating to Donald Trump and his ICE efforts. Like, it's insane. It is the most insane thing to do. If you were at all serious about winning this race, this is not what you'd be doing. But this is all Eric's got. He's all tuckered out over there. He's out of ideas. This Zohran kid, too difficult to beat him. Fact is, Zohran's numbers just continue to get better and better. They really do. Meanwhile, other candidates in the mayoral's race, did I just say mayoral's race? In the mayoral race, Andrew Cuomo in particular are getting heckled when they go on their campaign stops. CBS New York 2 days ago. Andrew Cuomo decided to go visit a mosque. Let's see how this went. Probably good.
We begin with that heated scene in Queens. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo confronted by loud critics inside a mosque as he tried to make his case to Muslim voters.
That moment underscoring the sharp divide in this mayoral race. Dick Brennan joins us now with the latest on what happened. Dick?
Yeah, Jessica and Christine, Cuomo had been criticized by Zohran Mamdani for not campaigning at mosques and went for the first time to campaign at one last week. Today, he was at a mosque in Jamaica, but he was not exactly welcomed with open arms.
The division by race.
Andrew Cuomo being shouted down at a mosque in Jamaica, Queens, but the former governor persisted despite the chaotic reception.
This is a democracy, and we can have a difference of political opinion.
When the shouting died down, Cuomo tried to differentiate between himself and Zohran Mamdani.
I've always been a Democrat. Mr. Mamdani is a socialist. He is a socialist, and there's a big difference between being a...
Wow. People do not seem to be really big into Andrew Cuomo here. People are shaming him publicly.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Shocking. Truly shocking that Andrew Cuomo would not be welcomed by the Muslim community in New York. Wherever could that possibly be coming from? I'm sure it has nothing to do with his, you know, giving pro bono legal work to Benjamin Netanyahu.
And being a socialist.
Cuomo was also heckled as he left the mosque. On the west side of Manhattan, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani denied his campaign orchestrated any response at the mosque to Cuomo, but said many Muslims...
I love how the immediate reaction from the Cuomo campaign is that this is some sort of a this is some sort of a political op that Zohran ran, or that it's not possible that Andrew Cuomo is so unpopular that wherever he goes people boo him. Oh my God, it's incredible.
Zohran Mamdani. New Yorkers are infuriated with Cuomo being late to meet with the community.
And the answer is a record of engaging in Islamophobic rhetoric, a campaign where he sought to paint myself as the first Muslim Democratic nominee in the history of this city as someone to be feared, as someone to be understood more in the language of an animal than in the language of a person.
Mamdani cited the case of a man who was charged in Queens with making...
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. You settle down. Now, what I find so shocking about all this, that the Muslim community wouldn't accept Andrew Cuomo, is that, of course, Andrew is one of the Muslim community. Don't believe me? This was on Governor Andrew M. Cuomo's YouTube page from 8 years ago.
As a New Yorker, I am a Muslim. As a New Yorker, I am Jewish. As a New Yorker, I am black. I am gay. I am disabled. I am a woman seeking to control her health and her choices. Because as a New Yorker, we are one community.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. That's all I could think of is, oh my gosh, I am shocked that the Muslim community is so adverse to Andrew Cuomo when he is, in fact, a Jewish Muslim woman, a gay Jewish Muslim woman. Okay, let's go here. Zohran Mamdani for NYC. These videos still killing it.
I'm on Roosevelt Island, or as it was called in 1887, Blackwell's Island, near what used to be the New York City Mental Health Hospital. 138 years ago this month, Nellie Bly arrived here, deep undercover, an intrepid investigative journalist at a time when women were told they couldn't work men's jobs. She had spent months applying for reporting roles. The only publication that would hire her, the New York World, gave her a daunting assignment. She was to feign mental illness, to shine a light on a dark underbelly of the city, the hidden facilities where the mentally ill received treatment. Bly arrived on Blackwell's Island with the knowledge that there was no plan to get her out. For 10 days, She ate spoiled food, watched as nurses beat and choked patients, and braved bone-chilling cold. When she was finally released, she wrote a searing expose that achieved what was previously judged impossible: a systemic overhaul of how the most vulnerable in our society were treated. New York set aside $1 million for reforms, the equivalent of $35 million today. And when she returned to this island a month later, she found a hospital that had changed its ways. Nellie Bly's time is long past, but the challenges she dared to investigate endured. New Yorkers with severe mental illness have been failed by a system that often seeks to push them out of view rather than support them. Just as those in Nellie Bly's era dismissed the idea of mental health care without misery as impossible, many of the most cynical among us today think it's only possible to address severe mental illness through criminalization, not compassion.
Illegal.
New Yorkers know that we can do better by each other, but we have to do things differently. As mayor, I want to challenge what conventional wisdom deems possible, and we'll do so with our new Department of Community Safety. Our unprecedented $362 million investment in mental health services will prioritize preventative and ongoing care, which is proof.
God damn it, Nadia. When you're right, you're right. I mean, I did somehow. Did I skip over? Did I skip over that part? And black too. Right, you're right. Andrew Cuomo's not just a gay Jewish Muslim woman. He's a black gay Jewish Muslim woman getting an abortion.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry if I excluded anybody or any of Andrew Cuomo's identities. That was unintentional of me. Rude, in fact.
How rude.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And I'm sorry. Back to Zohran.
Zohran Mamdani.
Challenge what conventional wisdom deems possible, and we'll do so with our new Department of Community Safety. Our unprecedented $362 million investment in mental health services will prioritize preventative and ongoing care, which is proven to make the most enduring impact. We'll support peer-led mental health clubhouses and supportive housing, grow outreach efforts on the subway, and deploy mental health professionals to address the mental health crisis, not ask police officers to take on yet another job. This is how we deliver lasting improvements, and it's how we look out for one another. Nellie Bly wrote, "It is only after one is in trouble that one realizes how little sympathy and kindness there are in the world. There are too many of our fellow New Yorkers in trouble, their days filled with fear. Together, we can reform our mental health care system and build a city where every New Yorker can live a life of dignity."
How can you not want this guy to be mayor? Come on.
Come on!
Oh, I don't want people to have adequate mental health care. I prefer crazies to roam the streets without help. And then when we find them,
right to jail, right away.
That's the only way society can deal with it. All right. Now let's talk about this horrible story. Let's talk about, oh, what's his name again? I forgot it already. This dude's very forgettable. But honestly, we have to remember this fucking douchebag's name to some degree. I really do think so. Son of a bitch. I cannot remember his name. Doesn't matter. He's a piece of shit. A man from Texas. Plano, Texas to be specific. Who left a series of incredibly racist and bigoted, hateful, and threatening messages for Zohran Mamdani.
Illegal.
He's been accused of making death threats of the hateful variety and posted bail 3 days ago. Eyewitness News.
And we begin with that.
Nope, we don't need this one. Let's just go here. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, 3 days ago.
Well, we begin here at 5 o'clock with a man who is charged with making...
I'm sorry. I actually remember his name now. I think it's Peter Fistel? It could be wrong. But like a neuron fired somewhere back in my brain. What was I saying? Right. I just noticed that we went over the 6-hour mark, and we were in danger of bleeding even further into the third break. But we must take another galactic intermission. I am afraid that the Sunday Funday valuetainment must be paused momentarily.
Are you not entertained?
For these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you can get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to GNN if you enjoy the show. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Of course, with new memberships, you get 18 sweet emotes. We're still working on getting 19, but we have not been getting very many new members lately, and we're slipping backwards in our progress towards 19, but I still have faith that this year, hopefully, we'll be able to get there. But if that's not your vibe, you probably prefer all of your money go directly to funding the stream rather than part of it going to funding YouTube's bottom line, you could go over to Cash App or PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon, become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Well, that's it for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. think everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back into those seed space, fams. Unless you want to miss the beginning of the fourth half of the stream. Are we already at the fourth half? Oh my god.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
I have gotten through such a small portion of what I want to get through today. I am in deep trouble. Oh my god. Thankfully, it's Sunday Fun Day. Some of them, many of them, are not the highest of stakes news stories. And we'll be able to gloss over some of these rather quickly. Sorry to say that will have to happen. We literally will be not able to do all of it. I've done the math. I'm fairly certain I could be miscalculating. But due to how long it took to get through the Rapture and Charlie Kirk's goddamn memorial, taking up a half each. Oh boy. We are way behind where I would like to be. So far behind. Okay. Let's talk about this fucking asshole who left this string of disturbing messages for Zohran Mamdani. Hateful, violence, calling for violence, inflammatory, to say the least, about what this man said. And the fact that this hasn't gotten nearly any coverage, like, really, like, I mean, in terms of, actually, I don't mean coverage. It's gotten coverage, mostly from New York stations, but, like, in terms of, like, actual eyeballs on these videos, it's actually pissing me off, right? Like, it's genuinely pissing me off this week because of what's going on with Charlie Kirk. The fucking, like, just wait until you hear this. If we had a leftist version of Donald Trump, which I know, like, don't break your brain trying too hard to actually imagine that, but just loosely, if we had somebody like Donald Trump with left bent, right? The reaction to this would be fucking, I mean, insane. I'm sorry, I'm getting way ahead of myself right now.
Here at 5 o'clock with a man who is charged with making death threats against the New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani.
Police arrested Jeremy Fistel in Texas and brought him here to Queens to go before a judge. The repeated threatening calls caused law enforcement to increase security for the day.
You know, why can't anybody, like, literally anybody say Zohran's name right? Everybody's saying it wrong. Mamdani. 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 Like, it's ridiculous. It's not hard. It's 3 syllables. Mamdani. Mamdani. It's just, ugh. What's so hard about that?
Crap.
Eyewitness News reporter Stacey Sager live in Kew Gardens, Queens, with what we know at this hour. Stacey?
Well, Mike, this is a 22-count indictment, and we want to warn you, the details and language of it are pretty ugly. 4 of these counts involve a felony charge, making terroristic threats as a hate crime. All of this set against the backdrop of escalating political rhetoric in our country and a heated mayoral race.
He walked out of court with his attorney today, facing a host of cameras and reporters.
Anything you want to say?
But he said nothing. 44-year-old Jeremy Fistel of Plano, Texas, shaking his head
I guess I got his
courtroom.
first name wrong. I'm sorry for anybody. Hopefully nobody, everybody heard that. Okay, what did I say before? Paul? Peter or something? Whatever. Jeremy.
Prosecutor Christina Mavrikas laid out the case. She also read a series of horrific messages Fistel allegedly left for mayoral frontrunner Zohran Mamdani. It was back in June at the Assemblyman's Astoria office, and the messages are chilling. This is only a sample.
Hey, Zohran, you should go back.
Uganda before someone shoots you in the head and gets rid of your whole family too. Muslims don't belong here. Go on and start your car.
God.
See what happens.
This is the most hateful rhetoric imaginable. Go back to Uganda before somebody shoots you in the fucking head and kills your whole family. Muslims don't belong in America. Now, this is the sort of guy that Charlie Kirk would have been a big fan of. He probably would have been calling for people to pay his bail, just like he did for, oh, God, who was that? Cannot remember now. It was it. Who did he raise bail funds for? That, like, did a fucking, like, he like, shot somebody. Oh, my God, my brain is broken.
Yeah, and keep an eye on your house and your family. Nobody wants your terrorist ways here. And check your beeper too. Terrorist.
Jesus Christ.
Beep, beep, beep.
Check your beeper too, you terrorist. Beep, 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 beep. Insane. Wild. This is fucking wild. Like, we don't have any evidence of like what the ideology of Charlie Kirk shooter is, but for the last 12 days we've been inundated by claims that leftists are doing political violence all over the place. Meanwhile, we got this guy who seems to be doing what is very clearly right-wing extremist sort of death threats to a sitting, I would point out, he is a sitting assemblyman who is running for mayor, right? He's already enough. He's a government official. Oh, wow.
Pistol's defense attorney adamant about saying, think what you will about his client's ugly remarks.
I hope you get terminal cancer and die a painful death very soon.
But he says they don't threaten immediate harm as the statute requires.
Check your beeper. Beep, 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 beep. That's not threatening, really? No? It's not directly threatening? That wouldn't cause someone to be alarmed for their safety? Really? Really? That's fascinating. What a fascinating claim. Oh, what, before, we gotta get what Eric Adams had to say, the mayor. Eric, what do you think about all this?
We're going to do.
And in an already contentious New York City mayoral race set against a backdrop of national political violence, New York's Mayor Eric Adams didn't exactly condemn the hateful comments. Instead,
there's something ironic about a person who called for protection for his life, but don't understand why we don't want to defund and disband our police department to protect everyday New Yorkers.
Seemingly piling on after Mamdani asked for police protection. Meanwhile, Mamdani's campaign responding to the arrest today, saying, unfortunately, threats seemingly piling on after Mamdani asked for police protection. Meanwhile, Mamdani's campaign responding to the arrest today, saying, unfortunately, threats of this nature are all too common, and they...
It's a pathetic move from Eric Adams. He is the sitting mayor of New York. Zohran Mamdani, regardless of whether he's a political opponent of his, is a New Yorker. And for him to just completely politicize, like, rather than just being a normal human being, like saying, this is fucked up, that guy's a piece of shit, and, you know, I'm going to beat Zohran at the ballot box, he decides to try and use this moment where he's getting fucking death threats to be like, oh, well, hey, that's what he gets for wanting to defund the police. Even though literally Zohran is not defunding, is not going to defund the police. He's just going to reallocate funds so that the police don't have to do so many jobs that they're not equipped to do. that they don't have degrees to do. You know, they don't have social working degrees, psychology degrees to handle mental health crises and things of that nature. And it's just fucking pathetic that Eric Adams just like, wow, what a guy. That's what you get for wanting to defund the police. Maybe next time, Zohran will think twice, huh?
Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani.
All right, one more video on this. I think there's a few more quotes in this one. This is from CBS New York.
We begin with the breaking news. A Texas man appeared in Queens criminal court this morning accused of making terroristic threats against mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani.
Illegal.
Investigative reporter Masa Saidi joins us now with the latest and some serious allegations.
Prosecutors say this man left voicemails and emails making threats against Mamdani. Prosecutors identify him as 44-year-old Jeremy Fistel of Texas.
That's
and
how
a
you know,
22-count
like...
indictment that just dropped. Prosecutors alleged this man made...
That's how you know that you're totally not unhinged whatsoever. When you're not only leaving threatening emails, but also voicemails. You're like, well, maybe he's not checking his inbox. I gotta make sure I call and leave a voicemail so that he can definitely hear my voice saying the most hateful things that I can think of.
4 phone calls over the summer wishing death against Mamdani. He allegedly called Mamdani, who's a Muslim, a terrorist, saying, quote, Muslims don't belong here. Prosecutors say that when this man was confronted with recordings of his threats, he said he had no intention of actually coming to New York City and he was just trying to express.
He was just trying to scare him. He was just trying to scare. He was trying to terrorize Zohran Mamdani. He was just trying to incite fear in a political candidate for mayor. That's normal, especially since he lives in fucking Plano, Texas. That's what I love about this story the most, is that this guy was doing it from a completely different state where this has nothing to do with him. You know, I wonder, I won't say with certainty, even though Donald Trump and Republicans are literally doing what I'm about to try and avoid doing. I'm not going to say definitively that the rhetoric of the Trump administration or of other people spewing hatred at Zohran Mamdani, even some Democrats like Kristen Gillibrand, who said he was a jihadist, you know, like have in fact fed into this narrative that has caused people in other states to be so concerned about it that they lose their freaking mind. You know who else was losing their mind over the existence of Zohran Mamdani? We watched a video on it earlier this year. We've been talking about him all stream. Charlie Kirk, of course. Charlie Kirk was just spreading the hatred and fomenting fear amongst his audience about the existence of Zohran Mamdani. No-go zones are coming. Sharia law. He's gonna jihad all Jewish people in Manhattan and Brooklyn. Oh God. It's all over.
Political thoughts. Here's a little description from inside the courtroom of what prosecutors say this man allegedly said.
It's easy to be upset about all kinds of stuff. There's a difference between saying I would do it and saying I wish it would happen. You know, like I hope bad things happen to you, but I'm not going to do it.
And he's facing up to 60 years in prison. Our Jennifer Bistrom is inside the courtroom and we'll have an update shortly. Of course,
60 years. 60 years this guy's facing. That seems like justice. That seems like justice. right, let's go here. This is from 2 days ago from Zohran's channel. They have been blasting out videos lately.
Life in this city doesn't need to be this hard. We all want more money in our pocket, more dignity in our lives, more rest and joy in this wild, beautiful city.
We've been running this race for 3 months, and at every single turn, we have surprised people.
He's up 8% with 76% support. That's right.
We're at 81%.
Holy shit.
We're running this campaign to surprise this city.
Because this is a campaign that is going to win on June 24th.
Cuomo just conceded! Cuomo just conceded!
What's happening?
When I look out at this room and out onto the midnight skyline, that is what I see.
Anybody else? Hand warmers is on, that's right.
Canvas launches that continued in the pouring rain. Strangers who care about those they will never meet. It is you climbing floor after floor of the 6th floor walk-up. In the rain, in the sun, in the snow, that took us from a campaign that was considered at best an interesting idea to beating a former governor by 13 points.
Immediately,
The former New York governor says he's staying in the race.
The best way to prepare for January is by winning a mandate in November.
I don't know, Zohran, if it's a world record or not, but having 50,000 volunteers in a mayor's election, pretty good to me.
We are going to get to 90,000 volunteers in the general.
Arabic language and Spanish.
There are people across the world who are looking at this. They don't just see themselves in me, they see themselves in you. They see themselves as someone who could also knock doors in their city. Take that little step that could lead to a big one. And understanding that, in fact, the future we deserve, it's in our hands if we're ready to fight for it. So we are going back to the doors.
Big fall canvas weekend, which I think has been happening all weekend. People getting out there, hitting the pavement, not giving up, not slowing down, even though Zohran is in the lead. Knocking on all of those doors. Getting out the good word. Now let's get a little bit more personal. Go here to a 2 days ago, also coming from Zohran's YouTube channel, where he spoke to one man you might be familiar with, Bernard Sanders.
Bernie. Senator.
Zohran, how are you?
Zohran.
So many people know you as a senator, as a presidential candidate, but you were also a mayor.
For 8 years, 4 terms.
8 years, 4 terms. And the time when you decided to run, Ronald Reagan had just won the presidency. He had even won Vermont. And yet there you were as a Democratic Socialist deciding to run for mayor. What made you make that decision?
I think Reagan was part of it. During that period, this is ancient history, we were dealing with serious economic problems. We had come off of the war in Vietnam some years before. And basically, it was an attempt to involve people in the political process to revitalize American democracy. And one of the accomplishments that I am most proud of in my life is between my first and second term, we came close to doubling voter turnout.
Wow.
How's that?
That's pretty incredible.
So people had given up on the political process, mostly lower income working class people started to get involved.
How did you do that?
Here's a radical idea, all right? I don't want anyone to listen. We paid attention to the needs of the people. I know. Oh, God. Radical idea. In other words, like many cities, the needs of working class and low-income communities had been ignored. So in Vermont, we get a lot of snow. So we made sure that snow removal took place in low-income working class neighborhoods.
So we're just talking about the potential of Burlington's waterfront. What do you think?
I think it has a lot of potential if there would be some improvements to it.
We developed programs for the children of those areas. We started a after-school program for the first time. We started a child care program. We started a teen center. We started a kids newspaper, a kids cable TV show. We started paying attention to the senior citizens living in low-income and working-class neighborhoods. Made sure that street repaving paid attention to those often neglected communities. Today, it's even worse than it was back then. People really feel government has ignored them, and we've got to start paying attention to the needs of ordinary people.
He won his first election by just 10 votes, a genuine upset. An independent beating both the Democrats and...
I gotta say, it's really nice to see how much Bernie seems to have embraced Zohran. You know, it seems more and more that they, like, as I see them getting more and more comfortable with each other. I think the first time that I ever saw them together was at the Oligarchy Tour rally that he did in Brooklyn. What was it? Was it last week? We talked about that last week? I can't remember.
Republicans.
When we started our campaign, we were reading about your path when you ran for mayor. You were in your 30s. You were running against someone who had been in power for quite some time.
5 terms.
5 terms, and he struggled to pronounce your last name.
Yep.
He called you
Saunders.
Saunders. What took you to the point where you were able to
We
take
ran,
all of it
if
on?
I must say so.
Please.
You know, what we did back then is exactly what I'm trying to do politically today. You had a city at that time that was dominated by a conservative democratic establishment. And so many people were left out of the political process. So what did we do? We went to the low-income public housing. We talked to people, what are your needs here? We talked to women's groups. This is way back when. We did not really have an opportunity. Talked to people in the arts community, said, what can we do more? We had meetings with hundreds of parents to talk about what we can do to improve life for the kids. And then a week before the election, we talked to the Burlington Patrolmen's Association, police union. And we said, look, you guys are workers. It's a difficult job being a cop. How can the city play a better role? And we talked about it.
You were sharing earlier that when you won the race, you then came into a city council.
Still shudder. We had 13 people on the board of aldermen, and their strategy was very simple. They said it was a fluke. That was the word that they used. He somehow got in. We're going to make sure he doesn't accomplish anything. 2 years from now, people are going to come to their senses and re-elect all of us, right? They made life miserable. They denied all of my appointments. So I had to work with people who had spent their whole life trying to defeat me. 1 year later, I worked so hard, knocking on doors. We ran a slate of candidates. On election day, we won 3 seats, plus 2, gave me veto power, changed the whole direction. And I think even our opponents said, that we better back off. What Bernie is doing is what people want him to do. So we did so many things which brought people together to help develop a sense of community. I'll give you an example. It's a beautiful city, and I said, look, I want to plant trees all over the city. Oh, it can't be done. Well, we ended up getting money. And you know who planted hundreds of trees in the city of Burlington? The people.
What you talking about?
On a given Saturday, all over the city of Burlington, people were out there planting their own trees. We started a jazz festival, which shut down the entire city for free jazz all over the city. Still going today. Circuses. We just did a whole lot of things to bring people together culturally.
Excited that Ella Fitzgerald is here. It's certainly going to be a great few days. Thank you very much.
And where would you find the funding for this?
It was not a lot of money, to tell you the truth. You'd be surprised that small amounts of money can really go a long way, especially in a small city. One of the things in the arts community, and I found out when I ran for president, there's so many great musicians and artists out there. They want, you give them an opportunity to perform, to be supportive of a working class ideology, they are there with you. They're an untapped resource.
I'm Jane Driscoll, and this is 242 Main Presents, a production of the Mayor's Youth Office.
So you established a youth office.
Some of these clips was headed up by a young woman named Jane Driscoll.
Some of these clips are so vintage. They're amazing.
And this is 242 Main Presents, a production of the Mayor's Youth Office.
So you established a youth office?
Yep, which was headed up by a young woman named Jane O'Meara Driscoll, who 40 years later is still my wife. We got married in the process. So we not only got a youth office, I got a wife. In the low-income areas, there wasn't even a Little League. So we started a Little League, and I was one of the coaches.
I think especially with the youth office, what comes to mind is that in New York City, we often tell kids, especially teenagers, what they shouldn't do. We spend very little time telling them what they should do.
We did, and it doesn't seem like a big deal. We established a teen center, and we said to the kids, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. You decide the music, you decide, you run it yourself under those conditions. Honest to God, I bump into people today who say, I remember that teen center, and we had musical group, battles of the bands, these kids were coming out. terrible music, loudest music you ever heard in your life. But the kids enjoyed it. Exactly. Bread and roses. There was a lot of bread, but there was a lot of roses. And I think this created a sense of joy in the community that hadn't existed before.
It can't just be struggle.
No, it cannot. People have a right to enjoy community.
It speaks to the fact that governance will require everything.
Yes.
And so often our ideas, our movement, they are thought of as if they could only exist in a purely legislative context. But this is this opportunity to show that there's the application of all of these ideas could transform the lives of working people.
Absolutely.
The people of Burlington said very clearly that they want to do away with the regressive and unfair property tax, and they want some basic alternatives.
One of the things that really struck me also about what you ran on was taking on a broken property tax system. Can you share a little bit more about what motivated you to pick that and how you see that as a progressive priority?
You got a tax system where a nurse or a truck driver may pay an effective tax rate higher than a billionaire. That's absurd. That's got to be changed. So we led the effort in breaking our dependence on the property tax because it is a regressive tax.
There are so many echoes with the struggles here in New York City, where you have a property tax system that so many have acknowledged for so long is broken, and yet there's the lack of political will to actually put forward a vision that would be fair. Wouldn't be easy, it wouldn't be simple, but it would be fair. And people lose their faith in government if you can't address the most glaring example of its failure.
That's right.
It's a sad day because the United States has chosen to go to war against the people of Nicaragua.
When you were the mayor of Burlington, you would also speak up against U.S. foreign policy.
I did.
That was far out of line with the values of most people across this country.
For the last 150 years or so, the United States government, in its wisdom, has decided that Latin America should be a colony of the United States government.
How would you balance leading the city and speaking up for...
First of all, you got to do your job. You're not running for president of the United States. You're running for mayor of New York City, a city which, like every other city in America, has significant problems. That is your job. But sometimes, as the leader of a great city, you do have a right to reflect the views of the people in your city on some of the important issues facing the country. So what I can tell you, having been all over this country, is that the American people do not want to continue to spend billions of dollars supporting Netanyahu's extremist government, which is wreaking havoc and destruction on the Palestinian people. You have a right to speak out on those issues. I think you do. And I think when you do, you are reflecting the views of the vast majority of the people in this city. Yeah! The thing that I have learned to be a successful mayor.
I just love this conversation between Bernie and Zohran. This was, this made it feel real because the way that Bernie is recognizing him, and Bernie is a busy guy. Let's not forget, he's a state senator and has been doing a goddamn tour around the country. The fact that he took this time to sit down with Zohran again, after already having done a rally with him, I think it shows that Bernie is serious about Zohran, that he thinks that he can become mayor, and that he represents something, I think the same way that he sees something in AOC. But I mean, potentially, I'm perhaps speaking out of turn for Bernie, but that's just what I fucking see here, potentially going on.
Hear from the people, you got to involve the people, and you got to talk to the people.
Whoopsies.
Got to get through all the media crap that's out there and say, this is what I am trying to do. What do you think? The importance of your election is that from a moral perspective, from a set of values, you're going to be in sharp contrast to the President of the United States. We don't believe in pitting one group of people, often politically weak people. We don't believe in generating hatred against the group. Our understanding that we bring black and white and Latino and Asian, everybody else, around an agenda that works for all of us. That we're not bullies. That, if we can say it, we believe in compassion and love. That is what motivates us. Oh my God, it's a radical thing. We believe in the Sermon on the Mount, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which is true in all religions, all right? So it's important that we take that value system, that we cherish our kids, no matter what their color may be, the elderly who help raise us, that we bring our people together, and that in the richest country in the history of the world, it is not radical. I know, according to the President of the United States, you're a communist, really, because you want to improve child care in the city of New York, really. You're not the radical. A system which gives so much to so few and denies so many people the basic necessities of life, the depriving people of their rights to live full human lives. That's what's radical. So standing up for justice is what the American people want, and that's what your campaign is about. So bottom line is, which is going to fall on your shoulders if and when you win, is an enormous responsibility to show the world and people throughout this country that our value system can govern well and efficiently, that we can fight for justice, that we can create a better world for all people, not just for the 1%, all right? Now, I think when you get inaugurated, you're probably not gonna have the 3 richest people in the world sitting right behind you, right? I think not.
Follow the rich
We
way.
wouldn't have invited them. I hope they're not there.
And it's not just on you, it's on the people of New York. It's on all of us. What the system has done is taken away our dreams. And they said, we get it all. I mean, just the other day, our friend Mr. Musk is in line for, I mean, it's so insane. What was it, $900 billion bonus?
He would be a trillion.
Yeah. No, it's insane.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
And yet, in this city, you got people sleeping out on the streets and people can't afford health care.
Come on! What is giving you hope in this moment?
I'll tell you what's giving me hope. And this is not just rhetoric, it's real. I have had the opportunity to be in every state in the United States of America. And I have met so many extraordinary people. And the bottom line is, you know what? This country consists of a lot of very, very good people. Look, one of the things that the whole country is noticing and why your race is so important, it's not just your ideas. The real question here is whether the will of people will prevail, whether the oligarchs and the billionaires will continue to run the city. That is the question. If you can defeat the oligarchs here and say, you know what, New York City is not for sale, that will send a message to every community in America that real change is possible.
This is just one of these uplifting ones where I was like, I'm really glad we've been doing Zohran on Sunday Fun Days. It's very uplifting hearing that from Bernie. He sounds very optimistic, and that gives me great optimism. We've been living in terrifying times, people. And we need... You know, we need to continue to push for what we know is right together. Unify around the issues that we know matter most. Lift each other up in whatever ways we can. And on Sunday Fun Days, we have to embrace the fun as much as possible. And even sometimes that fear. Let's go here to Click on Detroit from Local 4 WDIV from yesterday. Scarefest Scream Park.
No!
Kicking off spooky season in Macomb County.
All right, B, thank you, sir. Look who's here. Scarefest Scream Park officially kicking off the haunt season this weekend up in Lenox Township.
So the park features 4 different attractions, plus food trucks, bonfires, movies, and more. You guys look ready to rock it. This is your season.
Oh, yeah.
So Laura Marino's over here. She's the operations manager, and some of the actors from Scarefest. Lauren, what can people expect when they come to visit you this season?
Oh, we've got
this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This plus a lot more. We have so many new things this year. We've updated all of our attractions. We've got tons of new midway activities. We've got brand new photo ops, new shows, new food. Everything is going on at Scarefest. We got something for everyone.
Yeah. And you guys are really into it. I love this. Yeah. What is your favorite part about being a part of this?
The scares.
The chick with the goddamn chainsaw is so into it.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
It scares. Oh, yeah. It's good. Fresh blood. Yes. Yes. Rolling around in dirt. Oh, very fun. Rising from our coffins for the season. Oh, good. Yes.
How about seeing the kids' faces? We're like, whoa.
Oh, it's good. It's good. So, yeah, you like something real magical when you come out.
For you or for them?
Oh, everyone. Being able to interact with someone and have a lot of fun and seeing the smile on their face.
Okay, there we go. Terrifying story. Which looks like it could be a fair bit of fun. But it is that time of year, people. 9 days left in September. It's practically over already. Fall is coming for us, and then immediately, if not sooner,
Winter is coming.
winter is coming. So we better enjoy the fall while it's here. Pumpkin spice, scares, turkey. And as you know, probably, maybe not, some of you may not be from a whole entire year ago, maybe perhaps in the last year you found our stream. But we embrace the holidays around here. And I've got galactic sets all prepared for Halloween. Although I might be doing a little, I'm already like prepared, like I'm like looking at them and like feeling like I need to do a little bit of editing to them between now and Halloween. But I'm going to start putting them up soon. I'm going to start putting them up in a piecemeal fashion once they're ready, since we're basically a month out from Halloween, and I'm pretty stoked on it. We're going to get those Halloween sets up soon. Don't forget, patrons, costumes. If you didn't have a, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. We'll talk about costumes later for your avatars. Other fun things to do potentially out there. Outdoor festival in Canada. CTV News from Monday.
Breakdancers and DJs from across Canada put their skills on display in Sherwood Park this weekend. This is Broadmoor Lake Park and the Pillars Outdoor Hip Hop Festival, family-friendly event including participants from at least 4 provinces and territories. The Street Styles 780 Dance Foundation organized all this, and the chair says it's an opportunity for all types of artists to show off their skills.
The idea is to bring together all of the 5 elements of hip-hop: breaking, MCing, DJing, aerosol art, as well as the history of hip-hop.
He says the festival specifically Sherwood.
He was the best spokesman they could find for this festival. God damn. Anyway, looks fun. Looks fun. It's probably already happened, but hopefully everybody there had fun. Speaking of music and Canada, let's go to Montreal, where some are outraged over the high ticket prices for events upcoming.
By some company that then decided to resell them again through Ticketmaster as well.
That's too
And for
much,
Ariana
man!
Grande's 3 shows in Montreal in July 2026, the top tickets cost $3,000.
If the promoter and a man.
Jesus Christ. Tough to have fun these days. Times is tough out there. And things like dynamic pricing and robot scalpers It's getting even more difficult. With things like music events. It's an unfortunate, shitty timeline we find ourselves in, people. I know I say it a lot, but I do find it to be true. Okay, let's... You know what? Let's skip this next one. Sorry. I just realized I've been trying my best to get cut out as much ABC as I can, and I think on a Sunday Fun Day, this is the opportunity for me to do so. I really would like to watch this next one. I just realized, like, just now that it's ABC, it pisses me off. I honestly might, like, if I didn't rely on ABC to some degree sometimes for stories that I don't find other places, like, I would just unsubscribe right now. If it, like, wasn't my job to, like, find news and then talk about it, it would already be GG for ABC over here. Maybe I should God. I mean, I don't have time to have this ethical fucking discussion with myself right now. But we gotta skip. I'm skipping the next one. I'm sorry. It's just partially for time because of how slow we're moving, but also because ABC and they're deciding to capitulate to the Trump administration. Let's go here for some more value-taining stuff. Hawaii. News now. 2 days ago. Stars celebrate season finale of Chief of War in Honolulu. Season finale. Oh, yes. Chief of War is, in fact, a historical documentary-type series
morning, the stars of the new
on Apple TV discussing the history of Native Hawaiians. Which felt both quasi-historical, but like not quasi, but felt historical enough and quasi to be news-related and also value-taining at the same time because it, whatever.
8:44 Friday morning, the stars of the new Chief of War series shined in downtown Honolulu last night.
Although I am fairly certain that certain aspects of this series is fictionalized, so I guess quasi-historical isn't technically wrong, but I didn't mean to like suggest that it like whatever. I think people get what I'm saying.
I was emceeing the screening for the season finale for cast members and crew and consultants and people that were involved last night. A Hawaiian chant inside Hawaii Theater got the crowd pumped up for the last episode titled The Black Desert. We're not giving away any spoilers, but it starts with the night before Kamehameha's army marches to war. One reviewer calls it the year's most epic of television.
We can't give up Disney? I don't know. They finished Andor. I think that's good enough for me. I don't know. That's just me.
Meanwhile, in the lobby, you're seeing on the...
Like, I already have copies of all the old Disney movies that I would possibly want to watch. And I don't know what they could possibly make new that would cause me to want to start up a Disney Plus subscription. Not that I had one. I'm certainly not planning on starting one. Maybe that's why it's easier for me to give it up, because I wasn't like, I basically canceled all of my subscriptions. The only streaming service that I have a subscription to is YouTube. I have a YouTube Premium account. It's literally all I can afford right now. You're barely getting by over here. Space station only just managing to stay in low Earth orbit.
Display, including featherhead capes and helmets, almost all which were made handmade, created under the guidance of Native Hawaiian practitioners.
I represented the elite, represented the elite class and the chiefs, and those are the people that wore them. And so for us, it's, for me to be a part of that, I'm so thrilled, I'm happy, I'm proud.
We worked so hard on this project, and it means a lot to us as Native Hawaiians. And to see the work that we did and to see how our ancestors were portrayed has been very rewarding.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green was also there and says the show underscores why lawmakers need to fight for tax credits to entice filmmakers to shoot here in Hawaii.
Damn, it must be good. I've been meaning to try and watch this. I haven't watched it yet. But the fact that the governor's like, this is why we need tax credits. This shit is... But, let's see. Okay, let's move on to different value-tating items we've got here. Let's go from talking film to talking about games. And one game which is being revived by young Americans. Mahjong.
China!
We are a pop-up Mahjong club here in San Francisco that hosts bi-weekly events, and we pop up in a variety of different restaurants, bars, and clubs in SF.
This looks like a very serious game of Mahjong. My gosh. She was really thinking about that move. Which tile do I play next?
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
All right. While we're talking games, we might as well go to NBC News and talk about the finalists, the nomination process for the latest batch of toys to be added to the 2025 inaugural series of toys at the National Toy Museum. I just said toys like 17 times in a row. That's too many times.
That's too much, man!
NBC.
The National Toy Hall of Fame announcing this year's top finalists. Some notable contenders: Connect 4, Battleship, the 90s hits like Furby and Tickle Me Elmo battling it out as well. Even Snow, like what falls from the sky during winter. Slime making the cut. You can vote for your favorite online. The winners will be announced in November.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, here's CBC News with more on this toy situation.
Well, we have been talking toys this morning because the National Toy Hall of Fame in the United States is asking the public to weigh in on this year's inductees. 12 finalists. You saw the Canadian standing out there, Trivial Pursuit, Battleship, Connect 4, there's Battleship, the Star Wars lightsaber. They are all in the running. I think that's Elmo, isn't it, Linda? Yes, Linda's been looking through all of this. Tickle Me Elmo, okay.
I have a bad experience with Tickle Me Elmo. We used to have one. It would just come alive in the middle of the night and just start talking. So it didn't stay for long in our house.
Pre-Siri, there was Elmo.
It was just like kind of crazy. It ended up out on the curb, I think, one day. Hopefully some child's enjoying that now. But this, yeah, I didn't even know. There's a National Toy Hall of Fame.
What a monster.
Rochester, New York.
What a monster. Who would put a Tickle Me Elmo out there in the cold? Terrible.
Off
awful, awful, awful. Weak.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Child's enjoying that now. But this, yeah, I didn't even know. There's a National Toy Hall of Fame.
didn't know either.
Rochester, New York, and they induct a bunch of toys every single year. But these toys have to kind of stand the test of time. They have to transcend generations. So they pick them pretty specifically. I grabbed a bunch for, I had, and some of our team here at Morning Live has.
These are some of the nominees.
So we've got Catan. So.
Okay, hold on. We can just go back. We can look at ourselves. We got Settlers of Catan, Battleship, Connect 4, Furby, Slime, Lightsabers, Scooter, Cornhole, Trivial Pursuit, Tickle Me Elmo, and what is Spirograph? I am completely unfamiliar with this one over here. But this is the finalists, but they have not yet actually been picked. So you can still vote on which one makes it into the museum. And if you want to take a peek at what the museum looks like, let's go to Rochester, New York. Take a look at this thing.
Today we're exploring the Strong National Museum of Play in Rochester, New York. A nostalgia-filled space perfect for families and multi-generational outings.
Aww.
This museum combines fun play spaces for kids with a trip down memory lane for parents and grandparents. They have 123 Sesame Street set up inside the museum. Elmo even has his own Discovery Center, and they've recreated the community playground.
Pretty crazy place. And apparently, there's a whole bunch of different sections to this place, and there is a whole wing where the National Toy Hall of Fame displays the winners of these contests. All right, let's keep going to some more valuetainment. I haven't watched any of this, but comedian Tim Heidecker went on to the Hassan cast a few days ago. Let's check out some of this.
They're doing it in broad daylight. They're doing it in front of you. It's called the Davos Summit. You know what I mean? But these guys have to. That's the thing that is so frustrating. Is they always want to. They always want to have a grand narrative, a grand conspiracy that somehow loops back to one singular group of people that are doing this evil. Hold on, let me open. This is it. This is the spot here. Just come in. That's my dog, Kaya. Hi, Kaya. I knew you were coming today, and yet I still did not prepare.
I love it. Wow. We're on TV?
We're live right now. We got 40,000 people watching. Tim Heidecker, ladies and gentlemen. He's here in the building.
I've got the Meta glasses. I hope you know.
What does he have? Is that... I can't read it on my screen. Hold on. Wait. Okay, for a second I thought it was a case of Pellegrino or something. What the fuck is Jermook? And why does Tim Heidecker have a case of whatever the hell Jermook is? As he walks into Hassan's house. What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, you're filming. You're filming the outside of my house.
These are the best. They tell me where to go. They tell me what to do.
They're amazing.
I heard
they have a lock-in function where if you're like me, you got ADHD, you get to lock in. You literally tell the Metaglass, hey, the person I'm talking to is boring as can you help me focus on him?
Or it just starts playing Seinfeld episodes or something.
Well, that too.
Just
what
quickly,
do you have right there?
I came all the way from Glendale, and And these are Jermuk. These are Armenian. This is Armenian mineral water. It's gonna burn. Yeah.
I actually don't.
You don't do mineral water?
I don't do mineral water,
What?
but my dad does.
Okay.
But
This is gonna cause problems?
Is this going to cause a problem? I love this is wild. Tim Heidegger walks in with a case of Armenian mineral water. Oh my god. I don't know if that was intentional, like, but wow.
Oh yeah, he's gonna
Really?
disown me.
Okay.
Last time he almost did was when I painted my nails, and he was like, "Are you?"
Although, let's be real.
Yeah.
It's not like Armenians did the genocide on Turkish people, so let's be real.
He was
Well,
like, he was a little worried.
It's good. I'm here to transgender everybody.
Yeah, hell yeah. You're gonna transgender people. You're gonna Armenian people.
We're doing free transgendering this weekend.
Hell yeah.
And that will be compulsory. If you live in California, you'll be required to transition this weekend.
This
or
is
face
the-
penalties.
Immediately, if not
headquarters,
sooner.
So welcome.
Okay, well I can take these
Yeah.
back.
No.
I drink these
I
by the
want
gun.
these.
Okay.
No, now that you brought it, I have to keep them.
Okay,
You can
well-
put it like on the. Here, I got it. It's heavy. It's heavy. Watch out.
How do you? I'm just gonna take this in for a minute because I
Take it in.
don't. It's also a very unflattering angle for me. I appreciate that.
Wait, really? No,
I think
you
so.
look great.
It's all here. We're all cameras here.
Wait, let's.
What does
let's
the crowd
flip it.
say?
Let's flip it. Hold on. This is my.
I don't want to hear what the crowd says.
Wait, we got other cameras. Are you ready?
Give
Do
me
you
a
wanna
better
see?
angle.
Wait, we got this. We got
The
all
National
different
Toy Hall of
angles.
Fame
Jesus.
announcing this
Better
year's
the
top
bottom right.
finalists. Some notable contenders:
Where
Connect
did that-
4,
what the
Battleship,
fuck? Hey.
the 90s hits like Furby and Tickle Me Elmo.
The fuck?
Like what falls from
Oh my
the
God.
sky during winter.
Don't do
Slime
this
making
to
the cut. You can vote for your favorite online.
Why is this happening?
online? The winners will be announced in November.
What do I care?
Everything's better.
Okay, I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm fairly certain the shock of seeing that Hassan has 3 other camera angles in his room, caused my computer to malfunction. It certainly caused my brain to malfunction just now. What in the hell am I looking at? Since when does Hassan have 4 different cameras in here? And how is it that, that it always just seems like only one angle exists, and it's this angle? This is the only angle that exists to the world. And then all of a sudden, what is this? What? There can't be more than one angle of Hassan's room. I assume it's a 2D space. This makes it too real. This is too real.
Than the
The
first
bottom
angle I
right. You think the
saw.
bottom right's good?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. and
Well,
then-
maybe. I don't know.
No, hold on. It's fine. That's just
I'm
my.
so vain.
This is my my interview. This is the angle I use for interviews.
Who's the biggest person you've had in this room in terms of
like size wise?
Yeah.
Like fattest?
Yeah.
Or do you mean like I don't know? Stavros Halkias.
That's pretty big. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me. This is exciting.
As far as fame goes, I don't know.
George Clooney?
No. No,
George
doesn't.
he wouldn't
George
be.
doesn't go at me like that. Well, maybe
Right.
he might because his wife is woke.
Okay.
I think his wife might have gotten sanctioned by the American state actually.
Oh, wow.
Illegal.
Because she's a international. She works for the UN. But yeah,
I want to talk to you real quick though about this Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar Blackberry. That's a bunch of stuff going on there.
Do you want to try it?
Yeah.
Okay, Do you want cream soda or do you want Dr. Pepper
I wanna
Zero
try
Sugar Blackberry?
Blackberry, yeah.
Okay, it's really good. I like it a lot.
Hi, everybody. Wow, look at everybody's chatting away.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right.
So, what is this? The post Tim made? They're already sending stuff for me to look at.
Oh yeah, I just posted that because I was
because you were coming over here, so you were like, oh.
Did you see the look that Tim just gave after drinking that soda? He looked like he immediately regretted his decision.
Oh, what is this? The post Tim made?
That fucking face. It's like, what did I just put in my mouth?
They're already sending stuff for me
How
to
do you
look
keep-
at.
Oh yeah, I just posted that because I was
because you were coming over here, so you were like, I want the people to know this is what I am intending to do.
Well, I just Trump. He keeps saying that. He keeps saying that we want to transgender everybody.
Yeah,
it's like his little refrain. He
Yeah,
keeps
I
saying
love when he goes, everything's transgender.
I know they want to transgender everybody. That's what
Yeah.
he said today. It's like nobody wants to transgender anybody that
Yeah.
doesn't want to be transgender.
They're transgendering the
Yeah, I feel like
dogs.
that would
They're
be a very
transgendering
complicated.
the cats.
This is a complicated process.
Would you want to like a sci-fi movie where like you saw the world the way he sees it for like maybe 24 hours?
You put the glasses on
put the
and
Trump
you
glasses
see
on.
it.
You just see as hell. Everything's hell and crimes out of rampant and people are all cutting each other's genitals off.
I don't know if I want. I feel like that would be scary.
Yeah, it would be a horror movie.
But I had a solution after January 6th. Like if we had a competent government, I had a solution where
there's a man here. Is that?
No, it's my mom. my dad and my mom are always around.
Copy.
There we go. Hassan, Tim Heidecker, palling it up over at the Hassan compound. All right. I wanted to watch more of that, but because of how far behind I am today, I just got to keep moving. I have just got to keep moving. Let's go here. This was the president yelling at reporters for asking him questions earlier.
Many of them. New Orleans. We have to save New Orleans. Mr. President, we're going to be going into New York too. And we're going to be going in quiet. You're really obnoxious.
Oh my God.
You are really obnoxious. Okay. I'm not going to talk.
I love how he's like upset that they are like, he's not even being interrupted. Like he's stopping his sentence at a place where it seems like the sentence is over, then waiting multiple seconds until people start asking him new questions, and then restarting the sentence and then being like, "Oh, you're very nasty, so rude, asking questions."
Until I call you. So, who else you got? Actually, start with free speech question, because you've said that you were...
Go ahead. So I just want to settle the free speech, and then Donald Trump's immediately, he's like, "God damn it. Even you asking these questions about free speech." Now, one thing, apparently, that troops are not going to be free to do in the near future is having facial hair of any kind. Something which, according to many sources, Donald Trump hates. Not a fan of facial hair. But for now, I think troops have like 6 months or something, like a year, I guess, to get rid of their facial hair. Otherwise, I guess they'll be kicked out of the service.
Immediately, if not sooner.
What if someone told you you had to be clean-shaven most, if not all the time? Well, that's kind of what's happening with the US military. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered that troops who need a medical exemption from shaving can keep their facial hair for 1 year. After that, they'll have to shave or they could be kicked out of the service, undoing a policy that existed for decades. Hegseth wrote in a memo that the department should live up to the grooming standards that, quote, underpin the warrior ethos. Most shaving waivers are for troops diagnosed with pseudofollicular barb.
Having this administration, anybody in this administration use the word grooming gives me real chills. Oh God, they don't meet the grooming standards of America.
Don't be creepy.
Speaking of freedom, the entire U.S. Constitution is going on display for the first time ever at the National Archive. Today Show from 4 days ago.
Inside the rotunda of the National Archives Museum, history on full display.
We the people is us. It's me, it's you.
For the first time ever, the complete United States Constitution and every amendment is out for visitors to get an up-close look at the work of America's founding fathers.
Perfect time to find out all the ways in which the Trump administration is violating the law.
Illegal.
The new temporary exhibit includes the rarely displayed fifth page, signed by the man who became America's first president.
You can come here, look at George Washington's signature. He was the president of the convention.
That instruction for states on how to ratify the Constitution now sits in elaborate and very heavy air-proof glass displays.
The idea is that this will preserve the document for 100 years.
Also now enclosed for the public to view, the 11th through 27th Amendments, which include topics like voting rights, equal protections for citizens, and the abolition of slavery.
The Constitution wasn't written for me, but I'm in the Constitution now.
Shirley Westbrook brought her grandson Rodney to the archives for the first time on Tuesday.
You can't learn it all of it in the classroom.
And that's exactly what the team at the archives is hoping visitors will take away.
It shows that our country is evolving, and it shows that these are living documents that are still relevant to our country today.
Oopsies, I was muted. I can't remember what I just said. Oh, right. But it's becoming less and less relevant day by day as Donald Trump continues to erode the Constitution in front of our very eyes. blatantly disregarding that document over and over again. All right. Let's go on to talking about food. Can't make America healthy again without food. Let's go here to Good Work from 2 days ago. Talk about America's obsession with slop.
Kava, sweet green, chipotle, dig, naya, chopped, just salad. These are merely a handful of the dining institutions in which one can procure a mush-colored leaf and protein porridge known as a slop bowl. These fast casual dishes are the go-to meals for urbanite employees as they embark on their cute little lunch breaks. But with all of the ways we human beings feed ourselves, the uniformly corporate vibe of these places has me wondering, why do so many of us choose to eat slop? Today, we investigate. The beginning of the age of the slop bowl can be traced back to the year 1993 AD, when a man named Steve in Colorado opened a humble burrito shop near the University of Denver campus by the name of Chipotle. Pretty soon, Chipotle started spreading like a bomb when you press explode. Today, there are exactly
Immediately, if not
3,799 Chipotle locations across the United States. Colorado Steve is a billionaire, and many restaurant entrepreneurs have tried to replicate Chipotle's slopularity, combining the speed of fast food and actually healthy ingredients with other non-Mexican cuisines. There's Kava, which is Mediterranean Chipotle, Naya, which is Middle Eastern Chipotle, Dig, which is Republican Chipotle, Just Salad, which is Chipotle, but just salad, Chopped, which is just salad, but shitty, and Sweet Green, which is just salad, but for the hot daughters of generational wealth. And these are just some of the bigger ones. Outside of the major leagues, you got hot young upstarts like Springbone, Inde, The Little Beat, Oxido, Bango Bowls, China, and 3 others that were created since we started watching this video.
It's a very crowded category. Everybody's jumping in. They all want to be the next Chipotle.
Lisa Jennings is a veteran restaurant reporter who I coerced into telling me more about the fast casual space.
Fast casual has, I think, really, probably for, since the 1990s, been the growth category. Last year, among the top 500 restaurant chains, fast casual sales grew 9%, and that was much faster than fast food, which was 2.3% growth.
And then it turns into slop. I have this most days of the week.
This is a daily occurrence.
That's my daily ritual. It's a couple times a week.
You go here often?
Whenever I can. Yeah, every day.
They don't taste like anything. I feel like I find no joy in food, and I just want to get fed. And it's very consistent, and it's healthy, and it's right beside my work.
Are you a fan of them?
I feel like I used to be, and now I find myself eating them less. It's just like thrown in the bowl, if that makes sense. And I don't know, I feel like eating should be more of an experience, because it does feel like I'm kind of like eating slop.
Right.
Even if the food is good. I don't know how to explain it.
And we work so hard, why feel like a little piggy?
Yeah, exactly. Bingo.
I probably got the worst slop bowl in the city. People in work laugh at me that I have the driest order that's possible.
So hit us with the order. What is it?
It is just rice, spinach, chicken, and then some romaine on top with some pita crisps.
That's a pretty dry-ass order. I'm not going to lie. When you hear the term slop bowl, I mean, does that sound like...
Give me a joke.
Crisps.
That's a pretty dry-ass order. I'm not going to lie. When you hear the term slop bowl, I mean, does that sound like an accurate description, or do you think that's unfair?
Shoot, it doesn't sound right, but it sure does taste right, man.
What's the appeal of a bowl-based lunch?
I think it's just portable and don't mind the shape.
It's quick. You can get back to your desk faster. That's basically what you're going for, is speed.
It's got everything I'd ever want in a single bowl.
Which is what? What do you want?
Oh, I want hummus, I want chicken, I want rice, I want veggies, all of it.
I'm fueled by slop bowls. Kava's got that sauce.
Do you get these for lunch?
I don't know. I'm more of a soup girl. I just don't like when my food touches sometimes.
I'm very anti-slop bowl. I'm waiting like 30 minutes to get probably 5 pieces of chicken. There's nothing in there, and honestly, it's kind of gross. Also, bring back 3 martini lunch.
Bring back 3 martini lunch. Wow. There's an old time fucking desire from this weird redheaded stepchild. And it's actually, I'm not sure who's whiter, him or Dan. Hard to say. These are 2 of the whitest individuals on the planet. Look at this guy's hands. They're competing with Dan's shirt for whiteness. I'm muted. Am I? You sure? Okay. Speaking of food, let's go here. CNN from yesterday. U.S. farmers warn of breaking point as harvest meets trade war.
At the end of this month, parts of the 2018 farm bill are set to
It's actually a really good point, Soul Life. I have to give that to you. Like, her objection to slop bowls is only exacerbated with the soup. Right? It's certainly, like, you can easily say that it'd be easier to separate the ingredients in a Chipotle, burrito bowl than it would to separate the ingredients in a fucking soup. Everything in soup touches each other. It's just a liquidy. That doesn't make any sense.
expire. It has been extended twice, but that would mean that many farmers won't see any federal dollars until President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill kicks in late next year. And this is happening at the same time that many U.S. farmers are warning that they are reaching a breaking point as unpredictable weather, rising costs, and fallout from Trump's tariffs are impacting their bottom line.
This is not your ordinary farm crisis. We call it Farmageddon.
And if they don't do something, there's going to be some farmers that ain't going to be around next year.
We're joined now by the founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association, John Boyd Jr. Sir, thanks so much for being with us. What are you hearing from farmers about what they're going through right now?
Well, this is the worst time since the 80s, and I was farming in the 80s, where farmers were going out of business. Farm foreclosures are on the rise. Farm suicides are on the rise. Farm bankruptcies are on the rise. And this is a bad time in this country for American agriculture and America's farmers. The president's tariffs are putting farmers out of business. These are very low commodity prices. I watched the president's interview yesterday. He touted how great the markets were doing, but the markets aren't doing well for America's farmers. Corn, wheat, and soybeans are all down. It's harvest time, and we haven't gotten any orders from China to purchase.
China!
Yep. People like China are looking to Brazil now for much of their grain and other agricultural needs that they can't fulfill themselves because they're sick of our shit. That is putting American farmers in great peril. Although there are some other factors, I guess you might put it, in this situation, particularly just the cost of commodities. Many of these grains, corn, soybeans, have come way down in price. They skyrocketed to all-time highs during the pandemic and have been sliding down precipitously in the last like three plus years. And I think a lot of farmers bet on those prices staying high forever and not coming down. I mean, I'm not 100% on that, but I just get that sense when I hear them talk about it. So I've heard the discussion around how much commodities are selling for right now a number of times in my investigation into all this. Because like we listened to a number of other farmers recently. I think it was Arkansas farmers who were coming out in like large groups talking about all of this. It's a great concern. Speaking of food, let's go to this next video. This is a training video to prepare you for the world of food service.
So tell me again, why are we here so early?
Hi, Stephanie. Hey, nice outfit.
Yeah, just like everybody else. Dark pants, white shirt.
Hey, that's okay. I kind of like it. We look like a team.
You may have the grill down pat, but there's more to working at Wendy's than that. Seems to me you got a lesson to learn.
I'm Sister Sam, now you'll listen to me, 'cause I'm the queen of sandwich making, and I'll always...
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. This fucking corporate propaganda, like this vintage corporate propaganda is just fucking hilarious to me. I don't know why, but there's just something about it that just really, it just is amazing.
Hi, I'm Rob Cleveland, a different kind of host. The host of ATV, Arby's Television.
As a team member at Chick-fil-A, you're the most important person in customer satisfaction. But you've got enemies.
Oh no.
They're doing everything they can to make your job difficult.
Hey lady, look over here, it's a big juicy pile of trash! Now the Duke here is the baddest when it comes to the grill.
Oh
Sandwich make.
These guys back here. Wow. Look at this. This is peak 90s right here. This is peak 90s. Big time.
Hey lady, look over here, it's a big juicy pile of trash! Now the Duke here is the baddest when it comes to the grill, but sandwich making. You get my drift, Bill. There's one thing to remember while in front of the line. You are the star, and Billy, you're gonna shine.
What in the fuck is happening? Why is this guy playing guitar on a fucking spatula? What is happening?
I decided to find out what good service really is.
Oh, thank
God.
God.
So I asked some experts.
Yeah.
It's answering questions and help.
All right. All right, I've had enough of that. All right, let's go here to Michelle Wolf's YouTube channel. Comedian you may be familiar with, did the roast, well, not the roast, the White House press, whatchamacallit, back in, what was it, Jesus Christ. 2019? Cracker Barrel. Shell company?
A what now?
On to our favorite subject, our dear leader, Donald Trump. What? My crowd? You don't like him? What? Well, that's just bananas.
This is ridiculous.
One of the big stories this week was, I mean, because some of these, there's like so many stories. And some of them are like really serious and in the weeds, and I don't have like an over-the-shoulder graphic to help me explain it. So these are more fluffy stories. But one of the big ones this week was that Trump had a bruise on his hand, a really large bruise. He said it was from shaking too many hands. Which is pretty hilarious. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I can't watch this whole thing. But I think she starts talking about Cracker Barrel here. Somewhere in the middle, I want to say.
Fatter than they used to be. Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan, if you remember, he's in his... Here's the thing, the governor of Illinois, I believe he knows he's fat, but Trump, I don't think knows he's fat. I think Trump thinks he is a sexy, sexy man. And he's gonna, I feel like he would spend the rest of the day being like, what do you mean? I think I look nice. But this is also, I feel like this is how we know Trump's having some sort of cognitive decline. Because Trump used to be like pretty good with his insults. Like they're all childish, right? But they're on, you know, like Sleepy Joe is correct. You know, Crooked Hillary is kind of correct, you know? You know, it's just like they're not mature, but they're accurate. Calling a fat guy fat, it's like that's not gonna get him, man. You know, like you gotta, like you wanna hurt someone with a fat insult. Call someone who like is up 5 pounds fat. Then they're gonna be like, they see it too.
Okay, hold on. This is not where I cannot remember where she says this. Where does she get into this fucking Cracker Barrel thing?
I was a hardworking American man and a hardworking American.
Oh yeah, here. Okay, all right.
It's like a little country store. Grow as a person, because she's not even 30 years old. Oh, and this is the story that made me furious this week. All right, so the story, the week before the story was that Cracker Barrel was going to change its logo to a simpler font, okay? Anyone here that doesn't know what Cracker Barrel is Cracker Barrel it's an old country store / restaurant, right? It's a chain restaurant, but it has like a little country store gift shop area, and it's essentially like a buffet, diner, breakfast place kind of thing. I went to it a bunch growing up. And the sign is, it used to be like this guy sitting on a barrel, and then it said Cracker Barrel. And Cracker Barrel was like, we want to simplify, we want to modernize. We're going to take out the guy and the barrel, and it's just going to say Cracker Barrel. And all the right-wing people got really angry about this because they were like, how you are woke? How dare you? How dare you take this man in this barrel? Those were hardworking Americans.
Illegal.
That was a hardworking American man and a hardworking American barrel.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Jobs. And it made me mad, but I thought it was like not like a real story, you know, like I thought it was one of those fake stories like that. You know, when people were like mad because, I don't know, they were like, it's not Mr. Potato Head anymore or whatever, you know, like one of those stupid stories that you're like, this isn't real. But then it turns out it did turn into like a big story, and even Trump was like, you gotta keep the guy in the barrel. And everyone was like, we're gonna boycott Cracker Barrel. It was the whole thing. And then Cracker Barrel came back and they were like, we aren't gonna change the sign, all right? You guys are right, we're gonna keep the man, we're gonna keep the barrel. Sorry about that. And this filled me with rage because, first of all, you're fucking spoiled brats. If a sign made you not want to go to a restaurant anymore, did they change? They weren't changing the food. They were not changing the food. They were just changing the sign. And you were like, that was my favorite part of the restaurant. I don't even know what I was eating, but I stared at the sign the whole time. You're just a bunch of spoiled brats, and it really annoys me. But here's the thing, I did a little bit of research.
Weak.
And you know what, Cracker Barrel, it's a chain restaurant, but like, it was always a chain restaurant. This is the background of Cracker Barrel. You're not gonna believe this. Cracker Barrel isn't some lovely American bootstrap story. What? Do you know who created it? A Shell Oil Company executive. A Shell Oil Company executive created Cracker Barrel because he thought it would improve gas sales. Because the restaurant used to have gas pumps outside of it. So he thought, okay, I'll put gas pumps outside and an old country store restaurant, and people will want to go and feel all at home and buy our oil. That's who created Cracker Barrel. It's not, and you know, they probably put actual old country stores out of business because they were like, yeah, we could do it for cheaper because we're Shell Oil Company.
Oh my God.
And they put like some mom and pop general store out of business, and they're like, well, you can come eat at Cracker Barrel. Of course you cannot have a discount. And it really, that whole thing really, I'm like, why are you so upset? Now I want both of these things. I want the store to die. I want the whole restaurant to just collapse in on itself.
I want the whole
You're not
restaurant.
some like nostalgic memory. You're a Shell Oil Company branch.
You know, I'm right here. I'm right here with Michelle on this one. 100%. It is wild. I had no idea about the origins of Cracker Barrel. And that is fucking insane. How is that? How is that what these guys are upset about? Oh my God. How dare you ruin this edifice of oil supremacy in the United States? Oh, God. How dare you come after that oil baron who created Cracker Barrel? Oh, it's terrible. How dare you update it for the 21st century? Oh, my God.
Illegal.
Okay. Well, while we're talking about food, one thing that makes people want to get food and put it into their bodies, something you might be familiar with, the plant. Sometimes you put it in a pipe or some other device, perhaps a papers or a cigar. You smoke it, and then you're like, you know what, food maybe now, good idea.
Seth Rogen, the Emmy-nominated comedic actor, built his career playing counterculture archetypes, from his debut on Freaks and Geeks in 1999 as Ken.
What do people do when they're not stoned?
You know?
Relate to one another?
Weed Loving Down in Pineapple Express.
Cops.
He's never shied away from his self-proclaimed stoner persona.
In my early 20s, I would just talk about how I smoked weed, and I could see that people really were sort of fascinated that I was so open about it and that I wasn't ashamed of it and that I was also like a productive member of society who was gainfully employed and punctual, you know. It's easy to clean.
Now the actor has turned his favorite pastime into a successful business venture, a cannabis lifestyle company called Houseplant, selling luxury accessories for smokers like ashtrays and lighters. Founding the company with his longtime friend, Mikey Moore.
So it kind of works as an ashtray. You can kind of clip your joint.
Houseplant also now sells consumable products, like seltzers made with THC, the psychoactive chemical found in marijuana. And these drinks seem to be popping up everywhere.
Says THC infused
Immediately, if
seltzer.
not sooner.
I love these personally.
There we go. People, Seth Rogen. A lot of different people, not just Seth. Getting into the business of cannabis consumables, which has become big business as less and less people consume alcohol and more trend towards the consumption of things such as this. Hold on. There we go. We're just gonna scoot all the way to here.
Vested in can.
I mean, you see back in 2018, Mitch McConnell was one of the biggest advocates of the federal farm bill. What do you make of that?
I mean, I think it's pressure from other industries probably who fear they will lose money at the, you know, as people have more options. It's not based on logic. It's not based on science. And so the only other thing could be based.
He said Gen Z should be called Gen H for Hamas. Was who joking? Who said that? Who said Gen Z should be called Gen H? Seth Rogen did?
Money.
In Kentucky, McConnell's home state, hemp is a booming business. At the state fair this year, amongst the wholesome staples like farm animals, obscenely large produce, sugar-filled foods, and rides that won't stop spinning is a new product.
What can we do for you?
Cornbread hemp.
She's got 3. Yeah. Is it cash or card?
Selling these THC seltzers.
You are done.
The Louisville-based, family-run company on track to make $50 million this year. Now caught in a tug-of-war between the two senators for the future of this lucrative business.
Okay. Seth Rogen said that? No. Really? That's disappointing. That's disappointing. I did not realize that. Is that true? Where'd you hear that? You know, I don't think that I'm not sure that this is correct. This is from I just found some. I'm trying to look into this because I find this to be interesting. I'm not sure that this is that. I'm not sure that's true. No, I mean, I don't know if this is correct. I'm not familiar with this particular media outlet, but it says this is a piece entitled "From Mark Ruffalo to Seth Rogen, the Tinseltown celebs who have spread the biggest lies about Israel," and like they're like upset over Seth Rogen not saying nice things about Israel. It's clearly a hit piece, but if this is true, here, let me read from it. For example, Jewish comedian and actor Seth Rogen, whose parents met on a kibbutz in Israel, once mocked pro-Israel activist Eve Barlow after she spoke out about online anti-Semitic bullying. In addition, he claimed in a 2020 podcast interview that he was fed a huge amount of lies about Israel and implied the Jewish state did not have a right to exist. To me, Israel just seems an antiquated thought process. If it's for religious reasons, I don't agree with it, but because I think religion is silly. If it is truly for the preservation of a Jewish people, it makes no sense, because, again, you don't keep something you're trying to preserve all in one place, especially when that place has proven to be pretty volatile, you know? All right, that's a bad Seth Rogen impression, but I don't know if this is true, but I mean, it seems sort of antithetical to what you're saying, and I can't find any evidence for this Gen H comment. I'm trying to find it. Send me a link. Okay, let's go here. CBS Evening News. Last week, why are more seniors using marijuana?
Each night, our Eye on America takes a look at the country, and tonight we focus on one way it has changed. When the baby boom generation was coming of age, marijuana use was against the law. Well, now, in much of America, it's legal. And as Jim Axelrod reports, some boomers are making up for lost time.
Don Searles is going to a party and doesn't want to show up empty-handed.
In
goes peanuts. So he's making peanut brittle, using an old family recipe with a modern-day twist.
But now you got a new ingredient. Yeah, we had the marijuana, yeah.
The party Don's attending is an old-school pot party. Although this one has a new wrinkle. It's at the Trilogy Retirement Community, an hour east of San Francisco, where lately, the golf course has a new competitor for popularity.
This is the old style of rolling a joint.
Cannabis.
I support this. I support this, old people. I support this. I support these seniors in their decision here. All right, old people, stay in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
Okay. Now let's go to an icon who's certainly been tied into weed culture. Willie Nelson, who did a sit-down interview with Caitlin Collins of CNN earlier this week.
I covered the White House, and I was reading about how in 1979 you went to the White House.
Yeah.
You know what I'm about to tell?
Yeah, and smoked a joint on the roof of the White House. Me and Chips Carter.
To President Carter's son.
Yeah, we had a ball.
Whose idea was it to go to the roof?
I think it was his. I'm going to blame him for it anyway. Of course, it had to be a lot of his because he was the only one who knew how to get up there.
Whose idea was it to smoke?
Oh, both of us.
Illegal.
But you took a joint to the White House.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of iconic.
Right to jail. Right away.
Maybe illegal back then, but also
Oh,
iconic.
Very illegal.
Illegal.
Right now we are standing in front of Willie Nelson's tour bus, which he spends a lot of nights sleeping on as he tours across the United States, something he has done for decades in his long and storied career. And if you can hear that in the background, it's actually Sheryl Crow is performing on stage here at the Merriweather Post Pavilion. This is part of the Outlaw Music Festival tour that is now in its 10th anniversary run that Willie Nelson's doing. And only a few days before he is going to headline the Farm Aid concert in its 40th anniversary show
Immediately,
in
if not
Minneapolis,
sooner.
which is going to air live here on CNN.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I gotta keep this moving, people. I would love to listen to more, but that's all we're gonna get is part of the Willie Nelson, Jimmy Carter joint story in the discussion very quickly about what that show was all set to be on Friday, or was it Saturday? Sorry. We got to keep this puppy moving. I have so many. I had 127 videos ready for today, and the first 12 videos took us like 4 hours. So I've just got to keep this puppy moving. While we're talking marijuana, let's go here. Stay on health-ish related things. To 2 weeks ago in the Senate committee hearing, whatever you call it, Bernie Sanders, RFK.
You know, what I find a little bit weird in this discussion, I'm hearing it over and over again this morning, Mr. Chairman, is we've got the entire medical community on one side. You got the AMA representing hundreds of thousands of doctors, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association. All of these organizations are telling us that COVID vaccine and vaccines in general are safe and effective. You are casting doubt on that. Who are your who are the organizations that are agreeing with you and casting aspersions on vaccines?
The primary advisors are Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Vinay Prasad.
So you got a few doctors who agree with you, and I'm giving you the
Not
name.
a few doctors. What you're talking about
Well, three.
there's a
Is
big
it three
difference,
of
Senator,
you?
between established science and the scientific establishment, which has been co-opted by the pharmaceutical
hold on. So
industry.
you're telling the American people that the American Medical Association, representing hundreds of thousands of people, have been co-opted and that they should not trust their doctors. And the American Academy of Pediatrics, and by the way, just for the record, every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you will agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president, you got a billionaire behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt, but you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying,
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pharmaceutical industry is a greedy institution which is charging us the highest prices in the world. They are pervasive. But to suggest that every institution, the AMA, the pediatrics people, is corrupt because they disagree with you is an insult to the American.
Somehow that makes it slightly more tolerable. We live in terrible times, people. Just the fucking worst. We are ruled by people who are uniquely mal-qualified for the positions that they hold. That's who's going to keep America healthy. Okay, people, 8 hours in. We have done it. 4 freaking halves done. We've still got more content to get through here. It's wild. And the fact is, if I do not keep this moving at a fast pace right now, there's no way we get through all this before I have to literally end the stream. Because we will have reached 12 hours before we ever do that. All right. Quick break, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon so that you make sure that you get all of the latest notifications. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of fantastic ways available for you to support the stream. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. So you'd better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning of the fucking fifth half of the stream. I can't believe it. It took us 4 whole halves to get through the U.S. news. It is now time for some environmental news. Oh my god. How has this happened? I have to move with the speed of a gazelle in this fifth half able to get all of this done. By the way, consider I've been checking my phone, and it's possible I may have to step away during the fifth half if a package gets delivered to the space station. You can't let it just float away. But don't worry, I won't leave you. Not gonna do that.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, environmental news. Let's start in Hawaii. Hawaii news now. 9 days ago, Hawaiian monk seal seen molting on Oahu shore.
Okay, at one time or another, all of us have said, boy, could I use a twin? Now, thanks to AI, we may all someday have one. In fact, one of Silicon Valley's best-known investors is already getting the AI twin.
No, we're skipping this garbage. I don't have time for this.
Well, finally tonight, a good surprise on Oahu's west side.
Yeah, beachgoers spotted this Hawaiian monk seal soaking up the sun at Ko'olina today. Now, we're told this is RL12, better known as Al-Kai. Now, she's given birth to at least 4 pups. Al-Kai is known for her independent nature, frequently seen traveling around the island. Her name is fitting because it means explorer of the sea.
Yes, she does seem to be enjoying herself, doesn't she? Sort of basking. Not giving a shit about anybody. Just enjoying the beach. Laying out in the sun. Before it gets cold again. Although, as it gets cold, this seal will undoubtedly migrate, right? Although, actually, now that I think about it, Hawaii, no. For a second, I thought we were somewhere else. I was like, actually, I think that seal is going to stay there all year. Okay. Okay, back to the mainland. All the way up in the Pacific Northwest. King 5 Seattle from 5 days ago. Are you planning to go hiking at Paradise? Well, guess what? No water. If you were hoping to do some Sunday fun day or just general fun here.
Bathrooms are closed up here at the Paradise Visitor Center. They do have porta potties in place, but if you're hoping to fill your water bottle before going on a hike, you'll need to plan ahead.
Despite appearances, not a lot of planning went into this trip, so...
There is. You got cheese, and he brought an extra visor for me.
Friends Kyle and Christine.
Where did they get these from?
Are enjoying a Mount Rainier picnic, complete with salami, cheese,
and sparkling water. Try to keep it classy.
And that's a very valuable commodity these days at Mount Rainier, where signs along the way up make it clear there's no water at Paradise, no toilets either.
Yeah, kind of ironic.
Woof.
Well, you don't...
Doesn't sound like Paradise to me. But there you have it. If you were planning to hike by Mount Rainier, no water availability. That's going to be tough, so you better plan ahead. If that was what you were going to do. All right. Let's go here. Another Washington-based story from 5 days ago. Painfield expansion plan raises concerns over wetlands and salmon habitat.
Officials here at Payne Field want to pave an additional 32 acres to expand the airport, but nearby neighbors say one parcel should be left alone. neighbors living around Smuggler's Gulch and Big Gulch in Mukilteo routinely check water quality in their streams.
Wow, pH 6.42, that's really low.
Concerned about runoff from nearby Payne Field.
Smuggler's Gulch Creek is in pretty good shape, as is Big Gulch Creek to the south of here.
And these folks want to keep it that way. They fear expansion at Payne Field will degrade water quality in these streams and hurt salmon struggling to survive.
The salmon will be gone, and so will many of the other species. Everything is connected.
At issue are 2.
Yeah, that is troubling already. That doesn't seem like that stream needs any more problems. As a 6 pH levels, definitely acidic. More acidic than you would want a freaking natural stream to be. All right, let's go down to California. To NBC Bay Area from last week. Famous Academy of Sciences albino alligator turns 30 years old. What?
San Francisco's King of the Swamp is celebrating a special birthday. Claude, the albino alligator at the California Academy of Sciences in Golden Gate Park, is turning 30, and the museum is throwing him a party this weekend. To mark the birthday and the occasion, Claude will get a special fish cake, and visitors can join in to help sing Happy Hatch Day instead of Happy Birthday.
There you go. One albino alligator. 30 years old. Preparing for a very exciting birthday celebration with the community. Now, I'm fairly certain albino alligators struggle to survive in the wild, so this is actually, I think, somewhat impressive. All right, let's stay in California. Go to Big Bear and talk about another potential project which could potentially cause serious problems for local wildlife there. It is shocking. Who could have guessed? Oh, wait, that's right. We literally said that this is going to fucking happen after the EPA ruled. The Donald Trump's EPA, Lee Zeldin, decided to roll back all of the protections for endangered species and protected habitats for real estate developers, that they were immediately, if not sooner, going to go and
immediately, if not sooner,
start trying to snatch up pristine land.
A new housing project is moving forward up in Big Bear, but there's concern over what it could mean for some local celebrities. Of course, Big Bear's family of bald eagles call part of the lake home. NBC4's Kristen Casares is live with today's key vote and why the eagles aren't the only issue.
I'm fairly certain there'll be like at least a medium-sized riot if the bald eagle Big Bear cam gets shut down. Do you know how many people watch that thing? Like thousands of people. Like, my numbers are garbage in comparison to the Big Bear Eagle cam.
That's right. So we're talking about this gated community project that, according to the county, has been in the works since 2020. This project will have about 50 homes and boat slips, and it will be developed on the north part of the lake. And I want to show you here the area that we're talking about. This is the area where that project will happen. Now, the concern for so many families is that this will...
It looks idyllic. Seriously, though, if they endanger those goddamn eagles, I think they're going to have a problem on their hands. Okay, we got to keep this puppy rolling, people. Holy cow. Let's go here to a seasonal story. as the fall approaches.
Winter is coming.
Cranberry season arrives. CTV News 2 days ago.
A picture-perfect day for the start of the cranberry harvest in Bala. Sunny skies, mild temperatures were just enough to draw some to the area for the afternoon.
I know the boys are definitely going to love seeing all the machines and watching how they do their harvest.
Staff at Muskoka Lakes Farm and Winery were busy preparing on Friday to welcome the public this weekend. The farm harvests about an acre of cranberries a day, 27 acres in all.
Last year we did around 500,000 pounds.
This year, the yield will be about half that due to damage sustained last winter. But Murray Johnson says that's not a problem as his product looks great. He's expecting things to get very busy around here.
Yeah, we're open for at least 6 weeks till the end of October. And we'll have, 30,000 of my closest friends show up. Yeah.
Good God, 30,000 of your close. This guy is popular. 30,000 of your closest friends. How close can you be with 30,000 people? Jesus. Well, there you have it. These sour, bitter-as bogberries are becoming ripe. It must be fall again. And boy, oh boy, is it looking like fall in Canada already. Look at the leaves. It's already turning red and orange. Oh yeah, winter is coming.
Winter is coming.
But we can't worry too much about winter for now. We must at least try and enjoy the fall. For those of us that actually experience that season. Let's stay in Canada. Talk about another fall-related activity. I don't know who here has ever gone to a corn maze, but have you ever wondered what it takes to build one? Well, CBC News is on the story.
I'm at a corn maze here in Mount Herbert, and joining me to talk more about how something like this all comes together is the designer of this specific corn maze, Awesome Blossom, Sherry Reisner. Thank you so much for having us.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
So tell me, what is this corn maze all about? What does it look like?
What does it look like? Well, it's got, when you see it from up above, it's got smile with a happy face. That's actually on our wedding rings. So we thought, if we're gonna do corn maze, let's give it a little bit of tribute for that. And then, after that, we said, now what are we gonna do for the second part, right? Because we didn't wanna make it too big, right? It's the first time doing it. So he goes, land here. And I went, spaceship. So, because he went for the planes that go over,
Yeah.
right? So I said, okay, spaceship. That works perfect. And that's exactly what we did.
And you're gonna show us.
Yeah.
Take us through the corn maze.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. So how do you make something like this, Sherry?
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna spoil this whole video for you just because we gotta keep this, we gotta keep this stream moving. But they start cutting it before it ever gets this high. So like they plan it all out ahead of time. They map it out. And so the second that they, like, after the crops start sprouting, they start cutting. Because if it gets too tall, it becomes impossible to do it. Okay. Let's keep this puppy moving. Go down to Colorado. Denver 7 from 5 days ago. Over 150,000 pounds of electronics recycled at the 2025 Denver 7 Electronics Recycling Drive. Bitter-ass bogberries. Look, that is exactly what they are, okay? They're delicious once you do a bunch of stuff to them, but they are inherently disgusting until you add just, like, an ungodly amount of sugar. Like, that is just just an accurate description of what a cranberry is. You gotta do a bunch of shit to it to make it taste good. Oh, right. All right, here we go. Denver 7.
I'm Denver 7's Veronica Acosta. We are at the annual Denver 7 Electronics Drive. Every single year, hundreds of Coloradans line up right here at Dick's Sporting Goods Park in Commerce City to drop off any old electronics that might have been collecting dust. This year, Denver 7 partnered with Pedal Point Recycling for the Electronics Recycling Drive. It was sponsored by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. TVs, computers, DVD players, VCR, cell phones, you name it, even fax machines, all among the items that have been dropped off on Saturday morning by Coloradans, even smaller appliances as well. Almost anything that plugs into a wall or uses a battery could have been recycled at this event. And we spoke with so many viewers as well as the volunteers who were helping out at this recycling event. Some of those viewers telling us they saw all the news about our event and wanted to come drop off some of their old electronics.
We are...
Yeah, and honestly, this is a very important thing that we need to be doing more of. You know, while we know that plastic is not recyclable, the things that are in some of our plastic items, in fact, are very recyclable, very, in some cases, you know, very much stuff that we shouldn't be throwing out. For multiple reasons. A, environmental hazards. B, you know, the scarcity of some of these things, whether it's like, you know, like these things are filled with like precious metals, you know, rare earths, things like that. In some cases, like completely reusable, like electronics parts that people wouldn't think of, that it just is whatever. All right, let's keep this puppy rolling. Good job, Denver. Staying with Denver 7. This is from 4 days ago. This is how you know that, in fact,
Winter is coming.
Stories like this. Denver 7, 4 days ago, Loveland ski area sees fresh snow.
What? Illegal.
Look, I don't make the stories or the weather.
Well, summer may not be over yet, but snow does not wait in Colorado. The Loveland ski area was blanketed in fresh snow overnight, giving the mountain an early taste of winter. With the new snow, excitement is building as Loveland is now about 16 days out from firing up the snow guns for ski season. Loveland ski area plans to open late October to early November, depending on the conditions.
God. Is it really that late in the year already? 2 weeks away from ski season. Fresh
We are in
snow
Seaforth, Nova Scotia at Hope for Wildlife, and I'm joined by Hope.
Okay, let's see. What do we have here? CTV News, up in Canada 6 days ago. Unexpected baby boom. At Hope for Wildlife.
We are in Seaforth, Nova Scotia at Hope for Wildlife, and I'm joined by Hope herself, Hope Schwinnemer. And it's a very unusual situation here in September. We've had a bit of a baby boom.
We have, and it's not often that you associate babies with September.
That is very unusual. But why is this happening?
I mean, there could be a lot of things that attribute to more babies coming in later in the year. Climate change, of course, is the #1 reason. So animals are feeling comfortable. They're having a second litter or even a third litter. Year after year, we're...
Oh, my God. Who knew a story about the cutest little things could make me kind of upset? Because this is a very interesting. I mean, like, to some degree, like, it's like, oh, great, wildlife is thriving. Why is it thriving? Because suddenly everything is different in a way that could potentially be problematic.
Animals are feeling comfortable. They're having a second litter or even a third litter. Year after year, we're seeing little changes, and we keep very good track of the trends. So we're seeing it more and more.
So what kind of babies do you have on site right now?
Right now, we just got the little bobcat in the
Oh,
end of
God.
August. We also
So
just
cute.
yesterday had some little tiny baby birds arrive. We also just in the last week got baby raccoons in. So we're seeing quite a bit and lots of baby squirrels. The second round of the baby boom for squirrels has been large.
It's an incredible demand on the volunteers because it's hard. These are little babies. They need to be fed constantly. You know what babies are like.
Baby birds are, when they're really tiny, are
Immediately,
every
if not
15
sooner.
minutes. So
Every 15
very
minutes.
labor intensive for sure. And
Every 15 minutes.
That's too much, man.
How do you even manage that? It's not like someone have to like be at this place every moment of. They must be. There must be somebody here at the clinic every moment of the day. There's no other way to keep those birds alive every 15 minutes. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
What is up, birds?
we're very blessed to have interns all summer. Those numbers drop in the fall and winter, and a lot of the young people that volunteer here go back to school. So it does make it a little more difficult for us.
Yeah, you're busy all year round. You wanted to say something to our viewers about being careful with trapping animals this time of year.
Exactly. You might logically think that it's fall now and we can trap to remove some animal that we no longer want on our property. But as you can see, it's not true. There could still be babies there. So we always recommend more gentler ways to get that animal to move along if it's living in an area that isn't working well for your home.
Well, let's talk about this baby cat. What do you know?
So this one came from the Cape Breton area. They watched it for close to 5 or 6 days. It was just hanging out on their property. It was very lethargic.
That little kitty is stupid cute.
There's their hope.
There really is. And a good lesson, too, that, you know, if you see an injured or orphaned wild animal, it's always good to get it in right away to a wildlife rehabber. Try not to make a pet out of it. Try not to get too close to it. Give us a call and we can handle it.
All right, well, let's meet Jessie now.
Absolutely.
All right, things have escalated quickly here, Hope. Now, this is not something the public would get to do. I'm just extra lucky today because I'm a journalist, but tell us Jessie's story.
So Jessie was raised by children at a very young age, eyes still closed. So that's when an animal can imprint, when they're just maybe a week old. And that's what happened in Jessie's case. When we received Jessie, we were very positive. We thought for sure we could wild Jessie up and get him back into the wild. Well, we tried for 3.5 years to get him wild, and that just didn't seem to want to happen, as you can see. So we did make that hard decision to keep him here and asked DNR for...
Couldn't have been that hard. Look how cute he is. Well, while we're talking wildlife, let's go to this shocking story. 6 ABC Philadelphia from 6 days ago. Nurse revives drunken raccoon found in dumpster with CPR.
Could you jump up?
Okay, this is a story you have to see to believe. A human nurse rescues a drunk raccoon, saving its life using CPR.
How do you even know if a raccoon was drunk? I feel like they all seem drunk to me. This happened in Kentucky after Misty Combs and her I guess they had him walk the line. Misty Combs and her coworker spotted this adult raccoon in the parking lot, and they discovered 2 babies trapped in a nearby distillery's dumpster. So the raccoons were catching a buzz on some fermented peaches being used to make moonshine. They were like really drunk.
Moonshine is potent. Misty got one out, but the other one was unresponsive and submerged in rainwater. But she was able to use chest compressions and some gentle back slapping in order to revive the party animal.
Okay.
This is one of the craziest stories. Jesus Christ. Nurse gives CPR to drunken raccoon in a dumpster. How does that come about? It's just, it's incredible. Prince of Persia with a sweet, sweet super chat. Oops, I mean super sticker. Sour Hour, it's back on. This lemon's got the maracas going big time. Much appreciated. Oh my god. And then 5 gifted Galactic memberships as well. Showering the community with even more galacticness. Wait, did you just gift yourself? I've never seen this happen before. This is like a glitch. What? How did you do that? I've never seen that before. You must not have re-upped your own membership. Oh my god. Lizzie Rosa, membership. Purple Pros, membership. You, Prince of Persia, you also getting a membership too. Tamara Jans, membership. Bloodstone by Stars, you too enjoy that membership. Oh my god. You were going wild right now, my guy. Belief. Are you a believer? Incredibly generous series of donations. My guy. And question, Mr. Prince of Persia, why have you changed your display name like 17 times in the last, like, week? Are you going to settle on one, or are you sticking with this one? Are you going to stick with the Prince of Persia name, or should I expect a different screen name for you next week, eh, pal? Seriously though, really, really much appreciated. You must be enjoying Sunday Funday. Hopefully that's the reason for this. You've seen it a few times. It's robbery. Wow, robbery.
Right to jail, right away.
Illegal.
Okay, now let's talk about this this troubling. Well, it's not really this like a study, really, revelation, if you will, that has come out after scientists pored over the data. Recently, they have come to the conclusion that people in the southeast of the United States are dying at higher rates for one reason, and one reason alone. Climate change.
Climate and everything are the same word.
If you live in the Southeast, you're likely to die a decade or so earlier than most other regions. Why? Well, if you look at deaths from natural disasters at first, it sure doesn't explain it. I was really surprised to see that deaths from natural disasters are going down, with climate change making these disasters so much worse and so much more expensive. I would have thought the opposite. Well, it turns out the official numbers in this graph are hiding a much bigger story, so big that the scientist who uncovered it didn't believe the data.
We thought we made a mistake. We were like, this can't be true. And we spent like 5 years trying to find what mistake we had made before we decided, okay, this is probably actually true.
And not only do these results fundamentally alter our understanding of deaths from climate disasters, they may solve this long-standing mystery in public health. Natural disasters used to be incredibly deadly compared to today's standards, especially floods and droughts. The 1931 China floods killed between 2 to 4 million, mostly from drowning and famine. It was likely the worst natural disaster in recorded history. And just before the floods, China experienced one of its worst droughts, which killed up to 3 million in the famine that followed. These disasters were of an unimaginable scale. For comparison, the deadliest disaster in the last 50 years in the US was Hurricane Maria, with an estimated death count of more than 4,600. We've come a long way since 1900. Before global trade networks, it was common for famines to follow natural disasters, killing millions of people. Today, those kinds of famine-related deaths have become incredibly rare, thanks to better infrastructure, global food aid, and international cooperation. The biggest bubbles in this graph, representing millions of lives lost,
It's almost
are largely
like
a thing of the past.
in 2025, starvation is 100% avoidable and only happens due to man-made circumstances. We have enough food, we have the ability to produce enough every single day to keep every person on the planet fed. And yet we have situations like in the Sudan where 20 million people are starving, or in Gaza where at least 1 million plus people are starving, and other places with food insecurity all over the fucking planet. Mostly in the global south. I'm sure that's totally coincidental.
And that's no small feat. So if it's true that overall disaster deaths have fallen dramatically, then why have the number of billion-dollar disasters in the US risen over the last several decades? I mean, in just 2024 and 2025 alone, we saw hurricanes Helene and Milton devastate the Southeast, the historic LA fires, and deadly flooding in Texas. So I went to the source.
Fourth chakra manifest heart passion. Wow, deep.
The data. Debarati Guha Sapir, who created MDAT, often described as the most widely used global database on natural disasters.
I won't put my hand on the fire about the completeness of our data on mortality. Whether or not we are capturing everything is a question mark in my mind.
As MDAT's creator, Debarati knows the data better than anyone, and she's identified the main issue when it comes to what we know about deaths from natural disasters.
So one issue is whether or not the data we are using, which shows the mortality is decreasing, is actually reflecting reality.
So basically, is the data complete? Debarati's data measures total deaths, which includes what are called direct and indirect deaths. As you'll see, this is an important distinction.
When we talk about direct deaths, we're talking about specific traumas that have occurred as a result of the event itself. So you can imagine people are on boats and they drown, or the winds from a cyclone cause a tree to get knocked over and they fall on a person.
The good news is we've gotten better at preventing these direct deaths. But indirect deaths, which can happen long after the disaster has ended, like families getting sick from contaminated drinking water after a hurricane, are notoriously difficult to measure, which is why graphs like this can struggle to show the full picture. But how do you measure what doesn't leave a clear fingerprint? Epidemiologists have wrestled with this for years. Take extreme temperature, for example.
If you look at epidemiological studies that look at year-to-year variations in temperature and mortality, these relations become very clear. When it gets hot, you just see these really quick upticks in how many people are dying.
When it gets hot, your heart has to pump a lot harder to cool you down. And so a ton of people have heart attacks, but we don't usually write it down as like heat stroke. We write it down as heart attack. So in the data, it's like misdiagnosed.
But Solomon and Rachel wanted to know if the same kind of hidden death toll also shows up for tropical cyclones. And that's a tough question because to measure the real impact of hurricanes, you need to compare against a world where no hurricanes ever happened. That's a tall order since hurricanes have always defined life in the region.
It's like a bell, and you hit it, and then it's ringing for a long time. And so if you hit it again before it stops ringing, the thing you hear is like the superposition of those two hits. And then you could hit it again and again, and soon it's like, can I figure out what hitting the bell once sounds like? Every state is getting hit by another hurricane before it stops ringing from the last hurricane. And so what you're seeing in the data is this kind of like really noisy pattern of a society that's kind of just ricocheting from storm to storm to storm.
They looked at every tropical cyclone, all 501 of them that impacted the continental United States from 1930 to 2015. According to official government statistics, these cyclones led to a total of around 10,000 direct deaths, or an average of 24 deaths per cyclone. But they found that hidden underneath that number is an unbelievably larger one.
When states are hit by hurricanes, people dying at an accelerated rate for 15 years. There's this like really, really long shadow to the storms where basically, you know, the effects are reverberating through society for a long time.
So an average storm generates about 24 excess direct deaths. And we're saying that if you account for all these indirect deaths, these tropical cyclones are actually causing between 7 and 11,000.
7 to 11,000 deaths instead of 24. That
This is incredibly troubling. And that spike, look at that. It's like an exponential curve from like 1980 to 2015.
7 to 11,000 deaths instead of 24. That's 300 times more deaths.
We thought we made a mistake. We were like, this can't be true. And we spent like 5 years trying to find what mistake we had made before we decided, okay, this is probably actually true.
We spent many years trying to make sure that it wasn't some kind of fluke in the data, it wasn't sort of a missed model specification, because these kinds of results could really impact how we think about disaster resilience and investment into the future.
I was also curious if, once you take into account all of these indirect deaths, are tropical cyclones getting more or less deadly over time?
We see like no reduction in lethality over 100 years. Really like zero.
So if the true average death toll from a single cyclone isn't 24, but more like 10,000, then how many people have died in the US from cyclones in total?
So we did estimate the total mortality burden of all of the cyclones that have hit the United States between 1950 and 2015, and that's between 3 and 5 million deaths.
That's too
More
much,
people have been killed by
man.
hurricanes than have died in battle for the United States. And that includes World War I and World War II and the Civil War.
Wow.
So if instead of thousands, millions.
Yeah, if this is true, this is incredibly disturbing. You know, and I don't know exactly, like, I haven't like gone through the paper or anything. I don't know the exact method that they used to, you know, weed out all of the, you know, noise on this one to come to this conclusion. But this is quite a revelation if true. Because it sort of, I don't know, it changes everything by a factor of like 10,000. Also, Prince of Persia with a sweet super sticker. Thank you very much. That's is that a Mudang? Like what is happening? Is this Mudang about to like do some sort of like a parachute drop or something? Because that's what it looks like. It's like Mudang. It's like 00 Dang. It's like 00 Dang. It's about to do some sort of parachute drop behind enemy lines. Okay, we gotta fucking keep this thing moving. I wish I could watch this whole thing today, but we've got such little limited time since the US half took up everything from us. You know, I don't want to be crass, but or insensitive, but Jesus Christ, Charlie Kirk has taken up the last 2 weeks, like just massive amounts of time, and it's kind of kept us from talking about, you know, anything else. All right, let's go down to Florida. not talk about, but I just want to watch this freaking clip. It's on a beach.
Oh. Oh.
This guy.
Are you kidding me right now?
This guy ruined this poor bobcat's hunt. That freaking that rabbit was like moving 1,000,000 miles an hour. This bobcat was running, and then it saw the human and was like, "Wait a second, maybe now is not the time." I don't know why I put that in there. But NBC posted that. I thought it was kind of wild. Like on a beach in Florida is not exactly where you expect a bobcat to pop up. At least not in my mind. There you have it. All right, let's go from the beach to the oceans. France 24 English from yesterday. UN High Seas Treaty ratified by 60 countries and to take effect in early 2026.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Whoopsies, that one. Oh, no, that's the right one. Right? Yeah. No, it did skip ahead. I knew it. Freaking
Harvesting while buyers are lining up.
No, go back.
Right now.
Nope. There we go.
The treaty's already been called historic. Awaited for years by ocean researchers and activists, 60 countries have just ratified it to protect the high seas. The decision was welcomed by the UN Secretary General.
As we face the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, this agreement is a lifeline for the ocean and humanity.
A key measure of the treaty is the creation of marine protected areas to safeguard biodiversity. Today, only 1% of the high seas are subject to conservation measures.
The oceans beyond natural boundaries is the world's largest crime scene. When you do not have established governance and management rules, countries, private sector, illegal actors take advantage of the global commons.
Having a treaty is seen as an important step in fixing the problem.
So today we're celebrating an amazing and important step forward for our ocean. This treaty will help enhance the health and resilience of the ocean beyond national jurisdiction, the high seas.
The treaty also aims to make countries estimate their impact on the seabed before carrying out any activity.
Now, I could be wrong about this. I didn't get a ton of time to look into it, but I don't think the United States ratified this. I'm sure you're shocked to hear that. Okay, now let's go to Africa. To the west coast of Africa in Benin. Tech entrepreneurs attempting to tackle pineapple waste.
Right now is the peak pineapple season in Benin. Farmers are busy harvesting while buyers are lining up. But between February and August, demand drops significantly, and farmers have 1 week to sell their stock before it spoils. They could lose up to 25% of their crop.
In previous years, some of my pineapples would rot because there was no market.
Last year, I couldn't find any buyers for some of my pineapples. I had to reduce the price and sell them for pennies.
Although Benin is a major pineapple producer in Africa, finding buyers quickly remains a challenge. To address this issue, An agricultural engineer and a tech specialist created a mobile app. ePina locates pineapple fields and connects farmers with buyers. Exporters are notified as soon as crops are ready for harvest.
What we've observed in the past is that exporters could spend days searching for raw materials. Today, with our platform, they can find the pineapples that they need with just one click. They can also
There we go. Tech-based solution attempting to solve a problem with pineapple waste with the inefficiencies of the system, connecting buyers and sellers, and preventing these pineapples winding up in a landfill or wherever else. Now to Ethiopia. Last week, Ethiopia unveiled a dam at a big ceremony. This is the AP archive. Okay, we're not going to watch this whole freaking clip. Now, Egypt is upset, even though Ethiopia is thrilled. This dam is going to cause reduced flow at certain times in the year, perhaps for for extended periods of water to areas in Egypt. And that hopefully doesn't lead to any serious conflicts. It's been 12 days since Charlie Kirk said something racist. Thank you. Good thing we have a Nightbot command for that. It's very helpful. Very helpful to keep track of that kind of thing. Let's go to South Africa now. Talk about a particular product that is helping to fight climate change and help South African farmers.
On a wheat farm in Heidelberg, farmers are using carbon made from wood waste known as biochar to bring life back to their fields. Instead of depending on chemical fertilizers, companies like Regener 8 are offering pellets that mix biochar with mineral-rich rock dust. The goal is simple, making soils healthier and crops stronger.
When we have this additional product in the soil versus plain chemical fertilizer, we are actively restoring the soil and putting back micronutrients that the soil may have been robbed of over past generations of farming. At the same time, we're putting this carbon in, although very small quantities, we are seeing a significant difference in the way that the plants respond to that.
And it's not just this company pushing the change. In Johannesburg, wastewood chips are fed into high-temperature furnaces by adsorb carbon, producing biochar that they say locks carbon in 4 centuries.
The process of making activated carbon or activated charcoal from wood is actually a carbon neutral process because you're using, let's say, a biomass. But the fact that the carbon can be deployed into agriculture and specifically the soil makes it a carbon negative process. So it is a...
Yeah, I know that at that point, like when you do put it into the soil, rather than letting it just decompose, which absolutely would create like gases like methane, certainly is something that helps to sequester carbon. Now, I don't know enough about the process of the actual creation of the biochar, I guess is what they're calling it. And I feel like I need to look into it as to whether or not the claims that it is carbon neutral in its production or not. It doesn't sound super carbon neutral, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. But it is from waste wood. So, like, if you look, right, like, if you look at it, you can clearly tell, right? Like, there's, like, paint and dye on pieces of this wood here. So it's just waste wood. It's not like they're just cutting down trees to make it, so it is a good reuse for a product that might otherwise just rot. Now, considering what time it is, I'm kind of shocked that the next person who I thought would appreciate this next story most is not here. But that's okay. We can appreciate it nonetheless. Let's go here to Terra Mater from 3 days ago. Now, if you have any young birds in the house nearby, you know, avian viewers of a young age, you're gonna want to keep them, you know, maybe get them somewhere else. Okay, this next video is of bird mating dances from around the world.
That's hot.
Hummingbirds are unique in many ways, but they share with all other birds the need to breed.
Talk about shaking that tail feather. Am I right?
Speaking of new generations, the young male peacock is stepping out. Adulthood brings new feathers and new confidence. Oh, who's this good-looking fellow?
Don't be creepy.
Back to business. This female isn't impressed. But the youngster doesn't take it too hard. He won't grow a full train until he's 3 years old. In the meantime, he'll do his best with his meager endowments.
Awful, awful, awful.
The females...
Weak.
Wow.
Is giving way to spring. Black grouse. With spring in the air.
Look at this bird's eyebrows. Those are some serious avian eyebrows.
Black grouse. With spring in the air, it's time to breed. Well, almost. The females won't show up for a while yet. For now, this is a meeting of males only.
All right. Well, Just figured we would appreciate nature momentarily. And its majesty and its strangeness. Okay, let's keep this puppy moving. My God. Okay, we got a couple more stories here. I'm just looking at the clock. You know what I should do? I should put my shoes on. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Where are we going next? Oh yeah. All right. Let's go from talking about the birds to talking about the bees. No, just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I wish I did. I wish I did have a bees just for that joke. But let's go to Malaysia and talk about how the country is betting on EV production for the future. France 24 English from 4 days ago.
The road to get there is rugged and requires crossing a river with no bridge. Deep in Kinabalu Park in the Malaysian state of Sabah is Mongus Substation, home to a garden where scientists are researching a plant Malaysia hopes will help it become a key player in the global electrical vehicle supply chain.
So this one looks healthy. As you can see, the plant is almost 5 years, isn't it?
Philanthus rufus cheney is part of a group of plants known as hyperaccumulators. They can absorb high levels of metals from soil into their tissues without suffering toxicity. Sabah in Borneo has an abundance of what's known as ultramafic soil enriched in nickel.
This area is very special, especially on the Borneo side, because we have the tectonic or topography, the ultramafic and ultra-based soil.
I forgot about this. I forgot about this one.
Heavy metals.
I forgot about this one. This one is wild. This shit is insane. I should have talked this one up more before we got here. This shit is this is crazy. I'm just gonna let them go here.
Concentration, especially the nickel and the cobalt.
Nickel is a vital component in lithium-ion batteries used in EVs. But traditional mining contaminates water and pollutes the air. It's also responsible for mass deforestation. Malaysia is looking to tap into the plant's potential and be at the forefront of green extraction using a technique called phytomining. Metal is harvested from the burnt ashes of the plant. Here, scientists are measuring nickel levels in these plants with a special filter paper.
So as you can see here, after we crush the leaf here and then we squeeze it, as you can see, the filter color changed to pink color. So this pink color indicates the presence of nickel.
The deeper the shade of pink, the higher the concentration.
This consider high concentration because from the indicator here.
Oh my god. This is wild. You see it? It's like this color. It's like the most highest concentration. It's insane. And they go on to say that you can, like, I'm going to go to the end. I think that's when they say, like, how much you can create per acre at some point.
Jeffrey is a groundsman at Monga's substation and lives in a shack with his family of 5. They struggle to get by. Jeffrey hopes the research will one day change their fortunes.
I hope this opportunity can help provide a good education for my children. And hopefully in the future, my children can get better jobs.
Nano Malaysia has set its sights on 2026 to begin harvesting its crops. Commercializing its mining capabilities will take time, but it aims to cement Malaysia's role in the competitive global EV market.
Damn. Hold on, we gotta go back, because I can't remember the figure that they quoted. Where did they say it? At some point, maybe I want to say maybe it's here. God damn it.
EV charging station in Malaysia.
Much of Nano Malaysia's research is being kept under wraps. Nearby Singapore may hold some of the answers on whether it can really become commercially viable. Scientists at Nanyang Technological University are developing techniques to increase the amount of metal hyperaccumulators can absorb. These microscopic images show where metals are isolated in different parts of the plant. Professor Lam Yeng Ming leads the research here and says particles can be modified to increase uptake.
They can double the concentration. It's already an improvement. So it's actually a development that can go over time. I think it's totally feasible, and I think it's a good direction to take as well.
If phytomining does take off in Sabah, it could transform people's lives. Despite its rich natural resources, it's one of Malaysia's poorest regions.
Damn, God damn it. I can't remember, but they said there was, like, they could get, honestly, like 100 pounds of nickel per acre or something, were some of the claims that they made. And I cannot remember where they put it. But if that were to be true, it could be huge. And, like, the fact is the mining practices around, like, getting things like nickel are fucked. And this doesn't solve every single rare earth mineral mining situation or anything, but, like, the potential of this idea, I think, is humongous. Right? Rather than blowing up the earth, get nickel from plants. Plants that photosynthesize carbon dioxide into you get what I'm saying? Like, it's clearly still in the nascent stages of the technology, but it's just, I'm fascinated by it. And Sunday Funday, I like to pull out these sorts of things when it comes to environmental stuff. What's with all the eyes? A lot of side eyes in the chat right now. Why are you side eyeing? Jesus Christ. All right. Let's go from Malaysia to Taiwan, where while this stream was going, Typhoon Ragasa is making landfall. This is just a live stream. Like, I literally got this recommended in my subscriptions recommends. It's really just a bunch of waves is all that you really see here, I think. But clearly a lot of rain, enough to get this camera wet. Although it could have been from like a wave, possibly. But I think this thing popped up out of nowhere, because I heard nothing about this thing coming. And I keep pretty good track of these sorts of things, I feel. Those waves are huge. Yesterday, your Uber driver told you to carry cash, and when you got picked up, to offer the driver 50% of the ride in cash to cancel the ride. Yeah. That's interesting. It's an interesting strategy. That reminds me of something I have to do before the end of the month. Okay, let's go here. This is the last environmental story. 2 pineapple stories in the same stream. What? That's right. Double the pineapple. Double the fun, I guess? I don't know if that's a saying I want to stick by. But let's go here. NHK World Ban from 4 days ago. And talk about a different environmentally friendly strategy involving the pineapple plant. I think this is perhaps the most this is certainly the most fascinating of the pineapple stories. I think this really is fucking cool. Prepare yourselves. At some point in the near future, you could be wearing clothes made of pineapple.
Could you jump up?
Since ancient times, the Japanese have believed that a life force resides in all creations. Valuing and caring for the things we use, a zero-waste life. Pointing the way to better living for a new era.
捨てられている部分っていうのが誰も目を向けてなかったりとかするところに実はすごい価値が眠っている。
Whoopsies, I'm sorry. I should have read that.
すごい価値が。
I should have.
To better living, zero waste life.
Whatever, they get to it later.
Pineapples, loved for their sweet and sour taste and unique texture. But after harvest, the inedible leaves, 2 to 3 times the volume of the actual fruit, remain.
That's too much, man!
Farmer Kinjo Kazutomi has grown pineapples for many years. Disposing of the leaves has always been a struggle. Thick, hard, and incredibly fibrous, they're slow to decompose and return to the soil. They have to be shredded before being ploughed into the fields, a burden for farmers.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We have to clear the leaves out before the next planting. Rental fees for shredders are high. That, plus the cost of fertilizer, accounts for about 2/3 of our total sales, making labor costs hard to cover. We hate leaves.
But now someone has found a use for this unwanted waste. Her name is Uda Etsuko. She collects pineapple leaves from farmers, putting them to good use.
They take a lot of work to process, and being so fibrous, the benefit to the soil is questionable. That's clearly not very useful. So why not find another solution?
About 20 minutes away by car, we find Uda's factory. Her products make use of the pineapple leaves' special qualities.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. Long story short, these leaves, which are filled with all these big, like these fibers, are, as it turns out, perfect to make this thread, which then you can make clothes and other items, articles of clothing, things like that with it. It's really, honestly, pretty crazy. If you told me without showing me proof, I would have been like, I'm sorry, what? Pineapple clothes? Pineapple clothes, okay. But it's honestly, it sounds brilliant. And since there's little value to the soil from them, and they will eventually decompose and release carbon dioxide gas, might as well just use them. You know, it seems a reasonable plan. Okay, how are we doing on time? You know, I think now is the perfect time for me to take a quick break. 9.5 hours in, people. Pretty crazy. I don't know if we're going to be able to get through the whole stream still. I'm begging myself, like I'm begging that I do. Like I really want to. We have so much content. We have the entire Earth half to get through, and we have like 2.5 hours max that we can continue this shindig. It's possible. I mean, it's going to require a great deal of speedy clip chimping over here. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you can get the latest notifications, ensuring that you do not miss a single episode of this stream. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than funding partially the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, chat. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Okay, chat. Sorry for the delay. I am back. I had to deal with a galactic package at the airlock. Unavoidable situation. But that's been solved. And now we've got almost 2.5 hours to try and get through the rest of this goddamn content. Let's see if we can do that. I believe in us. Don't you, chat? It's all gonna go perfectly fine. There is no reason to doubt that. Let's start off the 6th and definitely the final half, regardless of what anybody wants right now. Seeing as we are basically at 10 hours into this puppy. Space news. South Florida PBS from 8 days ago. NASA is destroying Juno.
What?
That's right. NASA is destroying a satellite. Why are they doing it? Well, let's talk about it.
Did you know, stargazers, there's spacecraft orbiting Jupiter taking these amazing pictures and learning so much, but soon NASA is going to crash it into Jupiter's crushing atmosphere. Let's watch. Look to the eastern sky before sunrise. Jupiter is that golden dot, and if you catch it on September 16th, it'll be paired with a gorgeous crescent moon less than 5 degrees.
Oh my god, that is wild. What did you... What? Uber just told you that you get surge savings as an Uber One member, and now all of a sudden it's $10 cheaper? That should be illegal. You're right. You are right.
Illegal.
Right to jail. Right away. Oh god. The economy that we are all living with right now is truly one that is of... just great perversity.
Look to the eastern sky before sunrise. Jupiter is that golden dot, and if you catch it on September 16th, it'll be paired with a gorgeous crescent moon less than 5 degrees apart. If you have binoculars or a telescope, you can look for Jupiter's largest moons, Io, Europa, Callisto, and Ganymede, and that's where it's all happening. Juno revealed many of Jupiter's secrets, like its powerful magnetic field and details of its lightning and stormy atmosphere, its polar aurorae. It even saw a meteor impact the planet and flew by flamey Io and icy Europa. Contemplate what we can learn with a little robot flying in the blackness of space. There's so much more to learn out there. Keep looking up.
There we go. We may get some interesting stuff from Juno as it blows up in Jupiter's atmosphere. Okay, to the Earth news. DW from 1 day ago. After U.S. strikes, Venezuelan officials call for show of resistance with Caribbean nations.
Tensions between the United States and Venezuela, as I mentioned, continue to rise over the deployment of American warships and fighter jets in the southern Caribbean. And last week, the U.S. launched airstrikes on several vessels in the area, killing over a dozen alleged drug traffickers. Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro has denied his government is involved in drug trafficking and has called for the mobilization of civilians to defend the country from what he calls U.S. aggression.
Amid increasing tensions with the United States, Venezuela's military held a so-called encounter with the people on the streets of Caracas. Dozens of armored vehicles paraded through the capital, and civilians were given a chance to handle rifles and anti-aircraft guns. Following the U.S. strikes on alleged smuggling boats, Venezuelan officials have called for a show of resistance.
Immediately,
There isn't a fisherman from any Caribbean island who goes out to fish and doesn't feel that a death sentence has been imposed without trial by the imperialists. They threaten, but we remain calm, with nerves of steel, calm and composed, with maximum popular mobilization and organization. Training sessions like these have become increasingly common since U.S. warships took up positions near Venezuelan waters a month ago. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro says President Trump is plotting to overthrow him and has called on a massive recruitment drive for the national militia. Many seem to be answering that call. For all Venezuelans, this training is very important because it helps us collaborate with our country, our president, with all who love our country and wish the best for everyone. Have you ever held a weapon? I haven't had the chance, but I think that at this point we have to start taking up arms to defend our country. There's plenty of defiant...
There we go, regular-ass citizens in Venezuela taking up arms in preparation for a potential war with the United States.
America! Fuck yeah!
Ah, boy, that anti-war thing really sort of came to an end real quick, didn't it, chat? All right, let's go across the Atlantic now to London. Check out the new archive celebrating the career and legacy of David Bowie. PBS NewsHour.
The chameleon of rock, David Bowie, left behind a profound and colorful legacy. To round out our show tonight, we zoom to London, virtually, to visit the new home for the British Star's archive that just opened this weekend.
Guitars he strummed, notes with handwritten lyrics, a rejection letter from a recording studio, all alongside some of David Bowie's iconic outfits, like the ice blue suit Bowie wore in the video for Life on Mars in 1973. And, of course, the famous lightning bolt jacket from his Ziggy Stardust days. Madeline Haddon is the lead curator of the David Bowie Center at the V&A East Storehouse. There are more than 90,000 items in the archive, and of that, 200 are on display.
Whittling down that selection was one of the biggest intellectual and curatorial challenges of my life, certainly. There's just such a massive amount to choose from, not only in volume of material, but periods of work, genres, creative personas, even projects that we didn't know that he was working on until we got our hands on the archive.
Curator Harriet Reed also helped sift through Bowie's belongings.
Every day.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. How long has it been since David Bowie died? Like a decade? I think it's something like that. R.I.P. David Bowie. R.I.P. Now, I don't know to what degree this next thing I'm about to do is going to get me copyrighted. Copyrighted. But let's try this. This is one of my favorite David Bowie appearances. Figured I'd just pop this in here. (1975), November 4th. It was 50 years ago to the day.
And we're very proud to have with us one who is easily one of the world's most popular and important music personalities. A great welcome, gang, for the gifted singer, composer, producer, Mr. David Bowie. Hi, David. Hello. Nice to have you with us.
Now that I think about it, I don't think I can do what I'm about to do. I'm going to get copyrighted immediately, even if it's a live performance. I was thinking maybe it'll be better. No, that's not going to, that's not going to play. Not going to do it. Sorry, chat.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's my bad. But that was David Bowie on the Soul Train back in 1975. Sorry we didn't get to actually listen to him do anything. I was just like, you know what? There's no way that this isn't, like, big-time copyrighted. Awful.
Awful, 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 awful. Weak, weak, weak.
It's my bad, chat. It's my bad. All right, let's stay in the UK, go to Windsor Castle, where a display was put on by some people you may have heard of, led by donkeys.
This is Windsor Castle, home of the British royal family, where Donald Trump is staying during his state visit. And this is a film about Trump's relationship with the world's most famous pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein.
Illegal.
Their friendship goes back to at least 1992, when the two of them are filmed laughing together. Trump can be seen making friendly conversation with Epstein in between clips of Trump smiling and dancing with a group of young women at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The following year, they attend a cafe opening together. And a month after that, Trump invites Epstein to his wedding. In 1995, a young woman called Maria Farmer is working for Epstein in Manhattan. Late one night, she says, Epstein unexpectedly calls her to his offices, and she arrives in running shorts. Donald Trump then turns up, wearing a business suit, and starts to hover over her. Ms. Farmer feels scared as Trump stares at her bare legs. Then Epstein enters the room, and she recalls him saying to Trump, "No, she's not here for you." The two men then leave the room, and Ms. Farmer says she heard Trump commenting that he thought Ms. Farmer was 16 years old.
Okay, now we watched this whole thing the other day. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I just want to remind everybody of this. This was quite an incredible display. One of Led by Donkey's top artistic installations, if you ask me. They were unfortunately, or at least one person affiliated with Led by Donkeys allegedly was arrested for this art.
Right to jail, right away.
Okay, how are we doing? Doing okay. Let's go here. To France. France 24 English. 2 days ago. European Heritage Days. A bird's eye view from Notre Dame's towers. Now, Notre Dame was officially reopened this week, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have footage of the reopening, but like Emmanuel Macron was there, or there was like it wasn't. I think it was like the official reopening or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, because there was already the one service, right, that we saw, but I think that was like some sort of, I don't know. It's confusing. Whoopsies. Almost knocked over the microphone. I've been, like, knocking shit over all day. I have no idea what my deal is.
So you've got news about an annual event taking place this weekend here in the French capital and elsewhere. That's the European Heritage Days, when multiple public and private buildings open to the public.
Yes, well, this is your chance to push open doors that are normally firmly closed to people like you and me. For example, in many years, you can go and visit the inside of the Élysée Palace, where the president works and lives. There's always a really long line for that one. And this year's theme is architectural heritage. So some architectural gems of different style in the spotlight. For example, there's the very modernist French Communist Party headquarters in Paris. That's been used in loads of films. You can see the interiors there, really 1960s, space age, emblematic of its designer, Oscar Niemeyer, the Brazilian architect. Now, Niemeyer was a great admirer of a predecessor of his, the Franco-Swiss architect Le Corbusier. His Villa Savoye There you can see it is outside of Paris. That's going to be open to the public for visits as well. Very important in terms of architectural history, that one. And then, of course, you've got much more contemporary architecture. You can go and see the Institut du Monde Arabe, the Arab World Institute on the banks of the Seine. Inside, the interesting thing here is that Jean Nouvel, the French architect who designed it, made a reference to North African and Middle Eastern architecture with these really clever windows that react to the light and let more or less light in. You can
Some of these buildings are pretty freaking cool, I'm not gonna lie. I got a thing for architecture. All right, let's go here. You can not only access a bunch of cool secret or sort of normally blocked to the public places in France, you can also visit a very fancy exclusive train, the Orient Express.
Crowds waited in line for their journey back in time along this platform of Austerlitz station, currently home to the Orient Express.
We have always dreamed about the Orient Express, about all the elegant passengers and their fancy dinners.
The train is not leaving, don't worry. You have time to join us. We're staying here, unfortunately.
The European Heritage Days opened the doors to 6 of the train's carriages, as luxurious as they are comfortable.
The trick is not to fall asleep on these very comfortable chairs. It's a trap.
The carriages were built over 100 years ago and are considered historical monuments. The Orient Express is a luxurious museum on wheels, lined with precious wood and Art Deco embellishments.
Do you know what these little hooks are for? They are to lift the tables up and fix them to the hooks using a little strap here.
The Orient Express was a long-distance luxury train line which opened in 1883. It linked Paris to Istanbul, spanning 3,200 kilometers across Europe. The trip took 68 hours in total and was reserved to the richest travelers.
Well, there you go. You could, for a day, be a Gilded Age French baron and hang out on the Orient Express.
Follow the rich white man.
Now, one piece of French... Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. One piece of French architecture will no longer be available to the public for, I think it's 5 years. The Pompidou Centre. That's right. The Pompidou Center in Paris shutting down for a multi-year renovation. France 24 from 3 days ago.
It's the move of the century. More than 150,000 pieces of artwork have left the Pompidou Centre in Paris, which is closing its doors for 5 years.
Immediately, if not
5
sooner.
years is too long, but it's what's required for a project of this magnitude.
It's a period of transformation for the centre, but also a chance to show off its collections.
The closure offers certain opportunities, like being able to ask for exceptional loans.
Masterpieces have been sent to new sites around the world, to the delight of the public and experts.
We are all using the museum's closure to experiment with how we tell the story of modern art.
In July 2025, the Pompidou Centre's final exhibition was dismantled in the main gallery space.
There you go, and this very, very soon, this very famous art gallery in Paris will no longer be open to the public, undergoing a half a decade renovation. Whether or not all this effort and money that is going to be going into this transformation is going to be well spent, well, I guess we'll have to wait 5 years and see. What's up with France doing just like massive freaking like public projects like this? Let's redo the entirety of Notre Dame. Let's just redo the Pompidou Center. No big deal. Who cares if it takes 5 years? One cannot rush art. Speaking of art, let's go here once again to France 24 from 3 days ago. Resurfaced Picasso portrait set to fetch millions of dollars at a Paris auction.
The public has never seen this Picasso painting. Entitled Bust of a Woman with a Flowery Hat, it was only known to exist in black and white photographs from the artist's studio. On Thursday, it was unveiled in full colour in Paris, where it will soon be auctioned.
We can't say that this painting was lost because we were aware of its existence, but we didn't know where it was. In any case, I am lucky, as an auctioneer, to find it in all its freshness.
Picasso first painted the work in 1943. A year later, it was acquired by a French collector, the grandfather of the current owners, and it has been in the family ever since. Inspired by both naturalism and cubism, the painting depicts one of his lovers and most prominent muse, Dora Maar, at a turning point in their relationship.
It is without a doubt the most moving work of Picasso that involved his muse, because he was about to leave her for French painter François.
Oh, damn, Picasso.
How rude!
Picasso, how could you? Well, there you have it. A multi-million-dollar, thought to be lost Picasso painting of his soon-to-be scorned lover. Now let's go to a different piece of art. Many people think that watches count as art, and Swatch has released a particular timepiece with a political meaning. Reuters from last week.
Swatch has begun selling a special edition watch that jokes about tariffs. It has the number 3 and 9 reversed on its face. That's a play on the 39% tariffs President Donald Trump imposed on US imports from Switzerland last month. The tariffs are among the highest set by Trump worldwide and were met with shock in Switzerland. The watch costs 139 Swiss francs or $175 and is named What If Tariffs. The company said it went on sale on Wednesday and is only available in Switzerland. It further said the watch was made with a knowing wink and sent a wake-up call to the Swiss government, as authorities have so far not managed to secure lower tariffs. Swatch said it...
Yeah, if you look here, the 3 and the 9 are reversed because the U.S. tariff rate on Switzerland is 39%. Well played, Swatch. Well played. We see you. Okay. Another Sunday fun day story for you people. Let's go to Germany, where Munich's Oktoberfest is already beginning. Germany taking Oktoberfest so seriously, they're starting 10 days early.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The gates are open and participants are pouring into Oktoberfest, the world's largest folk festival. The dress code is traditional and one activity is top of the agenda.
Drink a lot. Today there'll be some serious drinking. Yeah, the line is long.
The line is long. We arrived early.
Yeah, well, it's going to be awesome. Awesome experience today.
Great party today.
Participants from Germany and around the world queued up for hours to secure a spot in a tent on Saturday. Some lucky ones got to catch the inaugural moment, the tapping of the first beer barrel. Munich's mayor presided over the opening. An experienced festival goer, he had
An experienced festival goer. What does that even mean? Just dude who has drank a shitload of beer? All right, one more Oktoberfest. One more video of this German silliness.
Oktoberfest means good friends, fun times, and lots of beer.
Jesus Christ.
And it's just great vibes, great people.
That mug is freaking
I love it, man. Couldn't be better.
That mug is bigger than that dude's head. Look at the size of this thing. That should be illegal.
Illegal?
Right to jail, right away.
And lots of beer. And it's just great vibes, great people. I love it, man. Couldn't be better.
Well, there you go. Germans embracing the fall and public drunkenness. Looks like a grand old time. Are you not value-tained yet, chat?
Are you not entertained?
What haven't we covered today? We covered the Rapture. We covered Charlie Kirk's memorial rally thing, political, religious, theocratic, like quasi-governmental, mandatory meeting. We talked about how Donald Trump was potentially going to be coming after the content creators like myself and Hassan. We're probably both equally in danger. What else did we talk about today? My God, it's pretty crazy. We've gotten through a lot of stuff. We discussed fascism, generally speaking, authoritarianism, and how we should be reacting to this time that we are living in. We did sports. We did entertainment. We did the UN General Assembly and the New York mayoral race.
Zohran Mamdani.
We did music. We did board games. The National Museum of the National Toy Hall of Fame at the National Museum of Play. Tim Heidecker on Hassan's stream. History, economics, food, marijuana. The environment, wildlife, environmental solutions, space, David Bowie. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? We have hit it all on this Sunday Fun Day. And hopefully you're feeling more prepared for this week, which is beginning
immediately, if not sooner.
All right, we still got a ton of stories left to do. I still don't know how I'm going to finish all these. I don't even know why I'm recapping. I should be blasting through these things. Let's go down to Nigeria, where last week, Chef Hilda Baci cooked the world's largest pot of jollof rice. Right, the Nuremberg funeral rally. Thank you.
We always say Nigeria, we are the giants of Africa, and jollof rice is a discourse that has been happening, you know, within so many African countries. And sometimes if you go to random countries, you'd find someone and say you're Nigerian, the first thing they ask you is about jollof rice, right? So I figured as the giants of Africa,
what looked like
it only
butter.
makes sense.
I couldn't quite tell what's in this freaking thing, but whatever. It just.
And sometimes
they're measuring in barrels for this thing. Oh my God! Look at the vat on the left-hand side. You got 10 people, 12 people stirring it. It's the 12 Jollof disciples.
Go to random countries, you'd find someone and say you're Nigerian, the first thing they ask you is about jollof rice, right? So I figured as the giants of Africa, it only makes sense that we are the ones that pioneer making the largest pot of Nigerian jollof rice. Nigerian food is such a great export. I believe that over time, in years to come, my goal for Nigerian cuisine is that we are just as mainstream as the Chinese cuisine. Any country you go to, you would find a Chinese restaurant there. I believe that Nigerian food is that.
That's making me hungry. That's making me big time hungry right now. Probably because I've streamed for 10 hours and 10 minutes without having taken any food and put it into my mouth and then eaten it and then let it go like into my, and so no, I'm very hungry now. All I can think about is eating some of that goddamn rice. Like a big, you know, usually you got it in like a big styrofoam container, probably with some stewed meats of some sort. Oh God. I'm going to stop saying words. I'm going to stop saying words. Let's go to Kenya. Talk about this today. Something that we've been keeping loose track of, the protests that have been happening in Kenya. Getting coverage of this has been spotty, but for what? A year there's been protests in Kenya that seem to be just continuing to get more and more serious. We've heard from a number of different individuals over the last, like, I guess year or something like that. I can't remember exactly when these really started popping off, but actually might be longer. How long has this been going on for? Jesus Christ. But the, Gen Z in Kenya continues to protest. Mostly over corruption and lack of opportunity in the country. As well as just general sort of, I guess what I'd call authoritarianism, where the country has been cracking down on the protests in ways that are genuinely horrifying and I think need to be investigated by human rights, observers at this point. Because a bunch of protesters have been disappeared or found dead or, are still missing. And it's just there's a lot of problems. I mean, beyond just the regular violence, the disappearing of protesters and, the numerous deaths that have occurred around these protests are incredibly concerning.
The young people of this country will no longer withstand this impunity. We have lost all our fear.
Across Kenya, a young and emboldened generation is rising up.
I'm here for Kenya, I'm here for my people, I'm here for your rights.
In June 2024, President William Ruto's government introduced a finance bill widely seen as tied to loan conditions set by the International Monetary Fund.
We demand IMF to come and carry their own puppet.
The IMF-backed bill would have imposed the harshest austerity measures in Kenya's history, in a country where about 40% are living below the poverty line.
Many Kenyans felt their living conditions are unbearable.
But what started as a peaceful demonstration against economic injustice turned deadly on June 20th, 2024, when police killed the first protester, Rex Masai.
Which caused an uproar. Like, why would you kill young people for rejecting a finance bill?
Rex's killing is part of a decades-long pattern of police violence in Kenya.
Not a single police officer has been apprehended or arrested for any of the 65 killings that have been documented.
A year on, the killings and the protests haven't stopped, and President Ruto faces growing accusations of deepening corruption.
We, the Kenyan youth, are tired of the extrajudicial killings that happen in this country, of the impunity.
Wanjiru was in the street protesting the killing of yet another Kenyan when moments later she learned that her friend was attacked by the police.
Okayo has been shot in the leg. Oh my God. Oh.
Wanjiru later confirmed that Okayo had not been shot. He had been beaten by police, an attack that he was lucky to survive. But for Wanjiru, this wasn't new. She's been in the streets long before 2024. Just 5 years ago, a video of her resisting arrest whilst protesting went viral.
Why are you arresting me? What? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
What Wanjiru endured is part of a system that many say drove Kenyans to a breaking point in 2024. Wanjiru has lived it firsthand in Mathare.
That is also the oldest slum in the country. And how most people found themselves here is because they were dispossessed of their land from the British.
Wanjiru remembers her childhood fondly, but she says that it was also tainted by memories of police violence.
I had a happy childhood, and then when I got to teenagehood, I'm now seeing our community with new eyes. So many of the people I used to play with as a child were being killed.
She was only 12 when the police killed her brother, Damason Irungu.
He was one of the greatest footballers in our community. We went to the same school and I had to cross the road. So every evening, my elder brother used to make sure he's helped me cross the road. Ooh, his killing impacted my whole life.
Wanjiru says Damason was killed in the post-election violence in 2007.
My brother was only 19 years old when they shot him dead, and they shot him here, meaning he was running. It was not a confrontation. I lived with that pain and anger and injustice. He lives in my memories, in my heart. I hold him.
Yeah, it would seem young people in Kenya are tired of their government, which has been systematically oppressing them. But also, I mean, it's not, like, it's a combination of things, right? Like, the fact is the Kenyan government is absolutely oppressing people. But there is absolutely the aspect of debt peonage with the IMF on top of all of that, which is really exacerbating this situation. You know, the wealth inequality, real bad in Kenya. They've been trying to do everything they can. China has done a couple of projects in Kenya, Belt and Road type stuff, if I recall correctly. But the country still needs so much, and the leaders are not being very responsive. And all of those accusations of corruption are, I mean, from what I've seen, are like entirely true. Like the videos I've seen of some of these freaking palaces these guys are living in, kind of perverse when you think about it. The people living in slums like the ones we just saw. Honest question, is there anywhere good in the world? Everywhere I see or hear about has mass fuckery of one sort or another. That shit is depressing. There is nowhere good in the world that is just, well, there's nowhere good in the world that is pure good. Every country has its problems, right? And we, like, honestly, like, I think, like, it's rough. I totally agree with you. And the more you know, the more fuckery and, you know, you just gotta keep trying to push forward, keep yourself availed of the information, do what we can. I think the more that I learn about all of the fuckery that goes on out in the world, the more that I realize that I think I say to myself that we need global solidarity with one another. You know, the non-billionaires, right? You know, we just need to band together and we have solidarity with one another in as many radical solidarity, right? That's what I come to. Is that, you know, with this level of global fuckery, we need it now more than ever. All right, let's go south, down to Malawi. TRT World from last week, where Malawi youth find mental health support in rock climbing.
Something with her kids this morning.
Early morning. Ropes, harnesses, and helmets. For a group of young Malawians, rock climbing is not just a sport, but a way to clear their minds. On a sunny day, they hike up and around the mountain near Blantyre. After safety checks, they take turn climbing the wall and abseiling down. Climbing was almost unknown here until recently. But membership at climbing community Climb Malawi has jumped by more than 150% in 2 years, and most of the sign-ons are under 25.
Many youth today are going through a lot of stress and other issues, and one of the best sports is rock climbing. So when we come over here to climb the rock, we become relieved. This helps to think deeply on how to live a purposeful life. Sport helps us to focus better and make sound decisions.
But it's not just about stress relief. Climbing also crashes stereotypes.
Whatever boys can do, girls can also manage to do. Some people view this rock climbing as something only for boys. No, also girls, we are able to do it.
There we go, Malawian youths, boys and girls, getting out there climbing rocks together. Great activity, both for physical fitness and to be outdoors at the same time. It seemed like a Sunday Fun Day story. Go to this next one. This next one is horrifying. Albania. Making some more interesting moves with its government. Now, of course, Albania has basically become the El Salvador of Europe, opening up detention camps for people like Italy and other countries, deporting migrants that they don't like from their countries are being now kept in Albania. And now Albania has decided they don't need human government anymore and have unveiled an AI-generated one. Here's France 24 from 3 days ago.
Uproar in Albania's parliament. Opposition politicians block the lectern, hurl papers and hurl their disapproval, insulted that an artificial intelligence should be appointed to the cabinet. Prime Minister Edi Rama defended his decision.
Introducing artificial intelligence in the service of good governance, anti-corruption, and accelerated socio-economic progress will be an unwavering priority for all the country's ministries and agencies.
It's a vertiginous promotion for the AI called Diela, Earlier this year, she was rolled out on a public service website as a virtual assistant. Now she's a full-blown government minister, tasked with making corruption-free decisions on public tenders. The opposition accuses her of being unconstitutional since she's not a real Albanian.
No kidding. That does seem to be problematic. It just seems... I just inherently just do not trust this plan. It seems terrible. This seems fucking garbage. Why would you want this? Can anybody explain it to me why you would want such a thing? We already know that fucking the AI literally hallucinates. Like, just hallucinates things into existence, and you're about to put something that hallucinates things into existence into your government? Oh my god. That seems so incredibly irresponsible. I struggle to actually have anything to say beyond that. It's just so dumb. Ah, boy. Okay. Let's keep this moving. Now to Ukraine. This video came out yesterday showing Ukrainian air defenses deploying as Russia launched a massive drone and missile attack.
Працюю.
You know, it was something about these videos that really brought it home for me that we are basically living in World War III already. Just not all of us are on the front lines quite yet. There are so many conflicts going on. It is disturbing. Like, sure, maybe it's 1929, but we're literally just, you know, like, whatever. Whatever, I can't keep going on about this. It's Sunday Fun Day. I can't do it. Can't do it. Okay, now I completely missed this meme. I think it's because I don't spend any time on X. And it's videos like this that make me almost wish that I did spend more time on X. Just for stuff like this. So let's go here. I'll let Hassan explain this one. Let's talk memes, and let's talk Israel propaganda.
God, you are such a lame-ass loser. Oh my God, he's like, subject matter expert here. As a massive Star Wars fan, almost as big as a fan of Star Wars as I am of Israel. Erming.
Don't be creepy.
Erming. Clearly, Israel doesn't have the Star Destroyer. Oh yeah, this is my favorite tweet. Extremely good troll here, reaping a bounty in the replies. Breaking, Iran targeted infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel to store F-35 jets and submarines. Yeah. This is, well, I don't understand. That means it's definitely real. Okay? It's obviously real. What are we talking about? I mean, for the last 20 months when...
Okay, just to make sure everybody's on board with what's happening here. on the same page right now. This meme back here, which is fake. This is fake news. It's just intended to be, you know, a satirical, political satire. Breaking. Iran targeted infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel to store F-35 jets and submarines. This was 3 months ago, after Iran struck Israel, after Israel had started a war. After Israel started the 12 Days War, Iran responded by blowing up a bunch of buildings. And this guy, Suleiman Ahmed, posted this video, and this shit is expert trolling. I gotta be real. Like, this is pro-internet. This is pro-internet stuff right here.
5 jets and submarines. This is, well, I don't understand. That means it's definitely real. Okay? It's obviously real. What are we talking about? I mean, for the last 20 months, when Israel presented insane information like this, I always assumed it was real. I always assumed that this is normal and real and good, you know? Well. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. That's real and it's true. Wow, I believe it. I work in that building. There's definitely a sub underneath, but no planes. That part is fake. I don't know. I mean, I'm trained and conditioned into believing this from the past 20 months of Israel's righteous conquest. But Israel's war against buildings.
Yeah, denying Iranian propaganda, denying fake Iranian propaganda would, you know, that would basically make you like anti-Arab, right? You know, anti-Persian, I guess, actually, technically, not Arab.
Illegal.
Buildings filled to the brim with Hamas. No, that's real. That's definitely real for sure. That's actually an aircraft carrier. Yeah, that part is definitely real. An aircraft carrier that is, by the way, significantly larger than this building. Israel's crazy because they have a tiny aircraft carrier that they made with like tiny versions of planes. Yeah, I've seen this one. I know this move.
This shit is fucking hilarious.
It's a meme, right? What do you think?
Good. It's so fucking good. Oh, God. Look, there is a weapon of mass destruction. There's an Empire Star Destroyer, or not, what's it called? I forget what these, frigate. You got a fucking, you know, evil Empire frigate beneath these buildings here. What do you expect Iran to do? You can't let Israel have this kind of technology. The entire galaxy is under threat. It's a preemptive strike.
Illegal.
Okay. Now, earlier today, UK, Canada, and Australia, I think all formally recognized the state of Palestine. With what borders is still somewhat unclear to me, but a state recognized nonetheless. Of course, Israel knew this was coming. Everything they could to. Oh, wait, shit. Before we go to that, how did I miss these? My brain is broken. Sorry, hold on. My bad. I'm way ahead of myself right now by multiple videos. Jesus Christ. What was I doing? Oh, right. Yes. Okay, let's go here. I just saw it fucking blanked out. Oh my god. This is what I get for going 10.5 hours on this goddamn stream. It's ridiculous. Am I saying Bush messed up? George W. Bush? What? You fool me once?
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
In the meantime, I'm here with this incredible Palestinian Christian organisation called Sabil. And what they're doing is taking an incredible group of people, a delegation around the West Bank, occupied West Bank, obviously illegally occupied West Bank, occupied by the Israeli state, and Jerusalem. And we're here to learn about the experiences of Palestinians who suffer apartheid, their brothers and sisters, of course, suffering genocide, as far away from here as Milton Keynes is from London. And what we're doing is learning about the historic injustices, obviously the Nakba, which, as we're told, never ended in 1948, the displacement, the mass discrimination, you know, just the utter horror and injustice that Palestinians put up with every day. So I'm going to start by talking to the wonderful Omar from Sabil about where we are right now.
This village is called Lifta village. One among many Palestinian villages, over 531 villages that have been depopulated.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this part because we already watched this slice of this thing earlier. But I did say we might watch more of this weekend, and here we are.
Israel ideologically, not grounded in any kind of business or investment mindset.
هاي قصة عن القوة.
أنا اسمي باسل.
مسافر يطا هي المكان اللي كبرت فيه. بداية تصويري هي بداية نهايتنا.
جرافات؟
أنا متعب خير. This is Masafa Yatta. This is in the West Bank. A lot of you will know about where we are now because it was immortalised, I guess, in no other land. It won Oscars. And it's about this community which is under violent assault. It's been designated as a so-called firing zone by Israeli authorities since the 1980s, supposedly barring civilian presence because they need to train their military. They're driving Palestinians out of their homes. Hundreds in the late 90s were forcefully evicted. And in 2022, the Supreme Court of Israel approved eviction orders, driving out up to 2,000 residents, many of them kids. And they've been continually attacking, wiping out.
It's like if the United States just decided to, I don't know, demand that everybody leave Tijuana so that we could use it as a bombing range. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Through demolitions while settlers are engaged in violent attacks. Now, we're so honoured to be here. I'm so honoured to be able to speak to Basil Adra, obviously one of the people behind the film. He lives here. This is his land. He'd lost to Israeli violence one of the people who was obviously behind that film. One of the things I wanted to ask him was, you know, what does this say about Israeli impunity? This film, massive critical acclaim, has it actually got worse, the violence, rather than it causing such a scandal that it would deter them?
It got much worse, you know. I think mainly because these settlers see that their soldiers, their state is killing every day 100 Palestinians in Gaza. So they see that nothing is happening to them and they can do it every day and continue. So why they don't escalate here? Why they don't do more crimes and why they don't take more land? And I think it's the impunity coming from the international community to Israel as a state, because not just to punish the settler that killed Auda or the settlers that attacked Khalta Dabba yesterday, but this is a whole state, a system that committing daily crimes. I think the international community should not hesitate taking actions again, but take serious actions. But to tell me like recognize the state of Palestine in the middle of genocide. Like why you don't stop the genocide as a priority? People People don't need like a state now. They need to eat, and they need to stop being killed and stop to be starved.
Immediately, if not
and
sooner.
then okay, it's good to recognize the state of Palestine, but this you should have done it in the 90s. When you pressured the Palestinians to accept and to sign Oslo agreement, not after Israel killed the two-state solution. Like it's also.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. It's one thing that I've been talking about recently, you know, as it feels like, I mean, people keep talking about how this is coming to a close, but I think especially because we've been hearing from Donald Trump talking about like ethnic cleansing and this stuff. Like the fact is when this does come to an end, when the state is recognized by, I don't know, like everybody on the planet, or at least the vast majority of people on the planet, like what will the country actually look like? What are the borders going to look like? Will it be the 67 borders? Will there be a contiguous Palestinian state without any sort of like Israeli territory between them? Right? I think there needs to be some kind of land connection between the two, between the West Bank and between Gaza, for it to have even a fucking breath of a chance.
It means like two-state solution for British, like where is the borders of this two-state solution? I think it's just, I think what these governments are doing is just playing on your feelings. People that are like going in the street and protests and doing, it's like the story of when they start to sanction individual settlers. You are like sanctioning how many, like 10 settlers in UK? But there are 700,000 settlers living here. Your airports are open freely for them. They can travel, they can enjoy a holiday, and they can come back and commit crimes. Yeah,
Illegal.
exactly. Your markets are open for their goods. You're sending them weapons, buying from them weapons. Each one of us because even you guys like coming from UK, from other countries, like thank you for doing.
Didn't the United States do that to the Marshall Islands? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Bikini Atoll. Yeah. That's a good point. There was a lot less people on Bikini Atoll, but still. It's the exact same thing. And somehow I forgot that example. Good point. It's a pattern of behavior, as it turns out. Well, there we go. I figured we would just catch at least another piece of this Owen Jones trip to Palestine. I'm afraid because of the fact that we've taken so long today, I just don't feel like I have time to continue down this path. I've still got Still got 18 videos left to get through. And we're at like 11 hours right now. One state is the one way left. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, while everybody's trying to recognize the state of Palestine, there is no state. There's like, because of everything that Israel's done, like, there is no state of Palestine. There is no infrastructure. There's no, like it's, it's kind of a very much improbable situation. But what do you call that country? What do you call that country? I know that it seems petty to be like, oh, what do you call that country? But I'm being serious. Like, I am genuinely being serious. I mean, do you call it Israel still? Do you call it Palestine? Or do you come up with a new name? And maybe that's just pedantic of me to be at all concerned about that. I feel like there's a whole bunch of people who would not want to accept either one to some degree. But somehow, The suffering, the genocide, all of that needs to come to an end. Meanwhile, the United States is deciding to give even more weapons to Israel. The Trump administration requesting Congress sign off on $6.4 billion more in helicopter transfers and Humvees.
Reports in the US media say President Trump's administration is seeking approval from lawmakers in Congress to sell Israel around $6 billion worth of military equipment. The planned package is reported to include 30 Apache attack helicopters at the cost of $3.6 billion, nearly doubling Israel's current stocks. The sale also includes 3,200 assault vehicles for the Israeli Defense Forces, with a price tag of $1.9 billion.
I was just to point out that there's some like $800 billion hole in that number, or maybe more than that. I'm trying to do the math right now. Wait, yeah, there's like a $900 billion hole in that, and it's not accounted for. There you go, 3,250 infantry assault vehicles and whatever it was, 300 freaking helicopters or something. It's ridiculous. 30, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. It's all U.S. taxpayer dollars just getting funneled to the Israeli government again for more murder and war crimes.
Illegal.
I'm sure that'll never come back to bite us in the ass. Okay. Let's keep this moving. Let's go here now to BBC News from 20 hours ago. UK, Canada, and Australia announce formal recognition of Palestinian state.
Sir Keir Starmer is expected to formally announce the UK's recognition of a Palestinian state in a major change to UK foreign policy. It would make Britain the first G7 country to move towards full recognition, with France and other nations expected to follow suit at the UN General Assembly in the coming week. The Prime Minister promised the move 2 months ago unless Israel took substantive steps, including reaching a ceasefire in Gaza. Downing Street instead believes the situation in the territory has worsened as Israel intensifies its Gaza offensive, triggered by Hamas's unprecedented attack on southern Israel on October the 7th, 2023. The move has been criticised by the Israeli government. In the past few minutes, we've had some comments from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is what he said. We will have to fight both at the UN and in all other arenas against the false propaganda directed at us and the calls to establish a Palestinian state.
Oh my God. What a fucking baby. Oh, we're going to have to go after the UN and everybody who claims that we're doing bad stuff. And everybody who wants to pretend that Palestine exists. Oh, everybody knows it's Judea and Samaria. I feel like I'm losing my mind at this point. I really do. What is happening? How are we 2 weeks away from the anniversary of the second anniversary, the 2-year fucking anniversary of October 7th? It's insanity. It's fucking, it's ridiculous. There is no excuse at this point. Oh, it's just insane. Like, the fact that, like, god damn. Like, the fact that we're in the middle of all of this, like, and that the United States is continuing to send bombs. But that now all of the United States' allies and and Israel's allies are recognizing a Palestinian state. And the United States and Israel are seemingly teaming up to prevent that from ever happening. And I don't think the United States would object if Israel literally rounded up everybody and shipped them off against their will to Syria or Lebanon or Egypt, and against the wills of the countries themselves. At this point, I don't think that we'd see anything close to that, unfortunately. Which is terrifying to think about. But at this point, I think it's an entirely possible scenario. I hate to say that, but there's nothing that would shock me. There is literally nothing that would shock me at this point about what Israel decided to do in the next, whatever, couple months. Considering what we've witnessed. And just the sort of blatant lies that have been coming out nonstop, without cease, without pause, without any sort of like recognition of its own crimes, of its own failures, whatever else. Israel just continues to press forward in the United States with Donald Trump at the helm is fully supporting it. All right, let's go here. The latest Gaza Samud flotilla update. Navarra Media, 19 hours ago.
On the flotilla, people have rightly wanted to centre Gaza. But it's also the case, of course, that these boats are full of real people drawn from diverse backgrounds. And it's increasingly clear over recent days that Israel is determined to paint this flotilla and the people on it as something that they absolutely are not. And we know, of course, from experience that Israeli propaganda is predictive of Israeli conduct. Right, so if they want to ridicule a flotilla, they'll call it a selfie yacht. But if, on the other hand, they want to lay the groundwork for violence and for violent intervention of the flotilla, they'll say it's a danger to Israelis or terror-linked, that kind of thing. To elaborate on this topic, I'm joined by Progressive International Director and familiar face to Navarra Live viewers, David Adler.
This civil social action, the largest humanitarian convoy ever to cross the Mediterranean Sea, puts Israel in a very uncomfortable position. And in doing so, it is effective because it helps to reveal the structure of violence, the centrifugal dynamic that has drawn the state of Israel into an increasingly violent and retaliatory stance. It's a group of people who come from, just on our boat, 10 different countries, who are all united by that same mission. For the state of Israel, this is very uncomfortable because they've done their best every time, not just to belittle, but to criminalize and to punish the solidarity movement.
Illegal.
Whether that's trying to advocate for anti-BDS legislation in the UK or successfully in the United States that somehow says it's illegal or criminal or discriminatory to boycott, to not purchase goods from Israel, or whether it's accusing any state that seeks the removal of Israel from Eurovision or UEFA as somehow anti-Semitic. But those are diplomatic, propagandistic, and communicative strategies. Here in this flotilla, now we're worried. We're scared, we're terrified. And what's terrifying is not just that they are evidently laying the groundwork for a violent interception by calling us the Hamas flotilla. It's that large corporations like Google are cooperating, are complicit in this. Yesterday we saw that the top hit for Global Samud Flotilla Tracker, when our families and friends go to see where we are in the Mediterranean Sea, it's uncover the hidden links of how we're harboring terrorists. And this link between the big tech corporations that support the data entries from Israel and support the searches and sponsored ads on their behalf, and the violence that we're preparing to confront from the state of Israel. It's this nexus that I think requires the greatest amount of mobilization and interrogation. Google workers, tech sector workers who've been mobilizing against apartheid, against genocide. Now is the time to escalate those efforts, not just in solidarity with us, but in solidarity with all the humanitarian workers inside Gaza who day to day, hour by hour, are having their lives threatened, bombed, and menaced by the state of Israel as it escalates the incursion to Gaza City.
Okay, we got one more story, and we're going to start that story off. With a song.
On the flotilla, people have rightly wanted to center Gaza, but it's also the case.
This is the wrong video. Here we go.
Hello, Joanne, how are you? I miss you a lot, really. Today there's a lot of drones. I'm gonna sing a song today with drone. شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالهيل ليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمين ويل ويل من الله لا أسهر على نجوم الليل أنا ناديله شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالهيل ليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمين ويل ويل من الله لا أسهر على نجوم الليل أنا ناديله شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمين ويل ويل من الله لا أسهر على نجوم الليل أنا ناديله شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمين ويل ويل من الله لا أسهر على نجوم الليل أنا ناديله جوان
Most terrible thing in this war, the sound of the drones. It's with you all night and days, and it's singing like your mind gonna blow.
Today there's a lot of drones. I'm gonna sing a song today with drone. شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالهيل ليل يا ليلو شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالهيل ليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمين ويل ويل من الله لا أسهر على نجوم الليل أنا ناديله شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله دم
The kids, they told me, Mister, we have headache from this noise. Can we stop the music? I told them no. We're gonna sing, and we're gonna sing with it. So they told me, what we gonna sing? I told them, concentrate for the tone of the drone. It's gonna be A or E. So we make A like this, and the kids do it like me, and goes. شيل شيل يا جمالي شيل يا حوطك بالله. So this is the idea of the song that we're gonna make the baddest sound in this war to something beautiful.
Ahmed was teaching at the Edward Said Conservatory of Music before the war robbed him of his job, his home, and his loved ones. He says finding music again has given him solace to endure the hardships.
Almost 30 times. I was living in a shelter. My friend bring a guitar and give it to me and told me play. Since the first of the war, I'm not thinking about music. This is the first time that I hold the guitar, and I hold it in the middle of the camp and play the guitar, and all the kids gathering around me. And we sang, we have a very beautiful moment. In these moments, I forget the war. They get me back to normal life. في مرة طفل صغير عم يلعب بالحارة عم يفتش عخيطان طيطي طيان.
احنا بنحب الاستاذ احمد عشان نازف معاه ويعني بنستمتع.
Oh, God, it's incredible that people are just continuing to try and, you know, like, live out normal lives amidst, you know, the blockade, the starvation, the rubble, the death and despair. Something about all of this really is a testament to the human spirit and that of Palestinians. Oh, God. Yeah, fuck it. I guess we'll just watch the rest of this thing.
I talked to the manager of the camp that I am going to make a music activity there. And he laughed at me and told me, hey, Ahmed, we need food, we need water. Music doesn't do anything. I told him, no, we're gonna make a change. After a while, they respect what I'm doing. They shocked that in the middle of this war and this madness, there's a flower inside the fire. It's not easy to concentrate in music, like to concentrate in something secondary. But you know, I find the music make change for the kids. A lot of kids, they have trauma, a lot of problems, psychological problems from this war. After 1 month of music activity, and I'm using the music therapist with them, I shocked because the family comes to my tent and thanks me and told me, you have changed our kids' life. They are now better, they are singing, they have something to do.
أستاذ أحمد بنرفه عن نفسيتنا، بنطلعنا من جو الكآبة والحرب والقصف والشهداء والدمار، والموسيقى صار جزء من حياتنا.
برافو عليك، بس نظبطها أكتر.
Ahmed says he's found a new purpose in life after seeing how much his music comforted children amid the devastation.
I have a lot of wins in my heart, but I never show anybody that I'm sad. I have to smile. From the kids, when we gather and make music sessions, it's let me forget what I'm suffering because I can see the achievement of what I'm doing, that the kids are happy, their family is happy, and I do something good for my community, especially the kids, because they are innocent. I think the people must think about that to help the kids of Gaza.
Jesus Christ. Oh, it's like, it's such a rough, like it makes me so happy, and at the same time, it's like every time we talk about Gaza, like it's just nothing about it. You know, like nothing about what's happening right now is good. It's so bittersweet to see people trying so hard to just have normal lives in the midst of a fucking genocide. Like it's some sort of perverse, like, or like just like, you know, like it's like a tragedy, but simultaneously like this moment of like joyousness and, you know, like pure humanity, people expressing themselves musically. I've been holding on to that story for a while now. I intended to do it last week, Sunday Fun Day, but we didn't do a full Sunday Fun Day stream last week because we didn't complete the goal. We had a few streams like that in a row. Kind of sucked. But I'm glad we could finally do it. Yeah, I think we're just going to take a quick quasi break. Just a momentary... Just a brief intermission, people. Just to break it up. I'm going to break up the sixth half. Quick. Although I can't. I'm going to run out of time, aren't I? No, it's stupid. I'm just going to do this. All right, fuck it. It's already over. Oh my god. It's almost 9:30 Eastern Standard Time.
This is ridiculous!
Oh my god. I'm getting tired. Okay, let's go here. For some more fun day, Sunday stuff. To Russia. AP Archive with the first one 4 days ago. Interior designers gather in Moscow to showcase reinvention of a Russian style for the home.
A new generation of Russian musicians are preparing to participate in a Soviet-era tradition.
Мы очень любим русскую классику, мы очень любим классическое искусство и живопись, и графику.
Oh right, I forgot.
И
There's no
хочется нового.
subtitles. So yeah, this is some sort of
Того,
interior
чтобы-
design festival. Got some sort of abstract paintings over there, a cool stained glass mirror, some birds, some purple couches,
Мне очень нравится этот вот кисть.
bunch of furniture stalls. And of course, the pièce de résistance. Gotta have as many Lenin statues on your wall, as well as weird rope lamps, as possible. Okay. Now let's go here to TRT World from 2 days ago and talk about Russia's attempt to revive Soviet-era music competition as Russia continues to be excluded from the Eurovision Song Contest.
A new generation of Russian musicians are preparing to participate in a Soviet-era tradition. Moscow is reviving the Intervision Song Contest this weekend. Participants from 23 countries across several regions of the world are taking part, singing in their own languages. Their nations represent more than 4 billion people, over half of the world's population.
It is great that Russia is reviving the Intervision Song Contest. We like the ideas that it promotes. Art unites people, and foreign performers come to us with new songs. It's great that the young generation can get inspired by that, and I hope one day they will take part.
Call it what you...
There you go. Russia making an effort to be relevant in the world of music by reintroducing this old contest called the Intervisions. It's going to be called the Intervision Song Contest. And supposedly a bunch of nations have already declared that they will be participating in it. Although no EU nations specifically have yet decided to come. One American was supposed to go, but I believe has canceled that trip. Won't be showing up. Or not American, Australian? I think it was an Australian. Okay, now let's move it along. We're actually crushing this. I gotta say, I was worried we weren't going to finish this, but we actually killed it. I mean, if you can't tell, we're in Russia right now, which means we're in Asia, which means we are near the end of this goddamn stream. 11 hours and 9 minutes so far have transpired. Still got a few more things to discuss. Now, this could have been an environmental story, but I just felt like leaving it here. Since we've been talking about a bunch of sort of difficult things going on in Indonesia recently, I figured we would go to Indonesia for some Sunday fun day stuff here in the Asia portion of the Earth half. Talk about a man who's changed life trajectories drastically. From motorbike mechanic to rare parrot trainer.
Paling cepat 2 minggu, paling lama 2 bulan.
The training takes at least 2 weeks and at most 2 months. These animals are no different from humans. Some are quicker to understand what we command, while others take a while to catch on. I don't set a fixed price for training the birds. I accept any payment because God doesn't sleep and sustenance comes from God. This dude is smoking in every single shot. Well, there you go. Maybe a good choice for this guy. Seems to be working out. It's quite a switch in professions from bike mechanic to parrot trainer, but there you have it. The macaw whisperer of Indonesia. Okay, let's go to South Korea, where a drone show wowed audiences and fans of a Netflix series that has apparently taken the planet by storm, and I have yet to see. That being, of course, K-pop Demon Hunters.
From the very first notes, the crowd goes wild. In the skies above Seoul, 1,200 drones recreate the now iconic scenes from the animated film K-pop Demon Hunters.
Have you watched the movie K-pop Demon Hunters? More than 10 times.
K-pop Demon Hunters tells the story of 3 K-pop stars who secretly hunt demons. But the demons disguise themselves as a rival boy band, the Saja Boys. References to Korean culture abound. One example, the gat, the traditional hat once worn by aristocrats and scholars, is worn by the demons in the movie.
Oh, you're finally arrived. Welcome, Seoul Garden travelers. I'm your guide.
Seoul has now launched special events for foreign tourists, including guided walks in city parks, where visitors wear the gat, a playful way to attract fans of the film, while also introducing them to Korean tradition.
I guess I never really knew how it felt like on my head before wearing it today. I only seen it, but it's really fun, I think, too.
It's a very interesting hat. It's like completely see-through. It's almost like you're not wearing it. Like if it was dark out, it wouldn't be clear whether or not you were wearing it.
Wear it is and experience it.
Korean food is also one of the film's big standouts. This well-known instant noodle brand has seized the opportunity and teamed up with Netflix for a limited edition, hoping to boost exports. And the Seoul landmarks shown in the film have become another key attraction, helping to drive tourism in the capital. In July alone, 1.36 million foreign tourists visited Seoul, a record.
Wow, record tourists coming to South Korea. All perhaps driven by this Netflix series, unclear. But it certainly seemed like a Sunday fun day story. Let's go now to Japan. Talk about a man with an incredible collection of gaming memorabilia.
Kikai is officially Mario's biggest fan. He was born in 1985, the same year as Super Mario Bros., and has been playing for as long as he remembers. As a teen, he started spending pocket money on Mario merch. Now he's got the world's largest collection.
It's not like I was thinking, I have so many, this is amazing. It's just that I loved it, and I kept buying more and more, and the collection just grew. I didn't have the goal of getting into the Guinness Book of World Records. It just happened.
With Super Mario Bros., plumbers Mario and Luigi hopped from arcade to console and started adventuring through a scrolling 2D world in 40 million living rooms worldwide. Since then, Mario's become a cultural behemoth, inspiring everything from a massive theme park in Japan to a film grossing more than €1 billion to humble street art in France.
When people see my work in the street, it often reminds them of something. It takes them back. It's always about conveying positive messages and positive emotions.
There we go. I forgot about that part of the story, because this was all part of a story surrounding the 40th anniversary of Mario. Think about that, though. 40 years of Mario. That's how long Mario has existed. Pretty crazy. Duck. Why am I live so early? I've been live all night. And where were you? You missed a duck, well, not a duck specific, but a bird specific story. Ah, God. An R-rated version. Perhaps for some, it maybe even goes further than that. I don't know your ways with the birds and all that, but I kept a story in here for you that you missed, and I'm very offended.
How rude!
Okay, let's go here to the Associated Press. Talk about the World Athletics Championships, which I do believe is being held in Tokyo this year. Here's a story from the Associated Press, how AP's photo team covers the World Athletics Championships. Okay. Tell us how, AP. Tell us how you do it.
I'm part of the Associated Press photo team here covering the World Athletic Championships in Tokyo. We arrived about a week early to begin setting up cameras in the catwalk. Our team, which includes
immediately,
Renat
if not
Aminde,
sooner,
Peter Yosik, and Yuji Yorimitsu, worked to install 3 robotic cameras and 5 static cameras in the catwalk. These cameras are positioned around the finish line, above the pole vault, and above the high jump and javelin areas. In addition to these cameras, we also install cameras at the finish line, both on the inside and outside of the track, as well as from the head-on position. All of these cameras can be triggered and controlled from the media tribune where we sit and monitor the action. We are able to control the camera's shutter speed, aperture, focus, and triggering. The images are then sent directly to our computers where we select the best ones to transmit.
Hell yeah, that's some serious equipment right there. All completely remote, being done by a laptop, being triggered by all these sorts of different devices they got now. It's a new world of photography. As long as you got the cash. I gotta pay to watch you throw it back. I wasn't saying I wasn't saying that I wanted you to throw it back. I was saying we had a duck, a bird-based story that I felt was right up your alley, that you would have appreciated, and you missed it, and it's because you weren't here, and I'm offended. That lens is $5,000 to $6,000. I don't know which one you're referring to, but there was a bunch of very expensive lenses that I saw. I mean, let's be real. Like, you watch this stream not long enough, you see a lot of very expensive lenses out there. So we'd be looking at the journalists doing the journalistic stuff. And honestly, I mean, those are some expensive lenses. Then you look at some of like the film lens sets. It'll make you faint. Okay. One story in the Philippines here, which we covered yesterday. We're going to cover again real quickly. Protests happening in the South Asian nation, Gen Z, and honestly, possibly like even younger. Like, we saw some really, really young kids at this protest. Some of them were older, but like this is filled with like very young people here. Here's the live stream from the AP. You can see that the protesters are sort of in this central location. What appears to be sort of like a downtown area, but not 100% clear. Then you got like a massive trailer attached to like a big rig, which I believe there's like you can't see it from this shot, but there's like a fire over here. Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. We're just going to go quick to the clip. We watched this yesterday. Yes, Bad Lefty, we did in fact see a child of what appeared to be somewhere between like 10 and 12 years old getting manhandled by about, I think it was like 2 or 3 police officers. Okay. Oh my god. Penultimate video of the night. I don't know how we did it. It's magic. But in 11 hours and 22 minutes, we did get all of it done. Shock of shocks. I really am kind of shocked because, like, when we got done with the first 2 halves, I looked at my list and said to myself, "Oh, I'm fucked. We've gone 4 hours and I've done 10% of the videos I want to get through. I've had to basically." Oh, I just realized that literally that was the footage. I wasn't even paying attention because I was too busy like thinking about timing. That was literally the footage. I put up Badly Lefty's message at the exact time that footage popped up. Yeah, it's apropos. It's a happy accident. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm just thrilled that we got through this much on Sunday Fun Day today. I'm honestly blown away that I managed to speed through all of this here in the back half of the stream. In the final 4 halves, because the first 2 halves were just molasses slow. The Rapture and Charlie Kirk took up so much goddamn time. I think it took up 2 1/4 halves. Like, didn't we take the second break at like 4 hours and 30 minutes? It's insane. It's insane. All right, I'm going to stop being impressed with myself. Let's keep this moving. Second to last story. Australia. NBC News 10 days ago. All right, that was my worst Australian accent of all time. Influencer under investigation over crocodile wrangling.
Illegal.
Social media influencer Mike Holston again and again going face to face with some of the world's most intimidating creatures. But tonight, the man known as the real Tarzan is being clawed at by more than just animals. In this recent viral video, Holston wrestles what he says is a freshwater crocodile in Queensland, Australia. And while he seems pretty excited about catching the croc, others are not wild about the moment. Critics writing the incident was real disrespectful. This feels like cruelty, and leave our crocs alone. A Queensland government spokesperson telling NBC News they are actively investigating, adding these actions are extremely dangerous and illegal, and we are actively exploring strong compliance action, including fines to deter any person from this type of behavior. The late Steve Irwin's father reportedly telling Australian media people visiting our country need to respect our wildlife or they need to be booted out the door.
Well, a croc-based scandal in Australia caused by a foreign influencer tackling crocs illegally.
Illegal.
Now, I figured this would be the perfect story to end the stream with today. This story is not necessarily about any one particular country, but about the whole world. GeoGlobe Tales from 2 weeks ago. 27 years to walk around the world. The longest distance in history.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
This man has been walking for 27 years to become the only person in history to walk around the entire planet with just one rule: no transport of any kind. Carl Bushby began his journey in 1998 from the southern edge of Chile, saying, "I'll return home only on foot." After 2 years, he had crossed all of South America and faced his first major obstacle, the Darien Gap, one of the deadliest places on Earth, with its impenetrable jungle, smugglers, and armed clashes between rebels and the military. As part of a group, Carl spent 50 days avoiding danger and somehow made it out alive. Panamanian soldiers even held him for 18 days before letting him continue his trek. It took 6 years to cross all of Central and North America and reach the Bering Strait, which separates the two continents. After waiting for the strait to freeze, he and French traveler Dimitri Kiefer became one of the first ever to cross it on foot, despite drifting 80 kilometers off course. Then he faced arrest in Russia and strict visa limits, which forced him to leave the route every 90 days and return to the exact same spot to continue his journey. As a result, his trek across Siberia, where temperatures dropped to -50, stretched over 11 long years. When the world shut down during the pandemic and borders closed, Carl was stuck in Kazakhstan for 4 years and hit a dead end, the Caspian Sea. He couldn't go around it through Russia or Iran, so he made one choice, to swim across. Using a support boat only for rest and sleep, he and American traveler Angela Maxwell crossed the Caspian Sea in 30 days, becoming the only people ever to do so. After nearly 3 decades, 25 countries, and 47,000 kilometers, Carl is now walking across Europe and is expected to finally return home by 2026.
Wild. That is wild. Come on.
Come on!
Well, we got through another stream. This one was incredibly long and quite arduous, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me, Space Fams, till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Bo Noeb, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, James X. But wait, there is more. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Wheel in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Roommate Horologist, HBX, and Garl Gaslightocracy. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.